Hey everyone, welcome back to the alternate path. Today, we're diving into part 2 of our brand new What If story. What if Bella Swan uncovered Edward Cullen's biggest secret? Here's a quick summary. When Harry loses his temper at his trial and ignores his godfather's advice, an unexpected twist sends him back in time, giving him a chance to change the future. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to the alternate path and share it with your friends because it really helps the channel grow. Let's start the story. I sat on the bed, legs crossed under me, and my fingers shoved into my closed eyelids. If I pushed hard enough I could see stars flitter across the darkness of my lids and pretend I was floating in space. I'd learned this when I was young, maybe 5 or 6 years old. Buddy, my family dog, died, and when my mother came to tell me I refused to acknowledge the truth. Instead I ran from the house to the empty lot on the corner of my street where I sat in the middle of the overgrown weeds and grass and shoved my fingers in my eyes in an attempt to pretend I was somewhere else. In the dry, desert air I allowed myself to float away from the tragedy of losing my best friend. My mother tried to lure me back home with promises of cookies and ice cream. My father threatened to punish me, but nothing worked. When I was finally ready to accept the truth I rose from the trampled grass and walked home. From then on, when I experienced something particularly painful, I would shut my eyes and attempt to disappear. Objects don't touch in space. They swim around one another, magically weaving in and out without making contact. It was the perfect place to hide. This is how I spent the week. I refused to get up for work or take a shower. I huddled on my bed, sticky with humidity from the hot August air, and floated soundlessly in my own sense of space. Occasionally I would gasp for air, realizing though there was no oxygen in the atmosphere for me to inhale. I existed in an endless bubble where everything transpired in slow motion. There were no sudden movements, everything was smooth, muffled, and lethargic. Angela came in and spoke to me, but her words no longer made sense. They came out garbled and confused, all variations of the same question. Are you okay? I'd pull my fingers from my eyes, blinded momentarily by the light, and mutter, "It's the flu, I'll be fine," before returning to my state of semi-consciousness. But I wasn't okay. I wasn't sure what I was. It wasn't quite fear. I had accepted that night that I was surely meant to die. My dreams told me so. Victoria had told me so. Who was I to question fate? I also wasn't especially confused. The information that Edward and the others were vampires only made things clearer. The murkiness and mystery were set aside, revealing the cold, stark truth. My boss and friend was a murderer. A demon. He was a creature of the night. It was possible he slept in a coffin and transformed into a bat. How was I to know? What I did know was that I'd seen him tear a young girl to pieces while I watched. His swift movements came faster than my eyes could comprehend, but I saw his strong, flawless body take command and destroy the girl who was determined to steal my life. I observed the pain and anguish written on his face as he came to me as I cowered in shock, bruised and damaged. I vomited that night in the woods, not from fear, but from the fact that as I watched him everything became tragically clear. I knew that the man of my dreams wasn't human. He was involved with some greater society of otherworldliness that I couldn't even begin to process. I knew though, even before Victoria explained to me, that Edward wanted me to be his mate. Before she fully explained what those words meant, I knew. Edward and I were connected by something larger than either of us. I pulled my fingers from my eyes and rubbed them a little, acclimating them to the light. I was ready to come down from space and enter the land of the living and accept what lay in front of me. Edward. I pushed the image of Bella, injured and distraught, out of my head while I ran through the wilderness of eastern Washington. The trail ran cold 200 miles east of Seattle, and as I circled the area desperately trying to recover the scent, I finally broke. Deep in the woods I used the quiet and isolation to succumb to the anger and despair over the loss of Bella. When Bella told me she was going to the concert I declined her invitation but knew I would follow to keep her safe. Alice checked Bella's night and all she saw was her and her friends having a good time. I was so in tune with her scent and pulse that I was sure keeping up with her wouldn't be an issue. She could have fun and I could have peace. Hiding among the festival goers, I listened as Bella and Angela discussed our date the prior night. Her friend was interested in all the details and her questions allowed me an insight into Bella's closed thoughts. She was excited about our night together, which was clear from her bright eyes and red-tinted cheeks. And when Angela asked her if we'd had say, I almost choked, horrified at the bluntness, yet I found myself leaning towards the two of them, desperate to hear her reaction. She quickly denied any contact between us, although the smile never left her face, and I thought I could see a trace of interest in her eyes. The idea that Bella could be interested in me the same way I wanted her was thrilling, even though it was tempered by the reality of our situation. Some things may not be possible even if the opportunity arose. I preemptively pushed these thoughts aside and settled into my surroundings, prepared to observe until the girls were safely back home. My failure came when Bella struck out on her own, away from her friends. She was in my line of vision the entire time, but a swell of people thickened between us and in an instant she was gone. I truly thought she had more sense, but I hadn't anticipated Bree being the one to lure Bella away. She had told me the night before that the missing girl was monopolizing her nightmares, so when she saw her she was instantly intrigued. I was so blinded by my obsession with Bella that I had underestimated the danger of James and his coven. In the forest, miles from home, I picked up a large boulder that was wedged into the shoulder of a cliff, and I heaved it as far as I could throw. My muscles strained under the weight, and the feeling of pressure momentarily took away the pain in my heart. I listened as it crashed through branches and eventually fell in the dark with a loud thud, breaking the stillness of the night. Feeling better, I heard from beside me. It was Carlyle. I had heard him moments before as he searched the area for me, following my frenzied trail through the forest. I ignored the question, since he knew the answer already, and sat on a wet log on the forest floor. Taking my silence as permission to continue, he sat next to me and said, Emmett is at Bella's keeping watch. Alice is in hysterics, having missed this again. She is convinced something is wrong with her and that she's losing her touch. Rosalie and Esme are doing what they can to calm her down. Like a child I fumed, you're here keeping tabs on me, so where is Jasper? The years of independence were slow to shift aside. Reaching out to Bella forced me to reach out to my family as well. I needed them and part of me hated it. It was one thing for my family to see me when I was happy or successful. It was another for them to find me in pain, licking the wounds of my failures. Jasper is doing some research. He may have a lead on the jewelry left at Bella's house, he said. He showed me images of the brooch and Jasper leaving town. We sat in silence. Even through the recent strains in our relationship we had always been connected. He created me, nurtured me, accepted my flaws. In many ways he replaced the father I had lost. There were times when I rebelled against him and his ways, and then there were times that I made him proud. Our relationship was complex yet eternal, constantly shifting with the passing of time, yet always fundamentally the same. I thought of this when I asked, how much do you know? I was hesitant to admit my failure, but prepared for his reproach. I could see Carlyle clearly in the darkness. Part of the vampire package was perfect night vision. Even now I could see the purple blemishes under his eyes, indicating his need to feed. He looked sad and worried, and his thoughts reflected this as well. Alice saw Bella wander off once she made the decision to follow Bree. She then saw you find her shortly thereafter, and Victoria's decision to run didn't come until later. Victoria was avoiding making a decision until just before and apparently kept Bree in the dark until necessary. They seemed to know Alice's gift well. He explained all of this, but didn't bring up what happened. He wasn't going to bring it up. He would wait for me to speak of it and tell him in my own words how my world came crashing down. I scuffed my toe in the dirt, pushing aside years of leaves and decay. I didn't want to say it out loud. But I had to. I've lost her, you know. I mused, almost more for myself than for him. He didn't speak for a minute, but his mind ran through the options of what could happen now that Bella knew the truth, and the consequences of her finding out in such a traumatic way. Carlyle was always a doctor first. Humans are resilient, and if she loves you, he trailed off because it was more of a question than a statement. Uncomfortable, I stood up and walked several paces away and finally said, I'm not sure if she does. She possibly would have, but now, I paused, grimacing at the truth. I disposed of Bree in front of her, Carlyle. It was tough. Bree had a newborn's strength and I was forced to fight her. I just don't know how Bella will recover from that. Or ever see me as more than a monster. Carlyle remained calmly sitting on the log, his own hair looking silver in the moonlight. Edward, you need to give her time. Alice is convinced she won't tell, which means for now you have to just wait this out. Your position in the community is too respected for her to risk the humiliation of revealing the truth, but it is going to be hard on her. You just need to let her have the space to decide if this is something she can adjust to." I knew he was right. He always was. Carlyle was the rational one. He was the member of the family that took his time researching and patiently waiting for results. I would have thought I was the same way until Bella entered my life. I found his eyes in the darkness and said quietly, "I've waited so long for her. I'm not sure I can bear it if she doesn't want me." I felt his arm sling across my shoulders, and he gripped the side of my arm tightly. I felt the same way when I first met and treated Esme. I knew then that there was something between us, but the time wasn't right. So I waited, and eventually, after more than 200 years, I was blessed with my match. If you push Bella, I have no doubt she will run. Her brain has to absorb this information and digest it. You're stronger than you realize, and you mustn't be a burden to her. I nodded in the darkness and I heard him laugh softly. "I know this is painful for you, Edward. Patience is not one of your virtues. But if you think she is worth it, you can wait." We sat in silence for a while after this. Carlyle eventually left to hunt and I traveled back the way I came, running hard and fast to clear my mind. I forced myself to go home and not go directly to Bella's. Emmett was there and he would take care of her if necessary. I was determined to give her space, as much as I could, while she processed this through. But I also decided that I would wait and watch and remain close by so that when she was ready I would be there. Bella. I woke to the darkness of night, the air thick with heat and damp with unbearable humidity. With a shaking hand I pushed the sticky hair off my forehead and flopped back on my pillow. Now that I had pulled out of my denial, I had to face the reality of my situation. I finally allowed myself to think about Edward and where he was or what he may be doing. Up until this point neither of us had made a move. I skipped work and didn't even attempt to call in and make excuses. Edward had been noticeably absent from my life as well. I had become used to his phone calls, drop-ins, and heroic visits in my dreams. I hadn't heard from him since the concert and it was clear he wasn't going to contact me first. If ever. During my seclusion my mind divided into two separate theologies. One firmly believed that I had made up the entire event. That it was simply another one of my vivid dreams and I needed to get a grip on reality. I considered that I may have been so giddy from my date with Edward that I fabricated this situation so I could run away and not address his flaws. The other struggled through nightmares, inspected the vicious purplish bruises on my arms, and cried over the death of a young girl. I knew which one was real. My nightmares had turned into something worse. Reality. They turned into a familiar play-by-play of the actual events except for the end. In my dream Edward doesn't save me, instead I'm left marching to the thick, dark forest. I realize immediately that my fear is not about Bree or Victoria or this other man, the vampire named James. They are taking me to those things I'm prepared for. I am accepting of my fate. I stumble after Victoria in the forest and I feel my heart wedged in my chest, panic rising in my throat, as I wait for him to appear. But he doesn't, and even in my sleep I fear he never would. Except tonight. He was there, lingering in the shadows of the forest, waiting to reveal himself in my dreams. I could feel his presence, the static rolling from his body, the intensity of his eyes behind the cover of darkness. Before he showed himself, I lurched out of my heavy sleep, still aware of the tinges of electrical current smoldering in the air. The air crackled around me and I suddenly became terribly self-aware. I stilled on the bed, listening to the quiet of the apartment. To the utter, impossible silence of my room. I could hear nothing, feel nothing but the spark in the air and I was compelled to find out. I sat up quickly, tensed, and whispered, "Edward." My ears strained against the night, only noticing the faint whine of the appliances, when I heard him. "I'm here." His voice was soft and more alluring than I'd remembered. My body had mixed reactions to the sound of his voice. I felt my muscles relax but I was acutely aware of the erratic thumping of my heart in the otherwise silent room. The small space was engulfed with an electric surge that frightened me and I found my hands grasping for the edge of the quilt and pulling it over my body protectively. As though a blanket could protect me from him. The room was smothered in darkness. I couldn't see him, there were no outlines or shapes to make out in the room, but I felt him near me. I took a slow steady breath and said, "Why are you here?" He didn't answer right away and I thought the air may s.k. out of the room. Eventually he whispered, "I couldn't help it, this is where you are." His confession knocked me back into my pillow. A bubble of fear rose in my chest. I wasn't afraid of Edward. Not really, but Victoria's words were stamped in my mind. Edward wanted me for his mate. I pushed these thoughts aside, unable to process them, and did what came naturally to me in awkward situations. I swallowed and joked into the tense darkness, "Don't you have to get permission or something to enter my house?" I heard him laugh bitterly under his breath, "No. No. Should I get out my holy water or garlic?" I hid some under the bed. I pushed again, easing the oppressive pressure in the room. I waited for his laughter to wash over me, but it never came. Instead he groaned. "God, Bella, how can you make jokes about this?" I rolled to my side, pulling my blanket up to my chin, and peered for him in the dark room again, in the direction of his voice, but couldn't locate him. It was better this way. We could speak more freely in the dark. He could do whatever he wanted and I would never see it coming. I was at his mercy. What am I supposed to do? Start screaming? Run away? I don't think that would turn out so well for me. I sighed, again avoiding the reality of these thoughts. "Are you afraid of me?" "No, not really." The words sank in the air. I had no idea if it was appropriate. I wasn't afraid but had no idea if I should have been. The other side of the question was left unspoken. "How did you get in here?" "Through the front door. I have a key." A chill ran down my spine and realization took hold. "You've been here before. At night. While I'm asleep." I knew the answer to this. I had felt him in the room every time I woke up. His soft thumb on my lip, his cool breath in the air. "Yes." Again we were silent. I was thinking of my next question. He was probably bracing himself for my words. "You were in my dreams. You saved me time and time again. But then you didn't." I absently reached my finger up to my lips to rub it like he had done so many times before. My skin never touched the flesh of my lip. His hand was there, cool and firm, guiding it away while his own took its place. Ket in a breath of surprise but reveled under the familiar yet gentle caress of his thumb. He stroked my bottom lip tenderly and I froze in my spot, afraid to move. It was a stark contrast to the tuppety I'd witnessed in the forest. There were at least two sides of Edward Cullen and I didn't know which one to trust. "I'll always be here to save you." He choked and pulled his hand away. I was trembling from his touch. Something so simple lit a spark in my body and I was immediately consumed with fear and intoxication. I craved his touch and his presence, but I knew this was all horribly wrong. Tension in the room grew thick, and I feared he would leave, so I allowed my curiosity to take over. This situation was unreal, but I was in the middle of it. I had questions that needed answers and I realized this may be my only chance. I took a deep breath and plunged in head first. "I have some questions I would like answered." He was quiet for a moment, probably shocked by my brashness. But then again, probably not. He cautiously answered, "I suspected as much." "Go ahead. Why are your eyes gold, and Victoria and Breeze are red?" I heard him shift from his position across the room. "It is the difference between us. They consume human blood. My family and I only drink from animals." I absorbed this information. I heard the words, but was having a hard time working it through my mind until it made sense. "Animals. We hunt for animals in the forests and we, drink from them." His voice was laced with disgust but also defensive. Being a monster wasn't a choice any of us made, but we do make choices about how we live. Bree and Victoria's words came back to me. They said something about Edward living an alternative lifestyle. I could only assume they didn't approve of saving humans when they appeared to get so much joy from killing them. He was waiting for me to speak again and I mulled my next question. "Have you ever killed a human?" I finally asked. His answer was quick and sharp. "Yes." The tension rose dramatically, but sitting in the dark next to a killer I was forced to ask the most obvious yet inane question. "Do you want to kill me?" He paused this time, almost for too long, and my heart was pounding so loudly in my ears I didn't know if I would hear him when he finally answered. "Yes. No. I don't want to kill you now, but I did." His voice was quiet and strained. "More than you can understand." His words were shocking and harsh. Truthful. He was attempting to be truthful even in this situation. He promised me he would never lie again, and I now knew this was true. I curled myself in a tight ball, wrapped under a thin summer quilt, and I almost begged, "Help me. Help me understand. I don't know Bella. The self-hatred was evident. Edward didn't want to hurt me. I knew this from his touch, his actions, but his nature compelled him to. I could hear this in his words. I sat back up and leaned forward a little, hoping to feel his tug, his pull. When I first saw you, or even before, your scent filled the house and it was exquisite. I'd never smelled anything so divine. I heard him inhale slowly, deeply, and my hands clenched at the sound of desire in his voice. Everything about you draws me in. The steady beat of your heart. The smell of your fear. The pulsing veins running down your neck. Your blood calls to me, Bella, like none before. His voice was tight as though he was struggling with himself, and suddenly I felt a flutter of air. The next time he spoke he was farther away, somewhere across the room. I'm sorry. I was still sitting on the bed, my fingers nervously picking at the fraying edge of the blanket, and said, "Don't be sorry for things you can't control, Edward." I couldn't figure out what to say other than that. Edward admitted he was a vampire and that he desperately wanted to kill me. Before. Not now. He also admitted, although in few words, that he was still drawn to me. That he was here because he wanted to be close to me. Minutes passed and I heard the latch of the door click as he opened it. A sliver of light filled the room from the hallway and I could see his faint outline. I want you to know that I won't hurt you and I will keep my promise. Victoria and James will not harm you either. I will keep my distance, but I will be watching to make sure you're safe. I opened my mouth to say something. Anything, but the words wouldn't form. He opened the door further and I could see him fully now. His hair was ruffled as though he had been running his hands through it constantly, and he was wearing a plain black t-shirt and jeans that were both wrinkled. His eyes were so dark, almost black. He was beautiful and tortured and not human. We stared at one another, both disheveled and lost. I blinked and he was gone. The only sound was the door shifting back into place, and once again I was in the dark. The days passed slowly following my late-night talk with Bella. In order to distract myself I hunted, researched, and attempted to locate James and his coven. From the reports in the news, I suspected he had abducted at least 2 more people during the last several weeks, most likely in an attempt to replace the loss of Riley and Bree. Jasper was focused on finding the origin of the brooch. Emmett and Rosalie settled in to watch Bella, which forced me to keep my distance. I was back to patrolling the streets at night to see what information or leads I could come up with. I kept an eye on the Quileute who worked in the coffee shop in case her furry friends decided to join the fight, but so far there had been no sign of contact. As I roamed the busy commercial district, my thoughts always drifted back to Bella. Her reaction the night she awoke to me in her bedroom had not been what I expected. Honestly, I didn't truly know what to expect, but Bella always surprised me. She had been nervous and apprehensive when she discovered me in her room. I could hear this in the increased tempo of her heart and in her wavering voice, but I also knew she wasn't truly afraid of me. She was cautious, and had questions, all of which I tried to answer the best I could. If she wanted to know more, I would have shared, but only when she approached me. I was afraid to give her more information than she was ready for. When I left her room that night, I knew I had to leave contact up to her. I definitely planned on keeping watch over her. The James and Victoria situation was too dangerous not to, but I wouldn't cross the lines of entering her home again until she asked. I knew if I wanted her back in my life I had to give her a chance to work through the situation. Emmett had become very protective of her during his days and nights watching her. He developed a soft spot for her clumsy nature and biting sense of humor. She was fine, he promised, allowing that she was simply staying at home, and he overheard her tell Angela more than once she's still recovering from the flu. Surprisingly, Rosalie also seemed intrigued by the human I'd chosen, and kept her normal scorn and hostility to herself for once. I knew she wasn't happy about spending her time guarding a human, but she was concerned about the threat James posed to our family and our life in Washington, so she kept her criticisms to a minimum. The minute I left her room that night, my phone began ringing non-stop, and when I finally answered, it was Alice begging me to allow her to visit Bella. I was firm in my response. Alice was not to have contact with her while we were in this situation. We fought over this for days, until I was forced to go to Carlisle to have him speak with. Agreed that we all needed to give her time and space, allowing Bella to have the opportunity to make the first contact. Although Alice had no problem nagging me until I relented, she unequivocally respected Carlisle's opinion and dropped the subject for the time being. It was after dark the night Emmett and Jasper burst into my office, where I had been sitting at my desk, solemn and brooding, as I watched tapes of Bella innocently working around the house. I was completely enthralled by the way she performed the most common tasks and activities. When I realized they were in the doorway, I snapped off the monitor quickly and busied myself with the paperwork in front of me. Too late, Edward. Emmett laughed, as Jasper gave me a sympathetic nod, since he obviously could feel my immense humiliation. I grimaced as Emmett continued, "You should realize we have super hearing as well. Stop being the beat stalker we all know you are and listen to what Alice told us," Emmett declared, and if I could have, I'm sure my face would have been red from the humiliation of being caught. I stood up and Jasper said, "Alice had a vision of a cabin in the woods. She thinks it may be where James and Victoria are hiding." Out. We were out the door in a second, and Jasper filled me in on the rest of the limited details as we hurried down the stairs. "She isn't sure where it is, but she thinks it's on the outskirts of the city. Other than that, it wasn't clear. We're just going to have to search." I agreed and we entered the garage. Piling in the Belvedere, with the top down, I drove out of the city and we combed the valleys trying to catch the scent of James and his followers. An hour before dawn we were successful, and found a small, wooden cabin reeking of vampires nestled in a thick grove of trees and backing up to the forest. Quietly, we forced our way inside, only to find the home recently abandoned but clearly having been the resting place of a group of vampires. James and Victoria's scents were all over the house, confirming that we found the right place. We spent some time familiarizing ourselves with the others' distinct smells as well. In all, it seemed James had been able to turn and maintain approximately 10 vampires for his army. Not a huge undertaking for us, but they were primarily newborns whose strength and hunger was not to be underestimated. Jasper, who was familiar with the vampire army concept, was certain that keeping a group this large in close quarters would only cause the newborns to fight amongst themselves, incurring casualties from within the group. As we searched the house, Emmett opened the basement door and he winced. "I think I found the owner." He descended the stairs and he began striking the dirt floor with the toe of his boot, revealing the remains of a man. He most likely never would have been discovered by the police if we had not found him first. James was particular who he turned and kept for his army, and apparently the man who lived here didn't fit his standards. As we left the cabin, Jasper placed an anonymous call to the police, and although we were unable to actually locate James or Victoria, we learned how they were hiding and how many of them there were. Wrangling 10 newborns would be very difficult. There was no way they could hide out in the city, Jasper said in the car on the way home from the cabin. This scenario fits. They break into a house, a home invasion of sorts, murder the owner, camp out for several days and then leave when people would begin to notice the owner missing. James is very precise in his movements. I agreed with this theory and we discussed our next measure of attack. James would most likely repeat this pattern, since he needed space to manage the newborns and covering from the sunlight. Jasper would go back to researching the brooch. I would travel the less populated areas of the city and suburbs, combing the minds of friends and neighbors who may be missing someone, and Emmett would go back to guarding Bella. It was only a matter of time before they made an attempt on her life again. After that night, I did as we discussed. I kept to my work and stayed away from Bella. It was possibly the hardest thing I had ever done, even harder than those first days when I was overwhelmed by her scent and the desire I had for her. I wanted to be with her and to protect her. I wanted to reach my hands out for her and touch her smooth skin and soft hair. But what I wanted was irrelevant, so for the time being I focused on keeping my promises. I sat in my car outside the house and opened my calendar one last time. Tuesday, August 18th. 9 a.m. board meeting. Noon lunch. 2 o'clock officers meeting. 4 o'clock budget review. I had written this information down in my planner weeks earlier. Edward would be out of the house all day at one meeting or the other and the house would be empty. If I went through the garage, the Volvo would be gone, and I knew that upstairs in his closet there would be one less ridiculously expensive suit, one starched shirt, a matching yet fashionable tie, and one of his 15 pairs of black work shoes that also cost as much or more than my car. I snorted to myself as I stepped out of the car. At one point, I found this behavior of Edward's predictable. Obviously, this was far from the truth. I used this humor to propel myself up the front walkway and steps of Edward's home. I caught my reflection in the mirror and noted my attire. I intentionally dressed down, in jeans and a tank, not giving the impression I was here to work. I didn't want anyone to mistake my appearance as a re-emergence of things being back to normal. This was another reason I decided to go in the front door instead of the garage. I wasn't entirely sure of my job status at the moment and it seemed presumptuous to enter the back. Was I fired? Had I quit? My paycheck had been deposited as usual, and for once I wasn't going to argue whether or not it was ethical for me to take it. I considered it workers' compensation for the mental and emotional turmoil I had undergone during the last 2 weeks. I doubted there was a clause for, my boss and potential boyfriend is a vampire and I am now suffering from post-traumatic stress after the grand reveal of this information, that I could sue over, but it still felt justified. Once again, I found myself standing on the front stoop, bracing myself for what would be on the other side. As I pushed my key in and twisted the knob, I found a surprise in the elegant foyer. Alice stood in the hallway with an eager, expectant look on her face. She was wearing a bright multicolored summer dress and thick high heels that made her several inches taller. It was clear she had been waiting for me, although I'd only just decided to come earlier this morning. "Bella," she exclaimed and rushed to me. She held her arms out to me expectantly and I could only eye her warily. I absorbed her yellow eyes and pale skin that I knew was cool to the touch. I hadn't asked Edward about the other members of his family, but clearly I had my suspicions. I wasn't afraid of Alice, but I didn't attempt to embrace her either. "Hi, Alice," I said and squinted my eyes suspiciously in her direction before asking, "How did you know I was coming?" She pulled back a little and I think she actually squirmed under my gaze. "Since you hadn't been to work in a while, Edward needed some help." I felt a rush of guilt at that, but in all, I wasn't convinced. "True, I guess. But how did you know I was coming? You were waiting for me." Alice took a little bouncy step forward and gave me a tentative smile. "Edward told you he would be watching to make sure you were safe. Didn't he?" My mouth dropped in horror. He had told me that, but I assumed it would be his security crew, not Edward himself. "He's been watching me. Like outside my house watching me." Alice shook her head and smiled. "No, not Edward. He's keeping his distance like he promised." I breathed a sigh of relief. For some reason I needed him to give me space, real space, so I could work all this out. I wanted our next meeting on my terms. If it's not Edward, then who? His security team, I asked. She hesitated for a second, although the reassuring smile never left her face. "Something like that. Look, I'd rather Edward tell you all this, okay?" I nodded in agreement because Edward and I had many things to discuss, my security only being one of them. We stood in the foyer together, Alice grinning while I grimaced with my hands shoved defensively in my back pockets. I hadn't expected her to be here and now that she was, my plan was a bit derailed. Alice finally broke the tension and said pouted, "I wish I could tell you more, but I'm not really allowed to talk. To you. I've probably already said too much." I rolled my eyes. "So Edward just tells you what to do and you comply." A wicked grin formed on her lips and she sniffed, "No, I don't. Which is why I'm not allowed to talk to you." I couldn't help but laugh at that statement because it was so obviously true. Alice was clearly not controlled by anyone, even Edward. I realized in that moment how much I missed Alice and her enthusiasm. I also missed Jasper and his quiet charm. And I even wondered where Emmett was, with his giant hands and quick wit. But most of all, I missed Edward. Lost in thought, I realized Alice had left the room for a moment but now stood in front of me with her bag and coat. "Bella," she said, gaining my attention, "I need you to remember your promise to me, the one you made that day we were cleaning Edward's closet." I knew what she was talking about. I had been thinking about it for the last several days. I had bound myself to Edward. I promised to always be his friend no matter what I saw or heard. I had been set up. "This is what you were talking about, isn't it? You knew I would find out," I stated. She nodded and said, "Yes, I knew you would find out, although not that way. But I was serious. You mean so much to him, please give him a chance. I don't know what would happen if he lost you." The severity of her tone scared me a little. Everyone spoke of Edward so seriously, as though he was fragile and scarred. I'd seen several sides of his personality. He was so strong and in control while fighting Bree. It was hard to reconcile that side of Edward with the scared man who couldn't wear tennis shoes or who snuck in my room in the dark. The only thing I could do was nod at her, and before I could react she gave me a quick hug. Turning on her heel, she started towards the kitchen and the back door. As she swung it open, she called out, "You've got 2 hours before he gets here. The key to his bedroom is hanging behind the mirror at the top of the stairs, and Bella," she paused as I walked into the kitchen where I could see her, "I said be his friend. I never said go easy on him. Give him hell. He deserves it. Edward." It was late afternoon before I made it to the house. I cancelled my afternoon appointment with the CFO because it would have been impossible for me to even pretend to pay attention during that meeting. Ever since Bella found out, everything else had lost meaning. My time at PNT was almost painful. Being around so many slow-paced humans was completely frustrating. They only reminded me of the one human I couldn't be with, and I was reminded how their blood was unappealing, their scents weak and bland. I longed to inhale the sweet flowery scent of the woman I loved. When I arrived at home that afternoon and opened the kitchen door, I was shocked to find the house brimming with her perfume. I roamed the downstairs, catching faint trails of her movements through the house. She had been here, sitting at her desk. I found her footsteps were imprinted in the threads of the library carpet, the oils from her fingers trailed down the rows of my CDs and her fingers had touched the edges of her favorite paintings. All of these were new. She had been here. I felt my heart surge as I rejoiced that she had been in the house and began to fantasize that maybe she came looking for me and that she wanted to talk. As I passed the main stairway, I noticed the scent was stronger going up the stairs and I rushed up to the dressing room hoping to find her. At the top of the stairs, I calmed myself in an attempt for once not to startle her and I carefully opened the door to the oversized closet. My heart dropped 1,000 feet when I realized she wasn't there and the room was empty. I ran my nose over the rows of clothing longing for a rush of her smell and stopped short when I got to my beloved t-shirt collection. I began flipping through the shirts and realized quickly exactly which one was missing. I sighed with the knowledge that she chose that particular one because she was hurting, and she wanted me to know it. I was turning to leave when something caught my eye. Bella's own shirt, a red tank top, was hanging from the hook on the back of the door that opened to my bedroom. I walked over and took it down, taking a deep, satisfying breath of her luscious scent. I paused when I discovered a second smell on the shirt, and my suspicions suddenly rose. Alice. Unsure of what exactly had happened in my house today, I decided to go in my office and review the security tapes before I made any other rash moves. I opened the door to my bedroom, the only access to my office, and actually uttered a gasp of surprise at the scene unfolding in front of me. In my private bedroom, where only my family had been allowed with my permission, I found Bella lounging on my black leather couch. Overshadowing the faint strains of music playing in the background, was her powerful heartbeat that exploded in my ears the moment I opened the thick door. Unsurprisingly, I realized immediately she was wearing the missing t-shirt from my collection. In her lap was a thick, leather-bound photo album, and she had one of my baseballs held up to her nose. There were so many things wrong with this picture, but at the same time everything was perfect. Absolutely perfect. This room was my haven. It held the collectibles from my past, the items that documented that I had existed before and after the change. Throughout the room were objects that I had possessed for decades and refused to part with. Besides the baseballs and leather album, this room held the only parts of my parents I could keep. Next to the couch was dark wood chair, simple straight lines, from my father's office. I'd had it reupholstered several times, but it was his all the same. Across the room was a chest from my mother's dressing set, as well as an armoire. Now Bella, who was truly the only person I had loved in my entire existence other than my parents, was nestled in the middle of it all. My past crashed into my present and it all slid perfectly into place. She glanced up at me standing in the doorway, unaware of my thoughts, and commented as though I had been in the room the entire time, "You know, I can almost still smell the leather on this ball. And it's what? 70 years old." There it was. The question that opened all the other questions. Whether Bella knew it or not, she had just opened Pandora's box and no matter how we tried to put the lid back on there was no going back. I nodded, unable to verbally respond although I knew the specific answer. I caught that ball in 1917. When I was 16 years old. That ball was 91 years old. I watched as she held the ball under her nose again. She took in a small sniff before focusing her attention on the book in her lap, while running her fingers down the faded programs I had mounted inside. You went to the World Series in 1917 and saw Shoeless Joe win the series. But you didn't go when they lost in 1919. Why is that? I was gaping at her knowledge of baseball and my idol, confirming my theory that Bella was the biggest mystery of my lifetime. I pushed the sound of her raging heartbeat out of my ears and said, I would have gone. But I couldn't. I floundered for the right words, it would have been too soon. She cocked her head to the side. Too soon for what? Too soon after this, and I gestured to my body. After my change. She studied me for a minute, her appearance calm. The only thing giving away her nerves was the sound of her thrumming heart. I watched as she swallowed, the veins on her neck expanding gently. So you were born in? She ventured. I wanted to run from the room and hide. This was the single hardest conversation I'd ever had. The other night in her room, I was cloaked by darkness, and although things were still tense, the tough questions laid ahead. I promised to be truthful and I was determined to keep my promise. I steadied my voice and said, 1901. 1901, she repeated. I nodded slowly. And you were changed in? She asked, her voice strong but her eyes wide. I locked my eyes with hers. 1918. I watched as she quickly calculated in her head, knowing where she would arrive as she subtracted the numbers. 17. I nodded again, never losing contact with her eyes. 17, she repeated, scrunching up her forehead until creases formed. Yes, 17. I forced my voice to remain calm. If I showed my nerves I could lose her. She was here, and I wasn't going to scare her off if I could manage it. Obviously still considering my age, she pushed the album off her legs and pulled her knees up to her chin defensively, wrapping her arms tightly around them. She closed her eyes for a moment, letting her head hit the back of the couch. I noticed how tired she looked, the dark circles tinted the skin under her eyes. She also looked too skinny, and I wondered if she had been eating enough and if her nightmares were still keeping her awake. Trying to keep to my word, I hadn't asked Emmett or Rosalie any of these things, but I doubt they considered what was normal eating and sleeping habits for humans. With her eyes still shut, she began talking again. You don't seem 17. Sometimes you do look young. I notice it when you were lost in thought and I can see this trace of youth in your appearance but not in your eyes. Your eyes have the depth of someone much older. You're 17, but at the same time you are actually, and again she began subtracting mentally. As she worked it out, I focused my eyes on the way the fabric of her jeans pulled across her knees. His shoes, plaid slip-on sneakers, were on the floor under her body, and her shirt, my shirt, draped over her shoulders. I finally broke the silence. 109. With her head still back, I could see her lips forming the words. 109. Over and over. I feared we were one step away from Bella running from the house in terror, so I attempted to redirect the topic. A little. Bella, why are you here? I asked. I was still standing in the doorway. I needed to move, but I also wanted to block her exit if she attempted to leave. I was incredibly desperate, but at the same time I wasn't sure what to do with her in my room either. I wanted her here so badly. I'd had thoughts of her sitting in that exact spot. The circumstances were not the same, but as long as she was here I would take her. Her head popped up, making her hair fly around her shoulders a little, causing a ruffle of her scent to pass in my direction. She narrowed her eyes at me in accusation. Why am I here? You broke into my room right. Without my permission. While I slept. On more than one occasion. True, I admitted. Well, turnabout is fair play. I figured I could snoop around your room the way you snooped around mine. She challenged and I couldn't really argue with her. Okay. That seems fair to me, I said. Although for the record, I want it noted I didn't really snoop around your room. She rolled her eyes at me. She still had her arms clenched around her legs and had them tightly bound to her chest. Whatever, Edward. How do I know you weren't rummaging through my underwear drawer? While I slept, I felt my jaw drop and I did the only thing a guilty man could do with an accusation like that. I lied. What? That's what you think I did? I did not. Ever. From her position on the couch Bella eyed me carefully. Fine. I believe you, she said before muttering under her breath, maybe. I took the moment of distraction to move further into the room. I just wanted to be closer to her. Feel her. I had missed her so much. I walked over to the shelves against the wall and picked up a photograph in a heavy pewter frame. Bella's eyes were on my back and I could tell she had shifted out of her defensive position and was now leaning a little in order to see what I had in my hands. She was curious, which was what continually kept her in trouble. I glanced down at the frame in my hands. Bella had no idea how hard the next few moments would be for me. I was going to show her the real me, the human me. It was something I had never shared with anyone, including my family. I carried the frame over to Bella and sat in my father's chair next to the sofa, giving her some space. Sinking into the rich leather cushion, I offered her the frame and she gently took it from me. It was a black and white picture of a man and a woman standing outside. It was faded and worn, the edges crumbling under the glass in the frame. The man was dressed in a dark suit and tie, the woman in a long, white lace dress and an enormous hat. Bella leaned forward, hovering over the photograph, so close I could see her breath leaving faint marks on the glass. Silently, she alternated between looking at the photograph and then glancing up at me, comparing the two. Her dark hair fell over her shoulder, trailing down her chest, almost grazing the frame, and I was amazed at the way she studied the photograph, as though she needed to memorize every detail for later. That is a picture of my parents. On their wedding day, or so it says on the back of the photograph. They were so beautiful, she said in an almost wistful voice. You have your father's hair, but I think your mother's cheekbones. Her words thrilled me. Even after all this time I had this need for a connection to my parents. These mementos were all I had. Encouraged, I left her on the couch and went over to the armoire against the far wall. It had several drawers inside as well as a closet. I slid open one of the drawers and pulled out a second frame. Inside, was a photograph of me and my father outside the polo fields where the World Series final game had been held. I walked back over to Bella handing her the photograph before sitting down again across from her. She ran her finger down the glass of the picture, tracing the images inside. She tilted the frame and pointed to one of the people and said, "Is this you?" The amazement in her voice was clear. Yes. On the day the White Sox won the series. The day I caught that ball in 1917. I pointed to the ball she had placed on the couch. It was 1 year before my entire family fell ill to Spanish influenza. 1 year before my mother and father succumbed to their deaths in a dreary, understaffed, poorly equipped hospital. 1 year, Bella, before my mother begged her doctor to save me, pleading for my life while she burned with fever. On that day in 1917, standing outside that ball field, I thought I had my whole life ahead of me. I had no idea at the time of the things that would come. I said, picking the frame out of her hands and studying it for a moment. Bella leaned back on the couch, her eyes focused on me. Her body had relaxed, her heartbeat normal, the level of fear in her scent was stabilizing. We sat across from one another, Pandora's box opened and turned on its side, the contents spilling on the ground. I was waiting for her to take the lead. I needed her to ask me. To let me know how much she wanted to hear. Bella let out a long, deep breath and placed the frame on top of the photo album on her lap. She flipped absently through several pages before shutting it again. Tell me about it. Are you sure? I asked, giving her an out. Yes, Edward, I want to know how this happened. How you became you, she said. I ran my fingers nervously through my hair and began. My parents died that year, in 1918. We all became very ill, and the last thing I remember was being in the hospital. I have no memory of it or what happened to my parents really. What I do remember is waking up thinking my body was on fire and that surely I was in hell. The pain was indescribable. I stopped to allow myself to monitor her reaction. Bella only shifted on the couch, folding her legs underneath before saying, "What was the pain from?" "The illness." I shook my head and laughed without humor. "No, Bella. It was the venom. Carlisle was the doctor my mother begged to save me. It was almost like she knew he could. That he would. Carlisle had me moved to the morgue, which was a testament of how close to death I was. The change begins when you are injected with the venom and then it proceeds to poison your entire body and it is immensely painful. I begged for death 1,000 times before the pain stopped." Bella was silent but listening intently, so I continued. "Carlisle took me from the hospital, easily due to the chaos of the epidemic, and then it took around 3 days for the pain to subside and my change to fully occur. I woke in an unfamiliar house in the countryside with Carlisle who explained everything. And this was in 1918. She asked. I assumed in an attempt to grasp the basic concepts of my time. Yes, I was the first person he changed and we became companions for some time. He later changed Esme, who you know as my mother, and then Rosalie, and later Emmett. I explained with little detail. What about Alice and Jasper? Did Carlyle change them as well? I could hear the nerves behind her question. She wondered if I had changed them. No, they came to our family on their own. Jasper is quite a bit older than me, and Alice has no recollection of her time before her change. Bella had begun nervously running her finger along the seam in the couch. She had more questions I could tell, but I needed her to ask them, so I waited patiently for her to continue. Why don't you eat people? I don't understand. Why are you protecting me? She asked. I grimaced at the idea of Bella envisioning me eating people. Carlyle decided when he was changed that he couldn't kill humans or anyone with a soul. He made a specific choice about how he would live and he brought me and the others into his way of life. She still looked confused, so I explained further. Carlyle lived differently than most of our kind. He studied and worked and chose to only take the lives of animals, not humans. In those early years, we hunted in the forests of Canada and the northern United States, and he taught me how to keep the demon at bay and fight against my primal nature. He taught us to use our immortality to help others and never forget that deep down we still retain the humanity we were born with. I paused and my gaze moved from her face to her hands, which were folded on her lap. I slowly stated my next words so she would understand. Carlyle's methods are what saved you the first day our paths crossed. I stole a glance at her face and was surprised to find her demeanor unchanged from before, although her heartbeat had quickened. Mentally, she was accepting of all of this information. Physically, her body was telling her to be afraid. Bella was strong and I could tell which part of her was winning no matter how foolish it was. What I was going to tell her was terrible and scary and dark and terrifying. It was who I really was, and she needed to know it. In a quiet but determined voice, Bella said, I know you're trying to scare me, but it won't work. You had your chance to kill me or let me be killed, and every time, you've saved me. Bella, I need you to understand something. I told her, and I found myself turning towards her and reaching my hand out tentatively to run my fingers along the smooth skin on the top of her hand. I needed to feel the warmth of her hand under my own to give me the courage to speak. I waited for her to flinch, but she never did. Instead, she flipped her hand over and ran her own fingers over my palm. The feeling of her hand in mine, after what we had been through, was more than I could begin to explain. I took a deep breath to settle my nerves, not for oxygen, and I said, I don't think I could ever hurt you. Over the last several months I have grown to, I paused, looking for the appropriate word, to appreciate you so much more than feeding my desires. But simply knowing me puts you in danger. The kind of danger that brings the likes of James and Victoria into your life. She gently pulled her hand from mine, and I watched as her brow furrowed and her pink lips pouted a little. Her expression confused me since it wasn't one of fear or concern. She actually looked hurt. So what you're saying is that you appreciate me. That's why you've been protecting me. I nodded, but still perplexed by her behavior. Of course I appreciate you. Isn't it obvious? I said, perhaps a little defensively. And I've been protecting you because this is my fault. James and Victoria are after you because of me. At that, she stood up, quickly moving across the room, stopping at the shelf with the other baseballs, where she picked them up one by one and inhaled their faded scent. The t-shirt was way too big on her, hitting the middle of her thighs, but the sight of her in it made my heart clench. Her heartbeat rose further, and I noticed a faint tint of red creeping up the side of her neck and settling in her cheeks. I found myself behind her, not touching her, but so close that I was choking back the venom that slid down the back of my throat. Something was pulling her away from me, but it wasn't fear. Edward, when I ruined your other shirt, how come I couldn't find a replacement? She asked suddenly. She was still facing away from me and she was fingering some of the other collectibles on the shelf. I had a feeling she knew the answer to the question, but I answered her anyway. It was an original. It can't be replaced, I told her. She turned around and looked up at me. So I ruined a collectible Rolling Stones shirt. Possibly one of a kind. I raised an eyebrow, wondering where she was taking this. Possibly. She dropped her hands to her side and pulled the shirt she was wearing forward and asked, and this one, it's the same thing. Real. I tilted my head to the side to get a better view of the shirt, reaching out to push Bella's hair over her shoulder. A slight tremor shook through her body at my touch and again her heartbeat fluttered aggressively. Yes, it's real. I saw her in San Francisco. I elaborated. I always liked the blue lettering. She dropped the shirt and ran her hand down her face and groaned. God, I'm such an idiot, she said. Only I would take revenge on my boss by ruining a priceless piece of history. And then I come back, in an attempt to be clever, I need to take this off before I ruin it. She turned to leave the room, I assumed to go change in the dressing room, but I stopped her by reaching out for her wrist. Don't, I said quietly, pulling her towards me. She spun around and her eyes searched for mine, and for a minute, I wasn't sure what she wanted. I had just told her my history. I was a vampire who hunted animals instead of people and that her life was in danger due to me, and in some strange deflection from the real topic at hand, we stood discussing music and t-shirts, and all I wanted to do was key her. And oddly she looked like all she wanted was for me to key her. I ran my fingers through my hair and my eyes were suddenly transfixed by the fact she was nervously biting down on her lower lip. After we stood there for an eternity, and just as I decided I could do this, I could really do this, we were both startled from the moment by a harsh buzzer from the doorbell below, as well as the chiming of my phone. Only one person would do both, and only one person would interrupt me when she knew what was going to happen. In fact, her little voice was shouting at me from downstairs right now, alerting me to the situation at hand. I sighed and opened the phone. I'll be there in a minute, I said and returned it to my pocket. Bella, that's Alice. I'm not sure why she is here, but I can only imagine it's important. She took a small step back. Our moment had passed and now she was fully aware of how close we were. Okay, yeah, I guess I should go then while you guys work on whatever it is you need to do, she said, and I watched as her face flushed. No, please don't leave. In fact, I'm worried about why she is here. Please stay, I said and gave her a small wishful smile. She returned the smile, but shook her head, casting her eyes down. I don't know, Edward. I'm not sure I should. I found my hand tilting her face upwards. Her pulse beat under my palm and I had to focus myself to move slowly and with restraint. Please stay. Use the guest room down the hall and I will secure the house before I go. It's not safe for you to go home, and I can't leave you if I don't know you're okay, I said, one step from full-out begging. A grin turned the corners of my lips and I added, plus, you can dig through all my things. And try on all my clothes. I saw her fight a smile. She put her hand up on mine and guided it away from her face, lacing her fingers through mine. That is a tempting offer. You know, I had my eye on that locked trunk over there. I'll make you a deal. She smirked and I raised my eyebrows in question. You give me the key to that and I will stay as long as you want. Not letting go of her hand, I walked over to the armoire again and opened the doors. I slid back a false panel and retrieved a metal key from the inside. I lifted our clasped hands and flipped hers over, placing the key on the middle of her palm. Miss Swan, you just made a deal, I said, and squeezed her hand gently shut around the key, and left the room before Alice came up to find me. Bella. I spent the remainder of the night going through Edward's deep leather trunk. The once smooth sides were scarred and dinged and it was held together with tarnished brass straps and rivets. I ran my hands over the worn leather, fingering the brass lock for a moment before I pushed in the old-fashioned key and listened to the latch release. As I pushed the box into two, I was amazed by the contents of the container. The trunk held small drawers and even what was once a hanging rack for clothing. The insides were lined with a faded and yellowing fabric that was still well preserved. Kneeling in front of the box, I began opening the drawers and cabinets, and what I found was neatly organized and completely enthralling. It was a treasure trove of Edward's personal history. Passports and travel documents were neatly stored inside and often affixed with photographs of the same, never-changing, hauntingly beautiful face. As I scanned the paperwork, I found that some had the name Cullen while others carried a different name, Masson, and he appeared to use them interchangeably. I eagerly flipped through the pages and noted that from stamps and writing inside the little leather booklets, it was clear he had seen the world many times over. And then there were the journals. Neatly stacked on the bottom of the trunk, I found that Edward had amassed 90 years of journals, documenting his travels and stops along the way. I discovered, in chronological order, pocket-sized, leather journals recording each incarnation of his life. Before I opened the first cracked and peeling book, I stopped myself for a moment and wondered if this was for me to read, if Edward was okay with the intrusion. But he had given me the key and he must have known what I would find. He wanted me to know. He wanted me to know him. Stretching out on the floor with my stomach flat on the carpet, I opened the book and found Edward's familiar, elegant script filling the pages. I pushed my hair over my shoulder and read his words, which were a retelling of the story from earlier that night, of how Edward woke up in a different world, a vampire, with Carlyle as his guide. It was painful reading them in his fresh, aching voice, but it made things clearer for me. Edward was lonely and missed his family. His memories were vague and he clung to whatever he could in an effort to survive. Reading about the aftermath of his change, learning to hunt and struggle against his inhuman nature, was heartbreaking. But as heart-wrenching as it all was, in the process of reading about his early days, I found something else out as well. Edward can read minds. This of course explained a lot of things, but it was also absolutely horrifying. I had many inappropriate thoughts about my boss, some possibly flattering and others just embarrassing. I decided not to dwell on this and focus on the fact that Edward can read minds. Or rather, from his descriptions, he could hear thoughts, and this apparently served him as a blessing and a curse throughout his lifetime. Over the next several hours, I devoured his writings. I was enthralled by the descriptions of his family and the places they lived. I learned Edward had been to medical school twice and had studied a variety of subjects at prestigious universities across the country. His siblings had been enrolled in local high schools several times in an attempt to fit in with the community so Carlyle could practice medicine. Besides the writings, Edward's books were filled with sketches of things or people he found interesting, and then there were the pages and pages of music compositions interspersed throughout his thoughts. The music surprised me, as I had seen no instruments in the house and he had made no comments of an ability to play. But I was learning by the moment not to underestimate Edward Cullen. I'd compared him to Batman before our date, but now I was leaning towards Superman. I doubted there was anything he couldn't do. My eyes were growing heavy as I flipped through the pages of the book I was reading, and I realized with surprise that Edward had been gone for hours and the sun would be rising soon. I had no idea if he would burst into flames if the sun touched his skin, but I assumed he would be home sooner than later, and I was trying to stay awake. As I was reaching for the journal that came next, I realized I had consumed them all. Confused, I discovered that sometime in the late 1980s Edward's writings came to an abrupt halt. Everything up to that time period had been dated and clearly marked, leaving a distinct history of his movements. All of that came to an end approximately 20 years ago, and I couldn't find a trace of anything in all the paperwork or documents in the trunk. I wondered if this was when he fell out of contact with his family. Was this when he became a recluse and a workaholic? Slowly, I sat up and began putting all the books and notes back into the trunk the way I'd found them. As I organized them, I stopped when my hands picked up a thin black leather book bound tightly with a cord. This was the one journal that intrigued me the most. Edward apparently had a period of rebellion from his family, and went against the wishes and choices of the others. I'd skimmed it earlier, stunned by the sharp contrast of his thoughts and actions. He told me he had murdered before, but it was entirely different to read his descriptions. I set it aside while I finished cleaning up. After closing and relocking the trunk, I carried the journal with me over to Edward's couch. Propping a cushion behind my head, I leaned back and began rereading the passages that caught my interest. Unable to hold off any longer, I felt my eyes sliding shut and I began to doze off to images of Edward and his story filling my head. There was one thing I'd come to determine after tonight. Even though Edward's living age came to end at 17, I could now truly see he could not be confined by a number. He had lived more than one life, had seen many wars, and studied under the brightest men and women in academia. He had experienced more than the average human could even imagine, yet at the same time, he was trapped in the body of a young man. I turned on my side, clutching the book to my chest. Edward had experienced so many things. He was complex and emotionally fragile. But he was also compassionate, and underneath his gruff exterior and the carefully written words in his journals, there was one thing I was sure of. Alice was right. I was the only person he had let into his life in all these years. In his own stunted way, he had shown me more of himself than anyone else. He needed me, and more than that, all Edward truly wanted was to be accepted and loved. I promised Alice before that I wouldn't leave him, and that I would always be his friend, and I came here today thinking I would do just that. But now, after learning so much about him and his past, his thoughts and his ideas, something in me changed. I found that I not only was attracted to Edward as the charming man on my date the other night, I was also fiercely attached to the compelling and complicated vampire I'd discovered since. I pulled his shirt up over my face and breathed in his unique smell. Without fear or trepidation, I knew now that I was sinking into him, into his world, into his family, and I was ready to be swallowed whole. From high above we watched the police attend to the crime scene. Emmett was with me and we were standing up on the roof of a tall building behind the coffee shop where James had taken his latest victim, sacrifice style. The discarded and drained woman was lying on her back with her arms to the side. Her skin was torn and the thick, coppery smell filled the air from the congealing pools of blood under the body. I muttered under my breath as the heavy piece of metal snapped off the railing. I aimed at the blank wall of a building in the distance, preparing to throw it, but once it left my hand, Emmett stopped it mid-air with his palm and dropped it casually to the ground. I growled in frustration as it landed with a resolved thud on the cement floor. "Knock it off, Edward," Emmett said, glancing back towards the crime scene. "I know you're angry, but making a bunch of noise will only distract them and not help us." I sighed heavily because Emmett was right and I hated it when he was right. Once again we had been tricked. James was playing us and it was getting old. Earlier that night, when Alice called, I knew it must be important. Alice wanted this relationship with Bella almost as much as I did. She wouldn't have interfered if it wasn't an emergency. From upstairs I could already see the vision she had received. The vampires were going to Bella's apartment, and were pictured rummaging through her belongings while Angela was in her room. It pained me to leave Bella at that moment. We were so close to pushing through this thing, coming out on the other side together. She was accepting me. All of me. My phantom heart was close to bursting at the thought. But I had to make her safe, and surprisingly she agreed to stay. Of course it took a bribe, which I willingly acquiesced to, anything to keep her out of harm's way. As I placed the key in her hand, I knew what she would find inside the locked trunk. I wanted her to know. I wanted her to know everything, and what better way than through my own words. Forcing myself to leave her, I found Alice, Jasper, and Emmett waiting on me downstairs, and we quickly drove to the apartment. Angela was inside asleep and the others quietly surrounded the building while I snuck inside. Hours passed and unease settled into my bones as neither James nor Victoria appeared. I slipped out the door and found Jasper, alone, by the edge of the parking lot. "Something's wrong." I nodded in agreement and we searched out Alice and Emmett to reassess our plan. "Alice, what are we missing?" Jasper asked as he rubbed her back soothingly with his hand. She was visibly distressed but began calming under his powerful touch. Without speaking she began apologizing to me and showing me the darkness of her mind. Her visions were muddled and she felt like she was failing all of us, especially me. I reached out for her and wrapped my arms around her. "This isn't your fault. We're putting too much pressure on you." She buried her face into my chest and I looked helplessly at Jasper and Emmett. Alice shuddered violently under me and fell limp and I tightened my arms around her. It only lasted a moment but I could see it all as it flickered through her mind. Black hair, russet skin, deep brown eyes, scratching and striking, tearing, bleeding. I saw a flash of neon and wet alley and knew immediately where we were supposed to be. "You need to stay here," I said to the others, releasing Alice into Jasper's arms. "I know where they are, but it could be another ploy. Keep Angela safe and stop them if they show up." Jasper nodded and I ran into the woods behind us. A moment later I heard footsteps behind me and Emmett's thoughts shouting through the dark. "Wait up, Edward. At least tell me where we're going." I slowed my pace. Emmett was the biggest of our group, huge for any vampire really, but I was fast and when I was going full speed there was no way he could keep up. "I told you to stay behind." "Yeah, and when did I start listening to you? I am not allowing you to go alone into this." We were leaving the density of the forest now and could see lights in the distance. "We are going into town. There is a shop I frequent. Bella does as well. That is where James has found his next victim." I explained. "So this person is connected to you and Bella." "She is," I said as we darted through the edge of the business district. I ducked into an alley and scaled the brick wall of the nearest building, my fingers reached the top, and I leveraged myself over onto the roof. Emmett followed with a heavy thump as his feet hit the top. We made our way, rooftop to rooftop, leaping over edges and railings, until we were over the darkened alley I had seen in Alice's mind. The smell hit us before we saw the scene below, and I could hear the distraught, frustrated police below. The girl, the Quileute, was stretched out on the pavement lying in her own blood. Her neck, snapped, jutted at an odd angle, but her beauty wasn't lost even in death. Deep crimson splatters patterned across her white apron, and her left knee would have bruised from the impact of hitting the ground. I noticed her typically creamy tan skin was already losing color from the loss of blood. My eyes traveled over her lifeless body and settled on her ankle, where I could see inked into her skin the primitive outline of an animal. As if he could read my thoughts, Emmett said aloud, "What's on her leg?" Placing my hands on the metal railing in front of me, feeling the hard metal soften and bend under my pressure, I realized James had stepped into territory he was unequivocally not prepared for. His list of enemies just tripled. A wolf. Bella. Paused, tentatively rolling over. I was surprised when I didn't feel the edge of the couch underneath me. Instead, I continued flat onto a smooth, soft cushion. I opened one eye and found myself in the middle of a huge bed surrounded by pillows and covered with a warm blanket. I sat up slowly and got my bearings by looking around the room. It was light outside. Gray, early morning light filled the room, making it easy to see the furniture and decor of the room. It only took me a second to realize I was in Edward's guest room. The room was painted steel gray, and like the rest of the house, had high ceilings with thick moldings at the top of the walls. The furniture was a dark wood, almost black, and there was a dresser, chest and nightstand, as well as the large bed I was currently inhabiting. The light filtering into the room came from a high dormer window that nestled into the wall with a bench seat underneath. I tried to remember how I got to this bed last night, and I couldn't. The last thing I was able to recall was dozing on the couch, waiting for Edward and reading his journal. Confused, I glanced around the room again until my eyes settled onto the small leather journal that had been placed on the nightstand. I picked it up and ran my fingers down the smooth, worn front. Edward was a vampire. I found myself at moments over the past week chanting these words. I knew it was true, but I almost had to constantly remind myself, because who really does what I was doing? Who else would fall for someone like this? He was a demon. He had said so, and his diaries proved it. But he was also caring and loyal and beautiful. I sighed to myself and turned on the lamp next to the bed. Throwing the blanket back, I realized I was still in my clothes from last night. Or rather, part of my clothes and part of his. I began quickly walking over to the adjoining bathroom when I saw something on top of the dresser. I stopped and realized it was clothing from my house, neatly folded, and waiting for me. Picking them up, I pushed open the bathroom door and walked inside, flicking on the lights. I had been in here before, of course. In fact, I knew it was fully stocked because I was the one who had done it. The cabinets and closet were filled with anything I would need for the day, and suddenly I was grateful for Edward and his obsessive nature. Reaching into the shower, my hands found the brass knobs inside and I twisted them until I reached the right temperature. I stepped under the forceful stream of water, allowing the night to wash from my body, and I began preparing myself for what waited for me on the other side of the guest room door. I needed to know where Edward had gone last night. I wanted to know exactly what he was feeling about me and the journals, and us. Turning off the water, I found a plush towel hanging on the wall, and as I dried off, I felt my chest clench with anticipation. I knew that everything in my life was going to change once I left this room. The barriers were down, and Edward and I needed to talk. Still barefoot, I exited the guest room and stepped into the hallway. I assumed Edward was home, but I wasn't sure where he was. I paused for a moment and wondered if I would still be invited into his room this morning, or should I go back downstairs to the common areas. Before I had the opportunity to decide, I heard a loud crack and the sound of splintering wood from the dressing room. I felt myself jump at the harsh noise and caught in my breath, wondering if James or Victoria were in the house. My heart was hammering and I steadied myself against the wall. Unsure of what to do or where to go, I essentially froze on my spot in the hallway. Only a moment passed before Edward's head popped around the corner of the dressing room and his hard eyes immediately softened as they met mine. Immediately he was at my side. "Sorry. I didn't mean to scare you," he said, and I felt his cool breath wash over me, calming my nerves instantly. I looked him over, and the shaky fear I felt before quickly turned into something else. His hair was wild and his face was beautiful as always. I was drawn into his deep yellow eyes, brighter than yesterday, and although I wasn't afraid, my heartbeat quickened further. Engrossed in his eyes, I swallowed thickly and said defensively, I wasn't scared. A small smile tugged on his lips, which drew my attention away from his gaze, and he said, really? Your heart tells me otherwise. And still frozen in my spot, I watched as he tilted his head before reaching out and pushing my hair aside, over my shoulder. I held my breath at the contact and reveled in the electricity coming from his touch. His fingers hovered over my shoulder for a moment when his face suddenly became determined and he gently grasped the back of my neck. I felt his thumb stroke lightly along the tender skin before settling in one spot. Yes, your pulse is fluttering like a hummingbird's wings. A tremor of fear rushed through me, but it wasn't due to his touch. As I remembered what I learned last night about Edward and his abilities, I felt my face burn in embarrassment. My attempt to squelch the grimace that formed on my face was futile. What? He asked, but never removed his hand. His hand was cool against my overheated skin and it felt so right. So good. Damn it. Those were the thoughts that he didn't need to know. Don't act like you don't know, I told him, and I swear his body was leaning closer into mine. Why did he choose now to get so personal? Total confusion crossed his face, so I continued, Edward. I read your journals. I know you can read my mind. This came out as a humiliating mumble, as I was horrified to say it out loud, and my brain had turned to simple mush under his touch. Recognition replaced the confusion and his own face contorted as he said, no, Bella. That is the thing. I can read every other mind, and every other thought of every mundane, immature, ignorant person out there but yours. Yours is closed to me. He was so close to me now, pulled together like magnets. My hands were on the wall behind me, fingers pressed into the surface, afraid that if I didn't hold on to something that I would crash into him. His thumb was fixed on my pulse while my eyes were forward, fixed on his smooth, angular jaw. Why? Why am I closed to you? I whispered, confused by this revelation. He chuckled softly, the hair over my ear ruffling. I have no idea, Bella. But it is a dual version of heaven and hell for me. The peace I feel with you is incomparable. The desire I have to know your mind is consuming. Everything about you is so conflicted. We stood for a moment, processing this information, when I realized I had to say something before I stood here all day, weak in the knees, completely absorbed in this man. What was that sound then, if not a group of vampires searching your house for me? I said, attempting to make a joke. At my words he dropped his hand and distanced himself. His eyes flashed with anger and darkened. It was like I'd slapped him. I'm sorry. Too soon for vampire humor. I asked in a lame attempt to repair the damage. His face softened, but it didn't reach his eyes. We need to talk, was all he said, and I felt his cool hand slip into my own before he walked me down the hall toward his rooms. As we entered the dressing room, I noticed the door was off its hinges, the long screws torn from the wood and the door frame cracked and splintered. My feet stopped as he attempted to gently pull me forward, past it, and I asked, is this what made the noise? Did you do this? He stopped and sighed, yes. I eyed him suspiciously and he squirmed with guilt. Are you the one that pulled out the intercom system downstairs? I asked, already knowing the answer. He reluctantly nodded and I made a face, really? What on earth made you do something like that? He looked at me like I should know this answer as well. I had no idea what would cause him to tear up the house. With a deep sigh he said, you Bella. I ripped up the house because of you. Me? I asked, still several steps behind in his thought process. We were standing in the middle of the dressing room. He was so much taller than I was, at times it seemed like he towered over me. I looked up at him and when he spoke his voice was low, Bella, you barely survived that night. It was almost the end for you. He paused and cast his eyes down, it was almost the end for me. It was either the intercom or both of us. I think I chose well. His words hung in the air. The idea that it all could have gone differently for both of us was staggering. He tightened his grip on my hand and tugged me past the damaged door and into his room. With one last glance towards the broken door he shook his head. I should have learned my lesson about breaking stuff last time anyway. I walked over to the couch to sit down. Lesson? What are you talking about? You know, I can't read minds either. I laughed and settled into the cushion. He sat down next to me, leaving a wide strip of leather between us. I frowned at the distance. He pushed his hair back. When I broke the intercom system we had to call the electricians, which is how you met Tyler who asked you on a date. He explained. The look on my face must have shown my confusion because he continued. On your date you met Victoria and well, you know what happened after that. But I don't know. And I need you to tell me exactly what is going on. I told him and I meant it. He hesitated and I watched his long fingers rub across his cheek as he mentally began editing his words. He opened his mouth to speak but I stopped him. I need to know all of it, Edward. If this, and I gestured between the two of us, has any chance of working at all you must be completely honest with me. Edward leaned back in his seat and I heard a quiet groan from his throat. His fingers were back in his hair and he finally said, okay. I'm going to tell you everything that I know. But understand this is really hard for me. He scooted a little closer and put one arm on the back of the couch. It's in my nature to protect you and what you are going to hear is the ugly side of my life. I don't want to scare you off. He admitted, and his amber eyes reflected his emotions. My hand found his and I said, that's a choice you have to let me make. But I need all the facts first. I watched as Edward's lips formed the words to explain the terror James and Victoria had inflicted on the community. He spoke of murders, sacrifice and spilt blood across the city. Bitterly he explained how he found out these losses were due to a vendetta against him and possibly his whole family. That James had been hunting him while he attempted to protect others. I could tell, as he recounted the times he had failed, how much this pained him. How he carried the burden of lives lost in this battle between James and himself. At times during his long story he trembled in anger, rage boiling beneath his skin. By the time he finished my teeth were clenched and my fists were bound tightly. So what you're saying is that James is murdering people, turning humans into vampires, and stalking me, in an attempt to get back at you. Edward nodded and he pried open my fist, smoothing out my fingers one at a time. What makes you so important to him? I asked, not fully understanding, and having a feeling Edward was leaving something out. Twisting the silver and turquoise ring on my right hand between his fingers he said, James is convinced I have something that is his. So far we can't figure out what this is. I wanted to ask more questions. I had more questions but Edward was distracting me. I wasn't sure if he knew how much his touch affected me but it did. Just by rubbing my hand I was lost to most levels of coherency. Once again his fingers found my pulse. Gently inching away from my hand and roaming around my wrist, he zeroed in on the pulsating vein and covered it with his thumb. His head was down and his hair was brushing against my bare arm. Why do you keep doing that? I asked, truly curious. Because I like to feel your heartbeat. Your life, he answered, skimming his thumb across my wrist. I shivered and with his face turned down I could see the faint smile playing across his mouth. I can hear it, through the entire house. Sometimes even outside, he mused, watching to see my reaction. I said nothing, longing to hear more of his confession. Your heartbeat has become my compass. At first though, it taunted and provoked me. It betrayed you. But now, I'm at a loss when I can't find it. His voice was so soft, almost musical. He hypnotized me with the sound of it and the gentle pressure of his touch. I was lost in him and couldn't find the words to speak. In your scent, Bella. He pulled my wrist under his nose and inhaled. It's like nothing you've ever imagined. This struck me as amusing and laughter escaped my mouth before I could suppress it. Looking through his thick lashes he asked, is this funny? I shook my head and said, no but you're wrong. I can imagine. Edward rolled his eyes at me. You can, you say. Because Bella, when I catch your scent I am overwhelmed by the desire to find you. To hunt you. I want to consume you. I have never in all my years wanted anything or anyone more than you. He was challenging me, but he underestimated the feelings and emotions that coursed through my body. I extracted my wrist from his clutch and pulled his hand towards me, resting it on my knee. So when you say you want me, what you really mean is that you want to eat me, right? His eyes narrowed at my crassness but he gave me a short, yes, in response. Picking up his smooth hand I turned on the couch, tucking my knees underneath me, and faced him. And you don't think I understand this, desire? I asked. His eyes were no longer narrow but focused intently, following my every movement. I pulled his hand up to my nose and inhaled, replicating his actions from earlier. Edward, I haven't lived as long as you, clearly, but I have been around people, other men, and none of them have ever appealed to me the same way you do." He opened his mouth to protest, and I stopped him by holding up my hand and guiding him to place his palm and fingers flat against my own. "Do you feel this between us? The energy? That has nothing to do with me being your dinner. But it has everything to do with me and you. You say this, but you don't understand. When I hear your heartbeat, my mouth fills with venom, in preparation to take you. The nature of my demon is to appeal to you, and attract you. We are all like this. Me, James, Victoria, it's how she led you away that first time. Jasper and Emmett, Alice," I prompted. He nodded solemnly, his fingers folding into mine, and once again they laid atop my knees. "Well, Alice does smell nice, I admit. And Jasper and Emmett do have an alluring thing going on, but that really has nothing to do with their scent as much as, well, other things." I smirked at his alarmed expression. "You're the one I want, Edward, do not misunderstand," I said quietly. Comprehension flickered across his face, and I think he finally caught up. "Some of what you're feeling isn't just bloodlust, although I accept that is there. But when two people are attracted to one another, other things come into play. Chemicals and hormones," I continued. "Don't deny me my feelings." "I won't," he promised, "but tell me. What are your feelings? Not being able to read you is unbearable." He was right in front of me, this exquisite creature, and he had been so honest with me. I needed to be the same in return. "This terrifies me," I said, and he attempted to pull away, but I clutched his hand. "Not because you are a vampire, but because I have never felt this way either. I feel like I am ready to jump in this thing head first with you." His eyes locked with mine, steady with resolve, even if it's wrong. "Definitely." Edward lifted my hand to his mouth. With his perfect lips he gently pulled the skin stretched across the back of my hand with his lips and sent shivers down my spine. "It's wrong," he whispered. "I know," I replied, but I couldn't keep the grin off my face. Over the next several days a new routine replaced the old one. After my first night sleeping at Edward's, I went to my apartment with Alice in tow and explained to Angela I had to house sit while Edward was away on business. I encouraged her to pack her own things and move in with Ben if he approved. The apartment wasn't safe for either of us as long as James was still hunting me, and Edward assured me that I would be safe in his home. Edward also told me about Leah, the girl from the coffee shop. Her death stunned and saddened me in an unexpected way. She would have been safe at home, under the traditions and safety of her tribe. She hadn't believed their legends, which had horrific consequences. Befriending me had been the nail in her coffin, and I told Edward so. He'd laughed sarcastically and admitted that I did seem to attract trouble, but that this one was on him and no one else could take the blame. I smiled lamely and pretended to agree, but part of me knew I was responsible. What he didn't tell me was why his attitude had suddenly shifted about James. He was still focused and determined to find him, but the dynamic had changed. He mentioned Carlisle and treaties, which I assumed had to do with the Quileute tribe, but it wasn't clear. The tension shifted from James and his coven to a broader anxiety, including the mysterious residents of La Push. With the level of stress we were all experiencing, I was surprised at how quickly Edward adapted to my presence in his home. Rooms and doors that were formerly off limits were opened, and I was eagerly invited in. I discovered he had a full office, safe room off of his bedroom, equipped with security monitors and computers, and he even showed me the stairway to the attic, where he spent much of his time. Edward respected my privacy by never entering my room or asking me to work past my regular hours, although my job description had changed some since I moved in. I resumed my regular work, but Edward accompanied me out of the house if I had business to attend to, and we both devoted all our extra time researching possible leads on James and his newborns. I had spent the morning going over recent breaking and entering reports from the police records Jasper had hacked into. The guys were convinced that James must have a pattern for the homes he was invading, and we were all desperately trying to connect the dots. Regardless of the involvement of the fabled wolf pack, no one wanted any further deaths in the city. Alice's visions were still vague and clearly being manipulated by the others, although we still could not determine how they knew so much about how her gift worked. Unfortunately though, this meant Edward could no longer rely on her for support and had to go back to his basic forms of investigation. On this sunny day, I had been given a stack of documents to highlight, and upon completion I ran up the stairs as quickly as I could in a denim skirt and flip-flops to find Edward in the attic. Breathing heavily, I reached the last step and paused at the entrance of the room. Edward had rows of papers lined up across the floor, organized in some way that I was unable to decipher. He was standing, tall and lean, over the lines of papers, deep in concentration. He knew I was there. I'd come to find how truly amazing his senses really were. He could hear sounds from streets away, or the ruffle of my sheets as I slept. He easily could see the small print on the papers below him from 6 feet away. And he could hear my thundering heartbeat at almost any distance. Edward told me these things at random, like he needed to get them off his chest, and I lapped up every drop in detail like a woman dying of thirst. He was becoming my sustenance, the water and air I breathed. From the doorway, I absorbed him. His thick, dark hair, the sharp lines of his face. His skin looked smooth as glass, and I was dying to run my hands over it, claim it, but I hadn't summoned the courage. Quietly I skirted around the papers and perched myself on the desktop across the room. The large desk was underused, as Edward preferred to spread out and see everything at once in an attempt to crack the pattern he was convinced was there. I'd made this my place in the room. It was out of the way, yet gave me the perfect view of the imperfect man in front of me. The professional in me said I was observing, learning from one of the more powerful men in corporate America. The woman in me knew I was simply ogling him behind his back. As welcoming as Edward had been, the tension between the two of us was thick and becoming almost unbearable. The moment in his room, when he keyed at the back of my hand, was amazing. But I wanted more. And he wanted more, but something was holding us back. I was tired of holding back. I had decided I was going to have to take the lead here. Falling for a man who lived during the repressed times of the early 1900s was fascinating. And frustrating. If I waited around for Edward to make a move, I could be as old as he is. Taking the opportunity of an empty house and a distracted Edward, the first decided to try to make some leeway. Watching him study the papers, I realized he wasn't going to stop working on his own and notice me, so I began to swing my legs from the edge of the desk noisily and let my shoes drop from my feet one by one in an effort to get his attention. Nothing. I huffed a little and arranged my hair over my head in a ponytail, knowing the movement would send waves of Bella smell in his direction. I pulled and fluffed and twisted, all while running my fingers through my long tresses, hoping to lure him out. Giving the scent of Bella a moment to travel through the air of the room, I looked at my personal vampire hero. He was wearing a blue button-down with a white t-shirt underneath, and light khaki pants that rested gently at the top of his navy sneakers. Pausing my eyes on the back of his legs, I wondered for a moment what he would look like in shorts. I wrenched myself from my daydreams and realized my efforts to gain his interest were failing. I recognized that if I wanted this man to notice me, I was going to have to push harder than that. Determined, I called, "Edward," while still swinging my legs back and forth off the side of the desk. He turned and looked at me, a smile on his face, eyes soft but distracted. "Yes." I returned his smile. "I've been thinking." I hesitated, making sure I had his attention. "About your thing here, this side business, you tracking bad guys." Edward's brow furrowed. "What exactly have you been thinking about?" Although Edward was open and honest with me, I often had to press him for details. I could tell he attempted to protect me from his world. My fingers wrapped over the edge of the desk nervously. "Well, publicly you work for PNT. Doing all those fabulous things you do for the community." He nodded, his eyes narrowing as he attempted to follow my train of thought. I knew the fact he couldn't read my mind frustrated him. Sometimes, though, I was sure he thought I was an imbecile. I took a deep breath and continued, "But during the rest of the time you research and study looking for people to help, crimes to stop, right?" I smiled warmly at him and his eyes lit up. "I guess that's kind of what I do. I try to help people. Using my abilities." Looking around the room, I pointed to the huge filing cabinets and bins of papers, the maps on the walls. "But it's more than that, you have a whole process here. And you have Jasper who helps and Alice assists with her visions. It's really incredible." His eyes followed my hands as I spoke, and instantly he was in front of me. "Thank you. I'm trying, it's my attempt to make up for the time before." I nodded in understanding, and I did understand. We spoke of his rebellion. The early years he left his family to live a different life. It worked for a while, killing murderers and rapists, but in the end it wasn't enough, or maybe too much, and eventually he returned home. I was happy he had moved closer to me, but now he was distracted again, this time by the past. "Edward," I said, and baited him back to present times with my voice. I waved him over and he obliged, stopping inches from my legs. Better, but still dissatisfied with the distance, I sighed, and in a move that caused my face to burn I reached my shaking hands to his hips and pulled him towards me. I looked at his face, which at this distance was only several inches higher than my own. He had a flawless eyebrow arched in amusement and very willingly allowed himself to be settled against my knees. "So what I've been thinking is that you really are kind of like a superhero," I said, and the amusement dropped quickly from his face and was replaced with a grimace. But he didn't move. "No," I said, and I tentatively reached my hands to his face. It was as if he was molded from clay. Perfectly symmetrical, flawlessly aligned. I ran my fingers over every inch of exposed skin, memorizing his features. His eyes fluttered shut at my touch and I ran my fingers across the crease in his forehead and over the faint purplish smudges under his eyes. With a sigh I let my palm ghost over the length of his jaw, beginning at the wide spot beside his ear all the way to his chin. "Don't let that upset you. You're doing a good thing," I told him as I eyed his Adam's apple bob with a deep swallow. My skin pricked at the sight of him struggling, and as much as my body craved more, my instincts were on alert. With his eyes still shut, his hands found my legs and he trailed his fingers over my skin. "I don't know if that's true. I tried, until I met you. But now it is all a mess. James wants you because of me. He killed Leah because of me. Superheroes don't let people die." He breathed and opened his eyes, the pain evident. I rubbed my finger over his lip as he had done to mine in comfort countless times, and I struggled to remain lucid as his tongue darted out in response. "You are not responsible for his actions. But you and your League of Justice will take care of him. I have faith." He shifted forward infinitesimally as I let my fingers spread behind his ears and slip into the tangle of hair on his neck. He was close, but it was still too far. The void between us was wider than the actual physical distance. I felt his fingers pressing into my knees as though he was resisting something. Me. I searched his face and the conflict was clear. The want in his eyes was unmistakable, but the fear threatened to overpower his desire. In a moment of pure self-consciousness I began second-guessing my attempt, and I felt the burning heat creep up my neck and face. I loosened my trembling grasp from his hair and began to pull away slowly. Before I could fully extract myself, Edward shuddered and exhaled, "God, I want you so much." And my eyes flew to his and I nodded silently, willing him to understand I felt the same. I was giving myself to him. Sacrificing my comfort for the next step with him. I needed him and would take whatever he could give back, even if it had disastrous results. His hands moved from my knees to my waist and he leaned in so slowly, head tilted, close enough to feel the tension rolling off his body. I licked my lips once and shifted my hips under the weight of his hands. "Don't move," he whispered, and I froze under his spell, willing to submit to his every whim. I closed my eyes and I could feel Edward's labored breaths washing over my mouth. I wasn't sure where his emotions were or where his desire was leading, but I knew I wouldn't stop. He wanted to consume me and I wanted to be consumed. "Please," I murmured, and his lips were on mine. Smooth, cool, and gentle. Wonderful. I moved my lips in response, following his pace. It was slow and restrained, burning with an underlying desire. I wanted more, but I would take what he would give me. My fingers eagerly tugged the thick strands of his hair, pulling him towards me, and he tenderly pushed my legs apart and pressed my body into the desk. His lips felt like he had run them over with ice while mine were boiling, on fire, melting his as they worked together. Abruptly he stopped and pulled away, his hands resting on my hips. He dropped his head to my shoulder and let out a deep sigh. Edward's left hand scaled my arm and up my throat, his thumb searching for my pulse. I stroked his hair, combing it downward with my fingers, and I asked, "Are you okay?" Into the soft snarl of hair on top of his head. He nodded into my shirt and tilted his head, running his nose along the skin of my throat, whispering "Key," along the way. His lips reached my ear and he said, "All these years I thought I was working towards redemption, preparing myself for enemies against humanity and disciplining myself for the challenges that came with my choices." He lifted his head and focused his darkened yellow eyes on my own. "I was wrong, Isabella. Those days of restraint and self-deprivation were in preparation for you and your entrance into my life." Wide-eyed and with a hammering heart, I was captivated by the man in front of me. There was an energy coming from him now that was not present earlier. "That was the hardest thing I've ever done," he said, and he leaned in key, dotting me deeper and more forcefully than before. Confident now, he pulled away with a final tug on my bottom lip and said, "But I now understand, it was all worth it. Every step, every sacrifice, every moment I strived to be better, to be stronger, was worth it." He wrapped his long arms around my shoulders, enveloping me in his chest, burrowed in, safe, protected for the moment. Squeezing my eyes shut, and my arms tight around Edward's waist, I couldn't help feel relief that another barrier was down and we had made it past another hurdle. The journey ahead of us was destined to be difficult and painful, but now we knew we would be making it together. I entered the clearing at full speed. It was a beautiful night, clear with no clouds. I looked up at the full sky of stars and a partial moon. Miles away from civilization, my enhanced vision made the stars that dotted the sky shine like diamonds. Finding our rock, I settled on it, waiting for her to arrive. I was faster, typically early, but these moments alone now were not so painful. I had Bella. Truly had her, and for the first time in many years, being alone wasn't so daunting, and it was a wonderful feeling to know someone would be waiting for your return. I'd left Bella at home, Angela had come over, and they were going to have dinner and watch some movies. Girl time or something. I had no idea what that meant really, but Bella insisted on maintaining her relationship with her friend, which I fully supported. Her family was far away and their contact minimal. I realized how lucky I was to have access to unconditional support all the time, and I wanted her to have the same in whatever manner it came in. Angela was important to her and therefore important to me. So with my head buried in her neck one last time, I keyed the pulsing spot under her chin and left for my meeting. The thought of Bella caused a false feeling of warmth to spread through my body. The key we'd shared that afternoon was still heavy on my mind. I'd wanted her for so long, but I wasn't sure if it was a good idea. I was concerned about hurting her and my desire for her blood taking over. I worried it was too fast and not what she wanted, that I was simply pushing my will on her, using my vampiric allure to confuse and sway her. I couldn't remember a time when I couldn't hear a woman or girl's thoughts and know her needs. I had to read Bella like a normal, non-gifted person would, and it was incredibly intimidating and frustrating. So, I held back and tried to let nature take its course. I distanced myself, using the distraction of work and James as a ploy to put some space between us. But Bella was strong. Mentally and emotionally she knew what she wanted, which I was more grateful for than she could know. In this relationship of ours, it could never be the will of one over the other. We had to bring our strengths to the table and determine who should take the lead. This time it was up to her. I needed her to let me know how she wanted to proceed. As usual, Bella seemed aware of my hesitation and she tested me, having no idea how I struggled in the attic. I heard her coming up the stairs, and as she appeared in the doorway, I watched her peripherally, her slim legs and silly shoes. I felt her behind me, balanced on the edge of my desk. I couldn't see her, but I could hear her every movement, the sway of her feet and legs, the shift of her skirt, the soft thuds of her shoes as they hit the hardwood floors. I was assaulted by the smell of her hair as she pulled it away from her face. My back was to her and she was oblivious to my reaction. I used all my power to keep my feet in place, my knees close to buckling under the strain. Venom dripped lightly down my throat, less now, but still prevalent. My entire body reacted to her presence, like a row of dominoes, and I fell one piece at a time. My hands clenched, the fabric of my pants tightened and my nostrils flared as I inhaled her succulent aroma. At that moment, she called my name and my final tile fell, tumbling, and with as much composure as possible, I turned to her, allowing her to lure me in. I listened and responded when she spoke, but all I could think of was her bare legs and what her skin would feel like under my fingertips. And with every word she spoke, I wanted to shut her lips with my own, using them to speak through me, not to me. With nervous hands, she pulled me close, inviting me to connect with her body, and I could no longer resist. I breathed her in, and for one moment it was too much, almost too much, and I begged her to remain still so I could steady myself. Her stillness allowed my senses to clear and discern which desire was stronger, and it wasn't the bloodlust, it was the physical lust, so I keyed her, and with relief she keyed me in return. I relived this moment in my head as I heard the approaching footsteps. Out of the dense trees a figure stepped and I was at her side in an instant. Wrapping my arms around her, I lifted her off her feet and swung her around. If Bella was my compass, Esme was my constant. She was honest and forthright, non-judgmental, and only wanted the best for those she loved. I was there for her when she woke from death, confused and scared. She was there for me when I returned home the first time, bitter and hollow. We supported one another through it all. I was close to everyone in my family, but Esme and I shared a different kind of bond. We were raised together in this second life, and it forged us together unlike all the others. She was who I went to when I needed the truth. And until now I hadn't wanted to hear what she would say. I planted a firm key on her forehead and let her feet hit the ground. I missed you, I told her, and in the darkness I could see her gold eyes studying me. I missed you too, she said in return, and she reached her hand up to smooth my hair out of my face. I slipped my hand into hers and we walked across the field to the large rock and climbed on top. This was our place, mine and Esme's. We didn't come here often, but after I left the family we had difficult times. She wanted to help me, mother me, and I had to remind her constantly that she wasn't my mother. If anything, I was actually her big brother and I could make it on my own. So now, on prearranged dates, we met here to keep the air clear and our love known. Well, she said, swatting me across the knee. Tell me all about her. Everything. I softly punched her arm back. No, you first. What have you heard? A sly grin crept across her mouth. Alice is in heaven, but you knew that. Jasper is fascinated by the whole concept of your attraction to Bella since she is human, and Emmett thinks she is too good for you. I laughed because, as usual, Emmett was smarter than I typically gave him credit for. I raised an eyebrow and asked, what about the others? How did they feel? Esme became quiet and I saw her nose crinkle in thought. Rosalie is worried. Not about Bella but the other vampires. You know she doesn't like disruption in her life. I nodded in understanding, unsurprised by Rosalie's position. I pushed Esme's wandering thoughts out of my mind and waited for her to speak again. Carlisle loves you and he is always proud of your choices. That last one hung in the air for a minute, and I swelled at her words about Carlisle. I found her hand and I pulled it playfully. And you? I asked, fearing what was to come. Me? She asked. What do you think? I watched as she brushed the back of her hand over my cheek. I think you look happy. You're brimming with something I never thought you would possess. I couldn't help but smile because I could feel it too. I was overflowing with it. With Bella. The other times I knew things weren't right. Obviously, you and Rosalie were incompatible and I still have no idea how Carlisle thought that would work. And Tanya, she trailed off and I couldn't help the grimace from settling on my face. Well, Tanya taught us we all need to be true to ourselves. You can't make things work for other people. Clearly, you've learned this lesson. She was right. I had learned this lesson and it was why I was willing to fight so hard and risk so much for Bella. I once fought for the wrong things. The wrong person. She challenges me. And accepts me. It's more than I could have wished for. Esme laughed quietly. It would take a strong woman to keep up with you. Stronger than Alice or Rose. Have you thought about the future? Not yet. It's too soon, but I know we will have to. I responded. The thought made my insides turn. It was all so new, but as odd as it sounded, we didn't have forever. I bumped my shoulder into hers and we quieted for a while. Among the crickets and noises of the forest, I listened to the thoughts of her mind. Esme was happily humming the melody of a song I wrote for her. The sound of the notes flitted through her head. She leaned her head onto mine comfortably as I said, I'm composing again. For her. She inspires me. Worry passed through her thoughts, the what-ifs that were bound to come. What if I hurt her? What if James got to her first? What if this wasn't the life she wanted? What if I lost her? What then? I pushed these thoughts aside, preferring to live my current state of blissful denial. Esme and I spent the remainder of the night sitting on our rock speaking of love and how it changes us. She retold the story of the first time she met Carlisle, when she was human, and how it wasn't their time. I wondered if Bella and I had met at another time, under different circumstances, how things would have turned out. As the morning light began to creep up behind the trees, we said our goodbyes, embracing tightly and with the promise to bring Bella to meet her soon. My heart was lighter as I watched her disappear into the thick brush of the forest. Once I could no longer hear her footsteps, I ran in the other direction, racing back to Bella. Bella. Pa, a meat thermometer. I asked, unwrapping the next item from the pile laid out on the counter in front of me. Edward's head was inside a large brown box on the kitchen floor and I heard him reply with a muffled, "Sure, why not?" "Because I don't eat meat," I said, and studied the stainless steel, digital thermometer in my hand. He lifted his head out of the box and rested his hands on the edges, his forearms bare and taut. He had a piece of packing foam nestled in his thick bushy hair. Perplexed, he said, "True. Isn't it funny that you don't eat animals but I do?" Hysterical. "But neither of us needs a meat thermometer," I said and placed it on the return pile on the counter. Earlier that day, I had been at my desk when the doorbell rang. Edward beat me to the door, quickly signing for several packages and bringing them past me into the kitchen. The look on his face was excitement and I could see a trace of pride in his smirk as he carried the largest box through my office. Before I even stood up, I could hear him ripping into the boxes, sliding his sharp nails through the packing tape like a razor. Mesmerized as usual by the severe contrast between his graceful movements and his animalistic abilities, I watched in fascination as he began unpacking containers. "Can I ask what all this is?" I asked, once I pulled my eyes from his hands and located the appropriate words. He stopped briefly and smiled sheepishly. "It's for you. Kitchen supplies. Now that you live here you should have some tools to help you cook." I felt the grin spread across my face. It was impossibly sweet. He was impossibly sweet. I walked over to him and stopped his hands from removing the wrapped objects from inside the box. "Thank you," I said and slid my hand around his waist. I looked at him, waiting for approval, which he gave in a minute nod, before pushing up on my toes. My lips found his, cool and slick, and I keyed him gratefully. He keyed me back and when we parted, his tongue darted over my lips in one final sweep causing my knees to buckle. This had become a pattern. His keys made me weak, causing me to stutter and stammer when they were over. Edward was convinced it was his vampire charms. I let him believe that but I knew it wasn't true. It was simply him, and his touches captivated me. He owned me body, mind and soul. I forced myself to wander back to my sorting, but I found myself watching him instead. He was so relaxed, happy. His face had always been smooth and perfect, but I knew now there had been an underlying anger and sadness. But now, since we'd been together, that had washed away. He was busy separating utensils, measuring spoons, and chopsticks for the Thai. He exclaimed with glee. He was glorious and safe. He was exciting and carried the enthusiasm of a child. I felt a pull to Edward like I had never experienced before. And as much as I was content working side by side with him, there were still questions I had and answers I needed. But I wasn't sure how to approach it. Not exactly. Edward was from another time. He was polite and reserved. I needed to know our limitations personally and realistically. I needed to know the dangers and if he wanted me as much as I wanted him. An hour later, I was still working on how to ask him when I realized most of the boxes were unpacked. Edward was holding a circular pizza cutter in his hand, spinning the sharp wheel, round and round, letting the edge slice across his finger. "This is amazing," he said, totally fascinated by the spinning knife. "So you put it on your bread and it rolls across in a straight line. No breaks." I nodded, trying to keep the amused expression off my face. For someone who knows so much and has experienced so many things, he could be completely clueless. I winced as he rolled the cutter down his arm, a faint line appearing for a second but healing immediately. "So your skin just heals?" I asked. "Yes, see," and he took a paring knife out of the block and ran it down his cheek. Instead of a thick stream of blood, there was a pinkish line that quickly disappeared. "And I have to press really hard for it to do that." I walked over and reached my hand up. He lowered his head and turned his cheek so I could feel it. There was no trace of injury, his skin was as flawless as before. I used my other hand to pluck the foam pieces out of his hair. "So, you can't be injured, other than being torn to shreds and set on fire. Which can really only be done by another vampire or maybe a werewolf?" I asked. He nodded and said, "It's a blessing and a curse. The curse," he explained, "was how once you were changed you were pretty much stuck this way for eternity. There was no easy way out. But you can go out in the sun, you just don't go out in the sun," I confirmed. This one confused me and I had been thinking of a way to approach it for days. It was sunny today, not a cloud in the sky, and I had a plan. From your journals, you claim you look like a monster in the sun, that it reveals your demonic nature. I don't understand. You weren't very descriptive. Edward put the knife in the utensil drawer and finished placing the measuring cup in the cabinet. It's hard to explain, but it keeps us indoors, out of the light. It's why I stay home on sunny days, it's why we live here. I was leaning on the counter, my elbows propped on either side. I saw the discomfort on his face and I wanted to wash it away. Show me, I demanded. He looked pained and said, I'd rather not. It's just weird. I pushed off the counter and was back at his side. Please, I begged. I want to know all of you. I tugged on his arm and pulled him towards the back door, the one that took us out to the patio. It was gloriously sunny outside, so bright it made my eyes hurt for a second due to the glare. I walked past Edward, out into the heat and scowled at him as he hid just inside the door. Edward, come on. It can't be that horrible. I laughed but he still wouldn't budge. Oh, my God, it is. Do you get spikes on your face or does your face turn all evil vamp-like on the TV? I was kind of kidding but his hesitancy was concerning me. I walked back up the short stairway to the door and placed my hand in his. It's okay. You can show me. I gently pushed him down the stairs so he was a step below me, the sun grazing the top of his dark hair making the tips glow copper. I leaned down and began placing soft keys on his face, starting with his forehead and working my way down his cheeks, across his nose until I reached his mouth. My fingers gripped the sides of his shirt, near his waist, and I could hear a faint growl under his breath. Speaking against his lips I said, close your eyes. And I felt them flutter shut and I closed my own as I nudged him down one more step, trying to distract him with my mouth and hands. I could feel the sun beating down on my head and I opened my eyes to find him standing, tall and long, eyes shut, sparkling in the sunlight. He looked like he had been rolled in iridescent glitter. He looked like he was covered in diamonds. I ran my fingers up his arms, gliding them over the shimmery skin. He shuddered under my touch which pleased me. My hands traveled over the fabric of his shirt to his neck where again, I fingered the skin, manipulating the shadows, reveling in the beauty of this man. Tracing the collar of his shirt, I stopped at the button under his throat and said, "May I?" And with eyes shut, he nodded, granting me permission. With confident hands, I unfastened the buttons, painstakingly, one at a time, basking in the glow of his skin as I slowly revealed his chest and then stomach. Once it was completely unbuttoned, I pushed the material back, over his shoulders, letting it slide down his arms and drop to the ground. His exposed skin, pale and white, was glimmering under the afternoon sun. My hands found his abs, chiseled and perfect, and traced the muscles, one by one until I reached his chest. Are you kidding me? I wondered aloud, my eyes drawn to the reflective sparkles that glinted off his body and onto my own. What? Why? He asked, breaking from the quiet spell he was under. You, acting like you looked horrible or scary. I walked around him and ran my hands over his sculpted and blazing back. He looked like he was coated in sugar. It was all I could do not to lick his skin. People don't look like this, Bella. Not normal people, he said wistfully, his voice thick with regret. I stopped my ogling for a moment and turned him towards me. I wove my fingers in his and led him to the soft cushion of a wide wicker chair across the patio. You may not be normal, Edward, but you are beautiful. I trailed a finger down his face and pushed him into the seat. You have no idea, I said, before settling onto his lap. Edward. I reached my hand out and brushed back a sticky, sweaty piece of hair from Bella's neck. Her face was flushed from the heat and I could see a bead of sweat rolling down the back of her neck. I drew her to me and pressed my lips against her flesh, tasting her. We had been sitting on the patio for some time, the sun getting lower, shining only on one corner of the tile floor. Bella's hands were still attached to my bare chest, like they were affixed with adhesive. Outside, I was holding my composure, but inside, I was a quivering mess. Her hands were so soft, moving over my body with care and tenderness, and my body coursed with electricity. The closeness was new and exhilarating. Bella's reactions surprised me as usual. I'd spent a lifetime thinking my exposed self was freakish, but she proved me wrong once again, finding beauty where there was none. She was now resting her head on my shoulder, her fingers documenting my skin. Breaking the stillness. Edward, I hummed in response and she continued, I need to ask you some questions. Anything, I replied and ran my nose along the velvet of her ear. She shivered and I felt a smile next to my chest. I need to know what exactly we can do. She pressed her sticky forehead into me and her already flushed skin turned redder. I knew what she wanted to know. It was in her heartbeat and in the slight shake of her voice. I could smell the adrenaline in her nerves. The idea that she wanted me was thrilling, arousing, but this was dampened by the reality of the situation. Yeah, there's venom and teeth and all kinds of foreign things I don't understand, she mumbled. The wind blew lightly across the patio, cooling us. I could hear the creaking chains from the hanging flower baskets as they swayed on their hooks off the eaves. I pulled her chin up towards my face. You really want to know? Of course. Edward, neither of us are children. I've been in relationships before, I assume the same of you. I nodded, feeling a twinge of unfounded jealousy at the thought of Bella with another man. True, but the men you were involved with were human, and for me she was not. We let that disclosure settle for a moment and she keyed me quickly on the forehead and said, then we are starting on even ground, I guess. We both need to know what is safe and what we are comfortable with. Her eyes were earnest and she had such faith. This talk was hard for me. Not only because I didn't want to disappoint her but because men and women from my time didn't discuss things of this nature. But this was her time, not mine, and I knew I needed to adjust. Nervously, I ran my hand down her leg and let my finger graze the pulsing vein near her ankle, letting the rhythm build my courage. Shifting in my seat, I sat up a little, moving her with me. Well, I'm not completely sure. I have no idea if a vampire and a human have had relationships, well, and lived to tell about it. She stiffened slightly but her hands resumed stroking my chest, so I continued, we can key, and the venom isn't harmful if ingested orally. Even if you had a small cut on your mouth it wouldn't take effect. I grimaced. But, my teeth are very sharp. It's how we feed and fight. If you cut yourself on them the results would be dire. Her heartbeat quickened in my ears and under my finger. Swallowing deeply she said, explain what you mean by results. If my venom enters your bloodstream, directly, other than in minimal amounts by a bite or cut, you will begin the process of changing. Changing, to be like you, she clarified. Although I could sense her fear, it wasn't enough, which left me with conflicted emotions. Yes, like me. Or, I would kill you in the process. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath, inhaling her. If I tasted your blood, Bella, I'm not sure if I could stop myself. Thoughtfully, she considered, so, key. Dotting is allowed, even open-mouthed, but beware of your teeth. I nodded. Bella cocked her head. So, what you're saying is that you've been holding out on me. A look of irritation crossed her face. Sorry. I just wasn't sure. Edward, don't treat me like some kind of fragile doll. I'm not, she said and her lips pouted a little. I nodded. She was right. I'm sorry. But you are too important to me to risk your safety in any way. You have to believe any precautions I take are necessary. Okay. She dropped her head back to my chest and squeezed me as tight as her human arms could manage. Okay, I trust you. But don't underestimate me either. She rolled on her back so I could see her face and I said, I won't. Is that all of your questions? I asked this, but I already knew the answer. Is there anything else you want to know? She made a face and said, you know what I want to know. I did. But the answer wasn't what either of us wanted to hear, so I didn't want to be the one to break the news to her. I sighed. I'm not sure. The situation is unprecedented and therefore dangerous. Since all our fluids are replaced by venom, this is a major concern. Unlike Ing, there would be a larger quantity of venom involved. There is no safe way to know if it's possible or not. Her face fell a little, but she seemed to be seriously considering the information I had just given her. But we can like really right? She asked. I laughed and said, yes, loving the way her eyes lit up at the idea of, really, dotting me. Then I watched as her eyes narrowed, the wheels turning in her head. What I would have given to read her thoughts at that very moment. I waited, knowing there was more, when she finally said, I have one more question. And she sat up, eyeing me wickedly. I groaned inwardly. This was not going to be good. Just one? I asked, stalling for time. For now, she said and hopped off my lap. I eyed her as she adjusted her shorts and suddenly reached out for my waistband, yanking me out of the chair with both hands. I willingly followed her as she dragged me across the patio to the last patch of sunlight where my skin instantly began to glint. Bella's hands were firmly tucked into the edge of my pants, her fingers softly grazing my skin. "What's this about?" I asked. Bella blew out her mouth and bit down on her lip, covering me with her scent. "Well, I'm curious about one thing," she said, tugging me a little closer. "Okay. I'd been honest this whole time, there was no need to stop now." Again she paused, and bounced on her toes a little, nervously. Impatiently, I cupped her face in my hands and cut off her movements with a firm key on her mouth. She responded eagerly, pushing further this time by pressing her tongue to my lips. I couldn't read Bella's mind, but I could read her body. This girl was going to end me. Reluctantly, I ended the key and said, "What's your question, Bella?" She sighed heavily, her eyes hooded from the key, and I laughed at her dazed expression. She looked the way I felt. She shook her head, clearing it, and said, "Oh. Yeah, so, does your whole body sparkle like this?" And she tightened her grip on my pants, causing a slight tremor inside. My mouth dropped in surprise, which only bolstered her courage. "Does it sparkle?" She was standing close, her tiny hands clutching my pants, asking taboo questions. I was close to horrified at the thought of the entire subject, but something about the way her foot was tapping made me wonder if she was really as brave as she was acting. I grabbed her hands in mine, pulling them off my waist, and said, "Bella, one day I hope you'll find out, but for now that is one mystery I'm keeping to myself." I smiled crookedly, hoping she would forgive my evasion. Her grin in return told me she did, and standing in the fading afternoon sun, glittering like a diamond, I keyed at her, knowing that in that moment it was more than either of us had expected. I was sitting at the piano, a notebook propped in front of me filled with my newest composition. I didn't need the papers, I had it memorized of course, but it was almost like a safety net there to help me if I faltered. Which was impossible since I never even began. My fingers would pose over the keys and I would run the notes through my head, hearing the music, but I couldn't actually play. I was blocked. Bella inspired me to write, but something inside me refused to complete the act. Music was my final connector to humanity. I'd played piano before my death, and it was the only real talent I brought with me to the other side. I stopped years ago when I realized I was living a false life, pretending to live like others when I was farther away than ever. Although I felt I was close, I wasn't completely ready. Exasperated with myself, I shut the cover and left the room, walking down the stairs to my rooms. It was late. Bella was asleep in her room, and as every other night before, I was aimless. James was eluding me for the moment. I was waiting for Carlisle to solidify information about the wolves and arrange a meeting. There were piles of research waiting for me on my desk, but none of it interested me. Work, studying, learning. None of it mattered anymore. Only one thing held my interest. Bella. If I thought my obsessive tendencies would wane once she moved into my home and entered into a relationship with me, I was wrong. More than ever I craved her. So on this night, I wandered the house, counting the CDs, cataloging the books, burying my nose in the blue sweater Bella left on the back of her chair. I ignored the steady thumps from her room, evenly paced, calm, resting. At night, it was the hardest, having her here and letting her have her space. I wanted to be with her all the time, to have her near me. So I took to my old habits, just altered for our new situation. Every night I tried and failed to stay away, but each time I felt the pull, the compulsion to be near her. Tonight, I had held out longer than most, buoyed on kisses and caresses from our time on the patio. When I felt the urge, I let my mind wander, reliving the hours spent exploring each other, body and soul. But my limit had been reached and I sprinted up the stairs, stopping outside her room, where I hovered outside the door. As I began my new tradition of waiting and listening, absorbing her sleeping movements, always outside the door, never intruding in her actual space, I was surprised when I heard the click and turn of the knob and came face to face with my fixation, Bella. "Edward," she said, and my eyes widened at her voice. Her eyes were drooping and half open. Her face had a line down the side from the crease in her pillow. Hair was sticking out everywhere, tufting out of the clip at the top. She was vulnerable and exquisite. "Yes," I answered, humiliated at being caught, but too desperate for contact to run. She rubbed her eye lazily with the back of her hand and yawned. Stop standing in the hallway, come to bed. Stunned, I nodded and watched as she turned and tumbled back into bed, pulling the cover over herself and rolling on her side. I stood in the doorway unsure, afraid she was still asleep and I was close to overstepping my bounds. Just when I was about to turn away, erring on the side of caution, she looked up at me and reached her hand out, patting the empty side of the bed, giving me a sleepy grin. Stepping into the dark room, I carefully slipped off my shoes, one at a time. I eased into the bed and gingerly laid on my back, my head resting on the pillow. Bella snuggled her body close to mine and I felt her hand settle on my chest, spreading her fingers wide. Shifting to my side, I placed my hand on her hip, pulling her gently towards me. I realized this was the first time I had laid on a bed in decades. I'd had no use, no purpose until now. Bella broke down the walls built up by my demon, forcing the humanity to spill out. She wasn't allowing me to live outside her, watching her. She wanted me to experience life with her. For once, I grasped the concept of living for someone and with someone, and not lurking in the shadows, reading their minds and anticipating their actions. Leaning over, I kissed her forehead and whispered, "Thank you," and prepared myself for the night as a participant and not an observer. Stretching my arms out across the cool sheets, I felt emptiness where Edward should have been. He'd kept me company while I slept at night, silent and still, but they're all the same. Each morning I would wake to find him next me, possibly holding a book or his journal, but more often than not just watching and waiting for me to stir. My dreams had shifted since I'd moved to his house. No longer about Bree or Victoria, Edward had become the star and I his leading lady. The images were bright and bold, sensual and arousing. Ever since he began spending nights with me I dreamed of us together, feeling the soft skin of his hands on my body and the coolness of his breath on my neck. More than once I dreamed he fed from me, and although my heart would race it wasn't ever in fear, it was in anticipation. In these visions I wanted to be everything for him. I offered myself like a sacrifice, lying across the bed, presenting my body for him to ravish. And I would watch those hazy eyes as he hesitated but ultimately plunged his teeth into my flesh with a groan of ecstasy. Each time I would feel a moan of my own building in my chest as I writhed under his imaginary weight, and I would wake breathless and agitated, staring into Edward's concerned yet knowing eyes. But this morning, as my fingers fluttered to my neck to feel the wounds I knew wouldn't be there, Edward was missing, his side of the bed rumpled as though he had just left. I threw back the covers and slid out of bed, pulling at the hem my tank since it had risen during the night. Figuring he must be in the house, as we had planned to go into his PNT offices together this morning, I wandered down the hall, first checking his dressing room before looking in his rooms. The front room was empty, exactly as we left it the night before, paperwork and files covering his father's couch and floor. The security room door was closed and I quickly entered the password into the keypad to unlock the system. Twisting the knob in my hand I pushed it open and found Edward sitting behind his desk, with a look of distress on his face that at the sight of me entering the room swung to shock. "Hey, are you?" I started, concerned, and I felt my eyes widen in surprise at the sight in front of me. "Okay, Edward." Bella was killing me. Slowly. One dream at a time. I wasn't sure of the specifics but her body was signaling what her mind couldn't tell me. Bella was aroused. And by the way she whispered my name I was definitely involved. I could smell it on her skin, see it in the shifting movements under the covers and hear it in the mumbling words under her breath. The first morning it happened I suffered in silence, a grin plastered on my face for my waking angel, while the venom flowed. Not down my throat but between my legs. From then on I slipped from the room, as her dream took hold, locking myself in my office and proceeded to relieve the pressure building inside. It was fast and mechanical, and each time I would quickly unfasten my pants, and reach inside, and I manipulated myself while thinking of Bella, asleep and dreaming in her bed. Today was like all the others except in my haste to leave Bella's room the door clicked as I shut it. Normally I was silent, leaving no trace of my abandonment and always returning before she awoke. Vampire speed helped me make quick work of my needs and my longing for Bella had me on the edge. It only took a few strokes before I succumbed to my fantasies, cleaned up and carried on as nothing had happened. This was not the case today. Bella must have heard the click of the door because as I sat behind my desk, thinking of the pale, exposed, sliver of skin between her shorts and the god-forsaken tight shirt she wore to bed. She entered just as I began to climb to the tip of my orgasm. Disheveled from sleep, she stood in the doorway. I eyed the strip of flesh peeking above her shorts, mocking me as she spoke, as it almost encouraged the venom to project from my body. I have no idea what she said, as the words were of little importance due to the terror of the moment. Her jaw went slack and her eyes were huge as she realized the compromised situation she found me in. "Oh my God," she cried, "I'm so sorry." And she ran out of the room, the door banging behind her. I rested my elbow on the desk in front of me and lowered my head into my palm as I muttered, "Oh dear God." I emerged from my office some time later and proceeded to get dressed and carry on about my day. I literally could not even imagine discussing the situation from earlier with Bella. She was downstairs and I could hear her making breakfast and going about her day. I must have lingered too long because I heard her climb the steps and approach the dressing room door. "Edward, are you coming down?" she asked, sweetly pretending she wasn't living with a beaked freak. It was one of the reasons I loved her. She judged me not. When I didn't respond, I heard her knock lightly. "Can I come in?" she asked from behind the door. "Yes," I croaked, not sure at all if I ever wanted her to see me again. She tentatively opened the door and gave me a warm smile, which I returned even though my head was ducked and she probably couldn't see it. "I'm so sorry, Bella," I began. "That was terrible. And disgusting. Please forgive me." Bella's smile widened and she said, "Oh Edward. You are not the first man to be caught doing that by his girlfriend." "That," I groaned, leaning back on the dressing table and covering my face with my hands. I felt her small, warm fingers wrap around my wrists as she pulled my hands away. "Edward, it's okay. Please don't be embarrassed and we will never, ever talk about this again, okay?" I nodded, doubting she could ever look at me the same. On her tiptoes she gave me a quick key, and said, "I like your suit. You look very handsome, which means the women at your office are going to hate me just a little bit more today." She laughed. "Are you ready to go?" Standing, I said, "Yes," and let her lead me, as was our custom, towards better things. Forcing myself to move on from my humiliating experience that morning, I was now marveling at Bella, who sat across the desk from me with her new laptop open. She had pulled a chair up and her face was creased with concentration as she tried to learn the features of the computer. We were at PNT, sharing my office, unwilling for the last several days to separate. Part of this was out of necessity and concern over the danger with James, the rest was due to the fact I was addicted to her and couldn't bear to have her out of my presence. Mine. The word rumbled through my chest as I was watching her, memorizing how her face looked tense and focused. She twisted a long strand of hair around her index finger and her teeth were pressing into her top lip as all of her attention was directed on the task in front of her. I cleared my throat and said, "I put you on the network here so you will receive all inter-office correspondence." Without looking up, Bella nodded while her finger manipulated the mouse on the keyboard. "And I had the IT people connect your calendar with Joyce's so you two are always aware of the other's schedule." This time she looked up and gave me a distracted smile. "Thank you." There was a knock and I looked up to see one of my employees waiting by the door. His thoughts told me he was here to discuss some recent grant submissions, but when his eyes laid on Bella, his attention swung to her. "One day I'm going to have a personal assistant and she will look at that. I wonder what kind of benefits she provides other than picking up dry cleaning." "Michael, do you need something?" I said in a calm yet strained voice once his thoughts turned more graphic. His eyes snapped away from Bella and shifted towards me. Yes, I needed to give you these applications for final review. The numbers look good and I placed them in order of strongest to weakest," he said nervously, his eyes darting between my own and Bella, who was now paying close attention to our exchange. "So, here they are," he stammered, shuffling his feet a little and running his fingers through his hair. "He looks pissed. I didn't do anything. She's looking at me, I wonder." Rage simmered under my skin and I was close to snapping his neck, and apparently Michael's spidey senses were working today because thoughts of escape ran through his mind and he quickly handed over the files before he made his excuses and left. I watched him leave, almost running down the hall to his office. Pushing back in my chair, I glanced over at Bella, who looked wary. She eyed me suspiciously and asked, what was he thinking? "Just work-related things," I hedged. "Work-related? You looked like you were going to take his head off," she accused, closing her laptop so she could see me better. Astonished by her accuracy, I countered weakly, "I did not." She rolled her beautiful eyes at me and laughed. "Yes you did. What was he thinking? Corporate espionage. Stealing pens from the supply closet. Extra bagel from the snack room." She was utterly ridiculous and knew it, which made it all the more endearing. I had no idea why I couldn't lie to this woman, but looking at her mischievous grin and bright eyes I was pretty sure it was because I couldn't deny her anything. I sidewalked around the desk, pushing the computer to the side and propping myself on the tabletop in front of her. "He was thinking about you." Bewilderment appeared on her face. "Me? Why?" I laughed at her naivety. "You really don't know, do you?" Bella sat in front of me, perfect and confused. She shook her head, making her brown locks shiver over her back, indicating that she really didn't understand what Michael could see in her. I knew not only from his mind but because others saw it too. I saw it. He saw the pale skin that was tinted pink in all the right places and her legs, long, smooth and taunting as they stretched out from under her skirt. He desired her hands to run over his chest, tugging in his hair. He wanted her fleshy lips to be on his. He wanted everything that I had, and the thought of it made my chest swell with a mixture of pride and anger. I reached out and grazed her neck with my finger, sliding it over her pulse, smiling at her. "He thinks you're beautiful and wishes he was lucky enough to have a woman like you by his side," I edited. "This also makes him jealous of me and he hates me a little more than usual." Bella made a face at my compliment. "Whatever, Edward. If you don't want to tell me, just say so." But she wasn't really mad because she hopped out of her seat and planted a quick key on my lips as she walked out of my office. I watched her as she left, admiring her from behind and more than a bit stunned at how fortunate I was to have Bella in my life. Pushing off the desk, I realized more than one of my employees was staring at me through the transparent walls with open mouths and wide eyes. Shutting their thoughts out of my head, I ran my fingers through my hair and tried to force the normal stony expression on my face and stiffen my demeanor. I was distracted by the sound of Bella's laughter from across the building and a smile settled on my face instead. "Bella. Pa, Nancy, did you find your dress for the auction?" A girl with short blonde hair asked the girl sitting across the table from her. "Maggie. Mary. Melissa. Yes, I found the most beautiful gown downtown last week. It cost half my paycheck, but it will be so worth it," Nancy responded, peeling off the top of her yogurt. "Plus I bought these amazing shoes at that little shop on Maple." I was making a cup of tea in the microwave and wondered if Edward had ever used one before. I suspected not, unless it was for an experiment or something. I had stopped on my way to the small kitchen to joke with Joyce that between the two of us we could possibly keep Edward on task now with our new coordinated calendars. This of course was a joke because he was always obsessively on task. Watching my cup spin around in the microwave, I heard the timer beep and I quickly opened the door. Tentatively I touched the handle for heat before removing my cup and placing the bag of tea inside. "Bella," I heard my name called and saw it was the M-named girl. "Have you found a dress yet?" I stood by the shiny stainless steel counter dipping my tea bag in and out, wondering what in the world this woman was talking about. I plastered a confident grin on my face and said, no. Should I have? The event is next week. You really don't have much time left. The blonde said in response. I picked a spoon out of the utensil container and began stirring my tea. "I'm sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about," I confessed. The two girls exchanged glances and carried on some type of non-verbal, female communication via head jerks and raised eyebrows. Finally Nancy said with a condescending pout, "Oh. I just assumed you would go with Mr. Cullen, but I must have misinterpreted the situation." Em nodded her head like a puppet from the other side of the table and said, "I guess it would be inappropriate for him to take an employee to the annual hospital fundraiser. It's the biggest social event of the year. An invite is one of the perks of working here." At that Nancy began giggling and I heard her say, under her breath, and they both collapsed with laughter. The laughter was bad enough, but the patronizing tone made it worse. In one innocent conversation these two women had managed to hit my weak spot when it came to Edward. How could someone like him ever want to be with someone like me? I couldn't even imagine attending an event like this with him. I stifled the desire to pour my hot tea over their heads and I forced myself to causally shrug as I walked out of the kitchen area, away from their hushed voices and giggles, and back towards Edward's office. I stopped just around the corner from his glass-walled office. Taking a deep breath, I chastised myself for being stupid. And acting like a girl. A stupid girl who was upset that her boyfriend hadn't asked her to a dance. I was having horrific flashbacks to senior year and going to the prom. I wasn't even sure if Edward was my boyfriend, or why he didn't want me to go with him to this party. King back my emotional breakdown. I turned the corner and found him busy at his desk, looking flawless with his gorgeous cheekbones and carefully planned bedhead. His tie was straight as an arrow, the alternating blue stripes matching his blue-gray suit perfectly. He heard me coming, of course, and as I walked in the doorway and turned to shut the door, he greeted me with a brilliant grin, which began to falter as soon as he registered the distress on my face. Edward leapt to his feet, pushing his chair back with force, and was at my side quickly. Not vampire fast, but fast enough. "What's wrong?" he asked, reaching for my hand. I shook my fingers from his touch and said, "Nothing." He pushed his fingers back into mine and brushed his thumb down my cheek. "Something happened. Did someone say something to you? They are all very intrigued by our relationship, you know. I've been ignoring their comments all morning." I sighed. "It's just those girls, Nancy and Em. I let them get under my skin." Hurt and clearly baffled, he said, "Em? Who's Em? And what did they say?" "I don't understand." "It's nothing. I mean, going out in public doesn't make sense anyway. Technically I am your assistant and that's just weird." I rambled on, feeling the sting of tears in my eyes. I was such an idiot. Plus, it's not like I have anything to wear. I forced myself to stop because Edward's brows were so furrowed they met in the middle. I allowed the outside of my hand to undramatically wipe under my eye while Edward continued to scrutinize me. After a minute he dropped my hand and walked past me to open the door. He stood perfectly still for a moment, which caused his employees to walk cautiously around him until he stepped back in the office and closed the door and pressed his back to the deep brown wood. "Em is Margie. And she and Nancy are going to be lucky if they have their jobs after today," he said bitterly, his golden eyes flashing. I said, "Don't blame them for this. They were just being nice, well, for a minute anyway. You're the one who doesn't want to take me to the fundraiser." Edward's mouth gaped as he struggled with my accusation. It was clear he didn't want to go with me, but his behavior was making it all worse. Just then his desk phone rang and he almost leapt over his desk, clearly wanting to avoid furthering this conversation. I stared at him as he picked up the phone and said, "Edward Cullen," in his annoyingly charming voice. He listened for a minute, his eyes widening and a look of horror replacing the earlier look of frustration. I couldn't hear the voice on the other side, but whoever it was had his full attention, and eventually he said, "You're right. I know. I will." And he cradled the receiver without even saying goodbye. Sighing deeply he said, "Bella, I have an emergency meeting I have to go to, can we talk about this later?" Giving him my best evil eye, I said, "Sure." I'm taking the car, and began gathering my things. Without delay he was at my side, packing up my computer and holding the straps of my bag towards me. "Let me walk you down," he said as if to appease me. "No, I'm fine," I said childishly as I balanced the computer bag, my purse and everything else. He followed me to the elevator anyway and pressed the button when we reached the large metal doors. We stood in an uncomfortable silence while we waited, and when the doors opened I couldn't get inside fast enough. Once inside I turned and pressed the down button and watched Edward's sad face disappear behind the closing doors. Just before they touched I saw his fingers slip between the thick metal slabs and Edward easily pushed the two huge doors apart. Arms spread, holding the doors at bay, he fixed me with a sharp stare and said, "Wait for me at home, okay?" I nodded in agreement and he took a step back, letting the doors close between us. I wasn't surprised when Alice's bright yellow car swooped in behind me once I opened the garage. There was no way Edward would have let me come home alone if someone wasn't keeping an eye on me. Irritated at the constant intrusion I gathered my things and slammed the door to the Volvo behind me. Alice beat me to the door, holding it open for me, and I glared at her as I passed and stepped into the kitchen. Placing my bag and computer on the counter I continued to ignore Alice, who was now sitting calmly at the kitchen table. I busied myself making lunch, opening the refrigerator and cabinets. I felt childish and silly for being upset over a dress and a party. I knew she was here to talk about it and I didn't want to. I wanted to feel sorry for myself and move on. Luckily she kept her mouth shut for a while and the only sound in the room was from the knife on the cutting board or the clank of a utensil on the counter. I knew my hope that Alice would take the hint and leave was futile, so instead I sat down across from her and pulled a magazine out of my bag to read while I ate. She wasn't deterred by my behavior, and while I skimmed an article about Hollywood's 100 hottest actors she began to speak. "What's your favorite thing to eat?" I put my fork down and wiped my mouth with my napkin. "What?" Alice was sitting with her back straight and her eyes focused on my plate. Her spiky hair was perfectly arranged and as usual she looked like she was one of Hollywood's hottest actors. In her small voice she said, "If you had to pick one food to eat forever, what would it be?" Even though I had no idea where this was going, I played along. "Probably, cheese." "Cheese," she said and let the word trail off. "Yeah, cheese. Any kind will do. In stuff, on stuff, stuffed in stuff. Cheese is awesome," I told her, annoyed with the fact I couldn't just ignore her and instead was rambling on about cheese like an idiot. Alice sighed. "I don't remember cheese. Or any food really." She was baiting me. The Cullens and their history was completely fascinating and I couldn't get enough of the small details of their lives, pre and post change. I rolled my eyes, more at myself than her, and said, "Nothing. Not even chocolate." "No, nothing. Most of us have hazy memories of our lives before we turned, but I can't remember anything. It's just a black hole." Alice had her eyes closed and her face was completely smooth, revealing no emotion. "No matter how I look, nothing comes back." "Ironic," I said dryly. Nodding her little head she agreed, "It is, isn't it?" "What do you remember?" I asked. Her mouth turned down and her eyes became sad. "Nothing. One day I was just me. I had my visions which eventually lead me to Jasper and then both of us to Carlisle." This was surprising information. The total opposite of Edward and his heirlooms, notes, and journals. "Who changed you?" Alice was fingering the beads on her bracelet, spinning them around. "I have no idea. I'm so sorry, Alice," I said in an attempt to comfort her. "I can't imagine losing an entire history." She smiled. "It's okay. Everything worked out. I found Jasper, who was my soulmate, and then we found the family. I suspect I may be happier in this life than in the last." The tension lifted and without warning I blurted, "Your brother is an ass," before I slapped my hand over my mouth. Alice started to giggle. "Yeah, he totally is. Did you see that coming?" "No, not really. Not until those girls asked you about your dress. I didn't have time to warn him," she admitted. My temper flared suddenly, my palms banging down on the table. "Don't you dare warn him about things like this. I don't want him taking me places or doing things because you told him to." Alice's hands clenched into tiny balls on top of the table. "Fine. But prepare yourself. He is completely socially delayed. Bella, he is over 100 years old, and has no experience in this area at all." I frowned at this, not completely sure if she wasn't just making excuses for him. "He told me he had at least one other woman in his life, Alice. He had to have learned a thing or two." I watched as she clenched her jaw. "He told you about her?" "Only that there was a her," I said, smug with the knowledge I knew something she didn't. "Don't get your hopes up, because that situation was entirely different. First of all, she was a vampire and it was long before he entered human life and activities. Second, he could read her mind, which made it pretty easy for him to know the right thing to do." She said these things with an edge in her voice. "Bella, you two are in uncharted territory. He is totally clueless." I considered this for a moment and I knew it had to be true. I'd read his journals. There was no mention of this at all. Even when he wrote of Esme, Alice or Rose and the kind things their husbands did for them, he seemed perplexed by it, not understanding the emotion behind the action. Propping my elbow on the table, I dropped my head into my hand. "Oh God, what have I gotten myself into?" Moving from her seat, Alice squatted on the floor under me and reached for both of my hands. "You have gotten yourself into something wonderful. And he really is worth it, Bella. I told you before, you must be patient with him and don't be afraid to teach him." Her eyes were bright but sincere. I nodded my willingness to do this and she flashed me an ultra-white grin. "Plus, he's a very efficient learner." "Edward." Jasper breezed in the door about 10 minutes after Bella left the office and proceeded to sit in the chair across from me without invitation. "What is wrong with you?" he asked, going straight to the topic at hand. Flustered, I said, "Me. I didn't do anything." He brushed his hair back and said, "Exactly. He put his shoes up on the edge of the desk and leaned on the two back legs of the chair, and I eyed them with irritation. I'm not having this conversation with you. You are, because Alice will know if I don't at least bring it up, he replied calmly. We stared at one another for a minute over the desk, neither of us wanting the wrath of Alice. Fine, I totally messed up. I'll fix it, I confessed, hoping to end this. Jasper began bouncing his feet on the lip of my desk, making the chair creak under his weight. You better. Look, Edward, I know you haven't been around a lot of women, but really, did you never pay attention to the ones you lived with? He was right, and I knew it. I was self-absorbed and never totally paid attention to the lives of my family when it came to things like this. But Bella was different. She wasn't like Rose or Alice. Even though they went to school and had other minor interactions with humans, their lives were pretty much isolated and they didn't merge into society like I did. I looked over my desk at Jasper. He was tall and confident. His hair overgrown for the today's style, but I could hear the women in the office discussing his looks and features. They found him attractive and mysterious. Much like how they viewed me up until recently when Bella began to soften my image. When was the last time you asked a girl on a date, Jasper? I asked with sincerity. A date, he repeated, and his feet stopped moving. Well, when I was 18 I asked this girl from my town to the Founders' Day picnic. I raised my eyebrows at him, daring him to challenge me further. I haven't even thought of something like this since I was a teenager. Opening doors, buying flowers, not to mention the possibility of rejection. It's terrifying. He nodded in agreement. He was clearly feeling the waves of insecurity rolling off me. But Bella won't reject you. She loves you for some reason. He smirked at my surprised expression from him telling me of Bella's love. She does. I can feel it. Just like you love her. Sighing, I said, I know. But really, it's only a matter of time before she turns tail and runs. Have you shown her all your secret camera footage? He laughed. There is no way you are surviving that confession. I stretched over the desk and with one quick swipe I knocked his feet down to the ground with a thud. Alice said you had a message from Carlisle. I said in an attempt to change the subject before we came to blows in the middle of PNT. He needs you to come to Forks tomorrow. There's a meeting planned with the dogs. His nose crinkled as if he smelled something foul. My interest was piqued. Really? They're cooperating? Yes, they had been following the killings just like we had, but the murder of one of their own has set them on edge. The young pups are ready to leave the reservation and hunt James down. The elders want to wait and find out more about the information we have. He explained. I considered this information for a minute. Has there been any tension between Carlisle and the Alpha? Jasper picked up the brass plate on the front of my desk and began flipping it in his hands. No, they have kept the lines of communication open for some time. Neither of the sides have violated the treaty in all these years, so I think a level of trust has been formed. Although this situation is going to push it. I'll call him on my way home and find out the details. Are you planning on coming? I asked, referring to him and Emmett. Jasper shook his head. No, the Alpha just wants it to be the two of you for now. You have the most information, especially since you came into contact with James and the Quileute girl at some point. I sighed and leaned back in the leather chair. For some reason I don't have a good feeling about any of this. Jasper made a face at my admission and said, I can tell. I opened the back door and entered the kitchen. I loosened my tie and took off my jacket, laying it on the table. Assuming Bella wasn't in bed yet, since it wasn't late, I listened to the sounds of the house trying to locate her. I could hear the faint sounds of talking and realized she was in the library watching TV. I was definitely apprehensive about seeing her after our altercation earlier in the day. I needed to apologize, but this was all so new. I had no idea how to make this right. Approaching the doorway, I found her curled up on the brown upholstered couch, her head resting against the cushion at the end, facing the flat-screen TV I'd had mounted behind a large painting that was now pushed aside. The room was dark, but I could still see Bella's long brown hair splayed over the pillow and that she had taken off her work clothes and was now wearing a pair of gray shorts and a white t-shirt. Her eyes were glued to the screen, shifting back and forth with the blinking images. I leaned against the doorway and watched her for a moment before she realized I was standing there. Without moving she said, "Hey," and shifted her gaze back to the TV. I would be crushed at her behavior, the aloofness of seeing me, her apparent nonchalance, except for one thing. Her heart was beating with anticipation and I could smell the shift in her scent, from its natural perfume to heady want. Even if her mind told her differently, her body still wanted me. Encouraged by this, I stepped into the room and sat on the couch next to her. Silently she straightened her legs and beckoned me to her with her index finger. With relief I crawled up her body, snaking my hands around her waist and settled my weight on her spread legs. I looked up at her face and she gave me a resigned smile and began running her fingers through my hair before pressing gently for me to rest my head on her stomach. I inhaled a deep breath of flowers and said, "I'm sorry." I could feel her small fingers weaving through the tangle of my hair and she said, "I know." We sat in the flickering blue light of the television for a while and eventually I said, "Once, when I was 14 or so, I was fond of this girl on my block. I was too shy to talk to her and I was getting to the age where you didn't speak to girls in a friendly manner anymore, so I would follow her around the neighborhood hoping she would speak to me first." "What was her name?" Bella asked as she paused the television with the remote control. "I have no idea." I mused, and considered the oddity of my memory. There was this event at our church, a social of sorts, and it was common to ask a girl to go with you. It was all very supervised, of course. I followed her around for weeks trying to muster the courage to ask her to go with me. Bella's fingers pushed the hair off my forehead and she was trying to see my eyes. "Did you?" "No," an older boy asked her first. I said and tried to remember the faces of these children I was speaking of. They were lost to time as so many other things were. Bella was quiet and the only sound in the room was the television across the room. "Bella, other than me asking you to the museum the other night, I ever even considered asking a girl, much less a woman, on a date before. Edward, you are so entirely stunted sometimes," she said, her shoulders shaking slightly with laughter. I rolled over on my back so I was facing up, lying on my back between her legs. "It's horrible, I know. I've been to this charity event or others like it before and I always went alone." I smiled and shook hands. I spoke when necessary. I wrote the requisite big check and had my photo taken for the newspaper and hoped no one noticed I looked exactly the same as last year. I let my hands wander up Bella's arms, grazing over her collarbones and reaching up in her hair behind her neck. But I didn't care. I never did, until this afternoon when you came in the room humiliated and heartbroken. Anything that is important to you is important to me. Remember that and always tell me what those things are. "I will," she promised, and her fingers left my hair and began unknotting my tie, pulling it slowly from around my neck and dropping it on the floor next the couch. I turned again, pulling myself up to meet her dark eyes. "Can I key you?" I asked, knowing I would anyway. She nodded, closing her eyes in anticipation. I leaned in and pressed my lips to hers softly, but Bella eagerly responded, pushing her mouth into mine. "We key Ed." For a moment, the intensity growing when she pulled back and ran her fingers down the edge of my jaw. Breathing heavily she asked, "You know what's important to me?" I gave her a quick no, as I basked in her touch. "This," and she placed key S just above my neck, "part of your body. It makes me insane." I felt her tongue flick out and she cut her way from my chin to my earlobe. Her hands had moved to my pants and she tugged my shirt free, working her fingers and my shirt upward. She had touched these places before but never with such fervor. Bella's fingers prodded and her nails strained as they scraped down my chest. Her heart was beating madly, filling my ears with its violent thudding, and without thought my hands began moving on her bare thighs, my thumbs pushing the fabric of her shorts upwards. I wanted more skin, more flesh to stroke. Mine. Came the primal scream from my head, and although I had kept the venom back, working with desire for Bella, not for her blood, suddenly the line blurred. My possessive nature, combined with the feeling of Bella's supple body as she arched beneath me, forced me to hiss in warning. Scrambling, I pulled away until I was across the couch from her, while Bella, recognizing the danger, sat up quickly, pulling her knees to her chest. "I'm sorry," I gasped, choking back the poison that was flooding down my throat. She shook her head in forgiveness, her voice quivering with distress. "No, that was my fault. I pushed you too far." We sat across from one another, Bella attempting to calm her heart and lungs while I made every effort to regain control over my desires. "Distract me," I said, using Bella's words from another night. I needed something to focus on other than the sweetness of Bella's scent and the lure of her aroused state. With eyes wide she grabbed the remote and turned back on the show she had been watching before. I followed her eyes to the screen and was perplexed by the images in front of me. Why is that owned girl beating up all those weird-looking guys? I asked, attention successfully diverted. Keeping her eyes trained ahead she said, "That's Buffy," as though that explained everything. I sat for a moment absorbing the action on the screen before I tried again, "Who's Buffy?" Bella looked over at me this time, incredulous, and said, "You're kidding, right?" Before rolling her eyes and turning back to the television. I laughed nervously as this moment was only revealing again how different our lives were. "I don't really watch much television," I said in my defense. With a glint in her eye Bella began telling me about her show, the owned as Buffy. "She's the vampire slayer, you know, the chosen one." I shook my head slowly. "No, I'm not aware of any of this." "A vampire slayer? That little girl. She has superpowers. Like Alice, who is also little, but she's very strong." "True," I agreed, trying to keep my amusement at Hollywood's version of vampires controlled. "I'm assuming she uses a variety of the staples, holy water, crosses and wooden stakes." "Yes, that's exactly what she does." She huffed a little at my tone. I loved to see Bella passionately angry as long as it wasn't at me. Her face had reddened a little and she continued, "Anyway, Buffy slays vampires, but, in an ironic twist of fate, she falls in love with one." I considered this twist for a second. "Does he love her in return?" She sighed and said, "Of course. But their relationship is doomed from the beginning. It's all very tragic." I quirked an eyebrow at her and slid my hand up her warm calf to reach her hand dangling over the top of her knee. Half serious I asked her, "Do you think we're doomed as well?" She allowed my fingers to thread through hers, and the minute we touched, her heartbeat went from a sound in my ears to vibrating through her hand to my own. Her eyes were steady against mine and she said, "Honestly, I don't know. It seems likely though." "Yes, it does," I agreed. "Does that bother you?" Bella pulled my hand to her lips and she keyed at the top, parting her lips and pressing down on my skin with her tongue, which caused a jolt of electricity to run through my body and a huge grin to spread across my face. Laughing at my reaction, Bella scooted closer to me and said, "Not enough to stop." We were in the SUV as it was a non-work day. Edward was driving us to Forks to meet with his father about the James situation, and I was going to spend the afternoon with Alice. He was taking me to meet his family. It was a big step in any couple's life, but even more so for Edward, who had never brought a girl home before. I was nervous, which Edward could sense, so he would reach out and touch my hand or arm or leg or hair in an attempt to soothe my anxiety. These little touches only made me want to crawl over the middle console and straddle his lap so I could key him a big fat thank you. These thoughts of course made me blush, which would cause Edward glance at the flushed skin on my neck in a way that made me feel like I was the vampire equivalent of a piece of gooey chocolate cake. It was a vicious cycle. I sighed and picked up the iPod and scrolled down the endless lists of music. Edward's eyes were on me, tensing as I manhandled his player. I was testing him by touching his music, but so far he was behaving and wasn't about to crawl out of his obsessive-compulsive skin because I may possibly leave finger smudges on the screen. I shot him a quick smile as I made my selection and pressed play. He raised his perfectly arched right eyebrow, and I just sat back with my eyes closed, enjoying messing with him and using it to distract me. "So, are you sure you're okay with me leaving you with Alice while I go to my meeting?" Edward asked over the music. "Why not? I've spent time alone with Alice before. She's going to loan me a dress for the charity event," I added, opening one eye to glare, since I didn't have time to look for one myself. He sighed and furrowed his brow. "Alice can get a little overexcited about clothes sometimes. You've seen my closet." I laughed at his silliness. "I think I can handle trying on some dresses, Edward." A smug grin crept over his face. "Don't say I didn't warn you." "Warning heard," I said and slid my fingers through his as they rested on the gear shift. "Tell me about this meeting you have this evening." Edward didn't turn, keeping his eyes focused on the road. "We are talking to some of the members of the Quileute tribe. They have some questions about Leah's murder." "Oh," I said, feeling the rush of sorrow for the girl. "So is this wolf stuff real?" This time he stole a look at my face. "It's real." "So they're wolves. Or people. I don't understand." I noticed Edward's eyes tighten, and with a swipe through his hair he explained, They are men or older boys, and they transform from boys to werewolf on instinct. As they age, I think they gain more control over it. Their entire purpose is to fight vampires and protect their tribe. We keep our distance obviously. But Carlisle has a relationship with them. I asked, trying to wrap my head around the mystical life of my vampire boyfriend. Carlisle is special. He is a peacekeeper and truly looks only for the good in others. This includes the wolves. He's maintained communication with them for some time in an effort to become allies instead of enemies. He chuckled with amusement. As usual, he was right. This could have turned out quite differently if he hadn't made the effort. I twisted in my seat, sliding my foot underneath my body, and asked, "Do you think he'll like me?" Carlisle. "He already likes you," he told me, the corner of his mouth turning upwards. I rolled my eyes. "He hasn't met me yet. And clearly I've caused your family all kinds of trouble. He may hold it against me." Edward's hand squeezed mine. "You most certainly have not caused trouble for us. If anyone has, it's me. And Carlisle doesn't judge." He pulled my hand to his lips. "Trust me. You don't need to worry about Carlisle." Shivering a little under his cool mouth, I considered his words. Carlisle sounded like a wonderful person, but there was something else gnawing at me. An implication of sorts. If I don't need to worry about your father, who do I need to worry about? No one. If anything, I'm the one who should worry. They love to have fun at my expense. You are a fresh audience, he said with a grimace. Ah, it can't be that bad, I reassured, but flashes of Emmett's wicked grin came to mind, forcing me to reconsider. Right, you'll see, was all he said as he made a sudden turn off the highway onto a nearly hidden road. Not really a road, as it wasn't paved, but well worn and scattered with gravel. Edward never slowed, twisting through the tree-lined path in his SUV until a large white house with a wide front porch came into view. "Is this it?" I asked, surprised for some reason at the gorgeous home in front of me. He pulled me to him and gave me a quick key on the lips, settling the growing bundle of nerves in my stomach. He looked at the house and back at me and said, "This is it, Edward." With the sun setting, Carlisle and I entered the forest behind the house. We were to meet the Alpha at a designated, neutral spot between our territories. I could still hear Alice from her room trying to get Bella to choose from an array of outfits and accessories she had picked out. I couldn't read her mind, of course, but I could hear the confidence wavering in her voice as she witnessed Alice in full force. "I think that went well, don't you?" Carlisle asked, laughing just a bit, I assume at the distress on my face. I tried to warn her. Better than expected, I'll admit. And it had. Everyone knew this was an enormous step for me. Over the last 2 decades I barely came home at all, never on my own volition, and typically just so the family could discuss their concern about my behavior and actions and make futile attempts to get me to reconsider. The fact that I came now, with a guest, a female at that, was almost beyond comprehension. When we reached the porch, and I'd procured one last key from Bella for courage, I pushed open the front door with hesitation. Bella entered first, only to be welcomed by an excited Alice in the front hallway. We took her through the ground floor where Jasper and Emmett nodded from their game of chess in the sitting room, too involved to get up, and Esme welcomed Bella like a long-lost child. "She's beautiful, and your smile tells me all I need to know," was all she said as she tentatively gave her a hug. Bella, ridiculously fearless, hugged her back tightly, and Esme smiled at me over her shoulder, giving me her approval. Even Rosalie was pleasant enough. She was in the living room when we walked in, flipping through a magazine. Before I could make introductions, Emmett was quickly at her side, apparently paying more attention than I suspected. I could see the look of intimidation on Bella's face as they were introduced, and I wasn't surprised. Rosalie was gorgeous. I'd seen the minds of thousands of women as they crossed her path, and every single one felt the same way. Rosalie Hale was the most beautiful woman they had ever encountered. And she was scary. So for Bella to stand in front of her and offer her hand, I was impressed. Rosalie behaved, Carlisle thought as we walked briskly through the woods, not quite a run. Yes, she did. I wondered if something or someone was behind that. I mused aloud, knowing full well that she had been given some form of lecture before we arrived. Esme reminded everyone of their manners, but I think she likes her anyway. Emmett does, and that is half the battle to Rosalie. This was true. People outside our home would easily be under the impression Rosalie was in charge of that relationship, but we all knew better. They were devoted to one another, and Emmett healed Rosalie in a way I never would have been able to. If Emmett placed his trust and admiration in someone, Rosalie would notice. The sun had set, but the moon was still low, hiding behind the mountains. Carlyle and I were near the clearing, and I slowed my pace so I could ask, exactly what should I expect here? You said the Alpha and another. Will they be in wolf form? Carlyle stopped completely, his feet shifting on the fallen leaves. No, I think they will come in human form, although these wolves are very practiced. They can transform in a mere second, so don't feel overconfident. From what I understand, they want to know what your plans are and how you intend to stop James. The tribe wants revenge for the girl's death, but I really think it would be best for everyone if they stayed here and away from the city. I can only keep the Velutri out of it for so long, and if they hear of the wolves they are sure to visit. He said, adding in his head, and I don't think you or Bella want to entertain that idea. I nodded in agreement. Our kind had rules of their own, the primary one being not to disclose our nature to humans. Clearly I had broken this, thus putting Bella in mortal danger. We definitely needed to get the wolves under control before they caused further damage. As soon as we broke the tree line surrounding the field, I was assaulted by their strong dog-like odor. My nose burned as I scanned the darkness for them. Finally, I made contact with two enormous wolf-shaped shadows across the field, hovering in the trees. Over there, I whispered and gestured to the shapes. Carlyle nodded and took the lead, marching across the field to the middle of the clearing. Once there, we stood still waiting for the men to join us. Before my eyes, they transformed from wolf to human and quickly dressed beneath the heavy cover of trees. The men were huge. I could tell as they walked in our direction that they would tower over both of us. Their shirtless forms made the lean muscles of their torsos obvious, and as they came closer, I noted with interest that their feet were bare as they walked across the rocky field. I listened to their internal chatter as they walked. They were both confident, but cautious, neither trusting us. I heard the term, blood cur, used to describe our kind, and it was followed by imagery of disgust. I saw flashes of other wolves, back at home, ready and on alert to be here at a moment's notice. I wasn't surprised by this. Emmett and Jasper were ready as well. This meeting was risky and dangerous for us all. I glanced at Carlyle warily. I wasn't sure how this was going to turn out. We stood across from one another, the stars shining bright over our heads and the sounds of the forest at night surrounding us. I was bombarded by their thoughts, and it became clear that the men's names were Sam and Jacob. Sam was older by several years, there were lines of maturity on his face. His hair was very closely shaved to his head, military style. He stood with authority and a strong sense of control. His temper was even, and it seemed he was truly here for information. I could feel a deep sense of loss coming from him when he thought of Leah. Jacob, on the other hand, was huge, several inches taller than Sam. His hair was short on the sides but longer on top, more rebellious. His russet-colored arms were massive, close to the size of Emmett's, and I wondered briefly if their physical condition was purely part of the supernaturalness of being a wolf or if they trained as well. I realized with surprise that Jacob, the younger of the two, was actually the alpha of the group. In their minds Sam was definitely deferring to him. I questioned this hierarchy as Jacob's thoughts were more scattered, and his hostility was evident not only in his thoughts but in his demeanor as well. I realized that they were waiting for us to speak first and show who was the alpha of our own pack. Carlyle stepped forward, and introductions were made between us and the wolves. "I'm so sorry for your loss," he said, the sincerity genuine in his voice. Jacob was angry about the loss of Leah to their community. Although we had to try, I could see it was going to be difficult to convince him not to take action right away. In hopes of breaking the thick tension, I told them how I had been tracking James for some time, how I had successfully killed 3 members of his army, and that I permanently injured him in a fight. I explained that we were close to catching him but that it seemed this was a well-thought-out game to James, and he was proving to be a worthy opponent. I actually met Leah at her job, and my assistant became friendly with her as well. She truly was a wonderful, caring person. I don't know if James knew he was killing a member of your tribe. I suspect not. I paused, allowing them to absorb this information. I think he's targeting people near me in an effort to draw me out. Jacob snorted, "Then let him draw you out. Be a man or whatever you are. Why let him kill innocents while you wait?" His accusation stung. After all, I had considered this as well. Before I could speak, Carlyle touched my arm and said, "Edward is working in the city to keep predators like James away. If he sacrifices himself, then it would open the door to a variety of dangers, leaving the citizens unprotected. This is exactly what James wants. He knows that if Edward acts rashly they can take him out, and then they can have free reign in the city." Jacob still seemed skeptical, but Sam nodded in understanding. "So it's like a game of cat and mouse?" he asked. "Yes," I responded. "But I am refusing to be the mouse. I would rather be the cat." "Tell us then, what is your plan?" Sam asked. I sighed. "Right now we are still gathering information. He has two main goals. His primary goal is to eliminate me. The secondary one is to injure or hurt people close to me, in an attempt to make me reckless." Jacob narrowed his eyes at me. "Other than Leah, who has he attempted to hurt that has a connection to you?" I stole a look at Carlyle, who nodded sharply. "My assistant. She's human, and we are close. He has made several attempts on her life already. James appears determined to add her to his army." I skirted over this issue, hoping they would move on. I was encouraged to realize Sam had become thoughtful and was considering my words. A million questions swirled around his head, and he finally settled on one. Why does he kill some of his victims and turn others? The answer to this was unbelievably frustrating, as it once again placed the blame on me for James's murderous assault on the city. It's our opinion that he began murdering people, in a ritualistic manner, to gain my attention as well as that of the authorities. Although it was clear to me from the beginning the killings were committed by a vampire, the police are clueless. And they are so wrapped up in what they are thinking as a serial killer they are unable to concentrate as closely on the abductions and home invasions. James was ultimately trying to get my attention, by spreading my attention with the chaos he is causing. Jacob was quiet, and I tried to determine what he was thinking. He finally formed a clear idea, and internally I groaned. "My assistant. Tell me more about your assistant." "The Bloods. Kerr wants her, why not let him have her?" Rage boiled under my skin, and I took a step in his direction before Carlyle grabbed my shoulder. Even Sam looked disturbed at the comment, but it was too late to hide my reaction. "From Jacob's notice. This woman, she means something to you, correct? She knows about you." I nodded curtly, unable to speak to the moronic dog in front of me. "Why not use her as bait?" he said with a smug grin, his thick arms crossed over his chest. "Let her draw the Bloods. Kerr to you." Carlyle spoke before I had to. "Absolutely not. We won't endanger the life of an innocent this way. But you are risking others' lives every day. If you had taken action months ago, Leah would still be here." Sam argued while thoughts of a young, smiling Leah passed through his head. He loved her once. Not now, but once. I clenched my teeth at the thought of these dogs attempting to take my Isabella away or put her in any form of danger. This was not an option. "This discussion is over," I told them, looking them both in the eye. "Any strategy dealing with my assistant is off the table. We are here to help and to provide you with information. I assure you that I am working on this situation to the best of my ability." I paused, trying to control my anger, and took a deep, unnecessary breath. "I am going to ask you now if you will agree to patrol between here and King County. If he oversteps that line, you're welcome to do whatever you want to him or any of his followers. Otherwise, leave them to me." Jacob stared at me for some time, curious about my defensiveness over Bella. Carlyle pushed the conversation forward, and both men agreed reluctantly to my terms. They were agitated at my stubbornness, but in some ways they were no different from James. They wanted to toy and play with people's lives, using their power to manipulate. I'd spent years cultivating a controlled, disciplined system. I knew rational thought was the only way to take care of James. Playing games would only get more people hurt. With a final word, and an arrangement on how to communicate in the future, we watched as the men transformed into wolves in front of our eyes. Once they were gone, galloping through the forest, I turned to Carlyle and said, "Regardless of what happened here tonight, I want two things clear. 1. Bella is never to be used as a pawn in this battle. And 2. That wolf thing, when they transform. That's pretty awesome." Carlyle and I walked in the back door, entering the house through the kitchen. I heard the girls' laughter upstairs, and we took a moment to confer with Jasper and Emmett about the meeting. When I informed them of Jacob's ridiculous plan to endanger Bella's life, I immediately heard the wheels turning in Jasper's head. No, I told him with a hard look, unwilling to entertain this subject further. It's a solid plan. At least consider it as an option. We have nothing else. Absolutely not, I said again. The anger from before was returning. This was my worst fear, the people in my life not appreciating how fragile Bella was. As Jasper and I stared at one another, I stifled my rage and trained my ear for her heartbeat, zeroing in on the rhythm that soothed me. With a glare in Emmett's direction, I walked out of the room. But it was too late. Jasper's military-trained mind was at work, formulating plans on how to use Bella as bait to lure James. I climbed the stairs, 4 at a time, and stopped outside Alice's room. In her mind I caught a glimpse of Bella, wrapped in blue, and my stomach clenched with longing. Alice sensed me outside the door and quickly wiped her mind clean. I raised my hand to knock, and she cracked the door before I made contact. "Stop looking, you cheater," she hissed. "You're done. Send her out," I said simply, because I needed to see Bella. I was tense and close to a full meltdown, and I needed her. "I'll let her know you're here. And she can come out when she is ready," she replied bitterly. I rolled my eyes and waved her off. I needed Bella. I leaned back against the wall prepared to wait, but thankfully Bella seemed to miss me as well and quickly came into the hall. The anger declined at the sight of her messy hair, slightly disheveled from changing clothes. Then I saw the light in her eyes, and calmed further. "What's wrong?" she asked, and I pulled her towards me. I slipped my finger up the hem of her shirt, seeking a pulse point on the small of her back. Grazing her skin with my fingers, I found one and felt a wave of calm rush over me. Bella had no idea the effect she had on me. "I missed you," I admitted, although it was a half-truth. She pushed up on her toes and gave my chin a key. She glanced over her shoulder, toward Alice's room and whispered, "Why didn't you tell me how crazy she is?" I couldn't suppress the smile that spread across my face. "I told you. In the car. You didn't tell me that was going to happen," she said through clenched teeth. "It was like a tornado in there. You know she can hear you, right?" I laughed. Bella's face turned red at the realization that there were no secrets in a vampire's house, and it was all I could do to not pick her up and hide her in the next room for my own pleasure. But sadly, there are no secrets in this house, so even if I attempted to tuck Bella away, everyone would find us anyway. I sighed at the idea of being alone with her, wishing we were back home, alone. But my desires were dampened by the reminder of our situation from the other night. Pleasure, at least, had proven to be dangerous. I had been close to losing control, and I was struggling with the balance between my lust and bloodlust. I looked at her now, blushing and beautiful, the conflict ever present. "Do you want me to show you the rest of the house?" I asked, trying to change the subject and calm the flow of blood from Bella's extremities and quell the venom pooling in my mouth. She smiled in relief and nodded, "Please. It really is beautiful. How long have they lived here?" I walked down the hall, pointing out the different rooms, Emmett and Rose's, Carlisle and Esme's, the studies and offices. "This time they have been here almost 7 years. I noted this with regret. Their time here was definitely coming to an end. Carlisle had even mentioned this to me briefly in the forest, listing off the places they had considered moving. It was part of their life. My life. But, suddenly the idea of displacement unnerved me. Bella stopped to study a painting on the wall. It was Italian, from Carlyle's days abroad. The colors had faded with time but the intent was still visible. "This time?" she asked. "We lived here before, it was in my journals." Her brow creased. "Oh, I didn't make the connection. So you lived here too?" "Before," I replied, realizing we were close to the issue of me not living with them now. "Which room was yours?" "Upstairs. On the 3rd floor, in the attic. It's empty now. They don't use it in case I want to come back," I confessed. "No one says this out loud, but I know their intentions. They love you very much. I can tell," she said, as though I needed the assurance. We were at the top of the stairs, on the wide landing where a huge chandelier hung from the tall ceiling. "They do. And I love them. But I can't live here." Bella slid her arms around my waist and buried her face in my chest. "I'm glad you don't live here. They love you, but you don't fit here. Not anymore." I rested my chin on her head. "Really? Why do you think that?" I was definitely intrigued. I'd spent the last 20 years trying to convince these people and myself of that very idea. Bella pulled away a little so she could see my face. You grew up, Edward, and left home. I know it's unconventional in your family, but it's what normal people do. It just took you longer than most. Like 60 years longer. She smirked at her own joke. If you hadn't taken those steps, you and I never would have happened. You're not the same person you were before you left home, but that doesn't make it a bad thing. I stared at this woman whose tiny hands were clutching my hips and who looked at me with such concern. I had no idea how long Isabella Swan would be in my life, but I knew I needed to make the most of my time with her. Bella, I'd really like to show you something. I pulled her down the stairs with me and took her through the room where Jasper and Emmett were still involved in their eternal chess match, 8 boards across, all games played concurrently. I watched Emmett's eyebrow lift in understanding of our destination. I ignored him, continuing through the room with Bella at my heels until I reached the music room that held the piano. Standing over it for a moment, I felt Bella stroke my arm, giving me the strength to pull out the bench and sit down before I lost my nerve. I slid over and patted the bench, offering Bella the seat next to me. As she slid onto the polished wood, relief washed over me. Because Edward Cullen could fight vampires, and help lost souls, and protect damsels in distress, but he couldn't fight his inner demons alone. Bella provided me with the key to my soul and an awareness of my humanity. And my connection to music had always been the closest thing I had to humanity. Rolling the dark wood lid back softly, I flexed my fingers over the keys and realized that the house had gone completely silent. It had been quiet before. Bella probably had no idea where everyone was. But I knew. We all knew where the others were at all times. But now it was still. Bella must have noticed my hesitation because her hand ran down my leg and rested on my knee. She smiled. "Show me," she said quietly under her breath. I nodded, focusing on her heartbeat, on the rhythm of her breath and everything else that made this woman bring me to life. Bella. Edward's fingers rested on the keys of the piano while the vibration of the notes still hummed through my body. He had just finished playing a song for me, one he said he wrote for me. It was flattering and overwhelming all at once. That was wonderful, I said with absolute sincerity. Thank you for sharing that with me. I wasn't sure why Edward had this fear of his piano. I had seen it pulled out in the attic at home, the cover thrown back and messy scribbled notes on composition paper laying on top. Even though it was out and he was visibly working on something, I never heard a note come from the sleek, brown instrument. Something had held him back, and I realized now that the obstacle had been removed. Our shoulders were touching, and his right arm wrapped around my waist, pulling me even closer to him on the bench. Running his nose up the sensitive skin of my ear, he said, "You're welcome. Thank you for the inspiration." I shivered, and he ran his hand up and down my arm for warmth. Edward's legs were long, and he had the bench pushed back to allow room. He was so relaxed behind the piano, a totally different side of him emerged while playing. All the tension and stress he had been carrying earlier slipped away as his fingers stroked the keys. I was learning that this man would never fail to surprise me. As if he could read my mind, I felt myself plucked from my spot on the bench and repositioned facing Edward, straddled across his lap. "Nice. Hey," I said to his very close face. I found my hands traveling over his cheeks, marveling for the millionth time at the way his skin stretched over his perfectly formed bones. "Hi," he murmured in return. His eyes were closed and he wore a look of peace on his face as he basked in my touch. I enjoyed today. Alice and the dresses. Meeting Esme and Rosalie. It was nice. I told him as I keyed at him softly by the ear. "They like you too," he replied, turning his head, allowing me better access. My feet were behind him, hanging over the edge of the piano bench, and it was when I shifted my weight to gain some balance that I felt it. Or rather, him. His eyes popped open at my movement, and I could see the discomfort running through them as he quickly diverted his gaze. I quirked an eyebrow at his embarrassed yet eternally pale face. "Really?" I asked, ecstatic at the power I held over the intensity of his arousal. Refocusing on my eyes, he mirrored my expression with his own perfectly arched brow, but he said nothing, refusing to discuss what I'm sure he thought was inappropriate conversation for us to have. He sighed and laughed bitterly. "It's been quite a while, Isabella." His honesty shocked me. "What exactly do you mean by a while?" I questioned while running my hands down the front of his chest, feeling the sharp curves and outlines of his muscles beneath the soft cloth. Instead of answering, Edward leaned toward my face and pressed his lips against my own. I responded eagerly. Nothing made me as happy as having Edward's lips on mine. He ran his fingers up my sides, which caused me to laugh and squirm on his lap. Oh yeah, ouch. That thing is hard. I pulled my lips off his quickly, which had an effect similar to ripping off a band-aid, painful but necessary, and asked again, "What exactly do you mean by a while?" He scowled at my question and eyed my mouth greedily, but I wasn't giving in. I waited stubbornly for his response. Sighing, he rested his forehead on my own. "I don't know, Bella. Sometimes the past should stay that way," he argued. I shook my head and pushed my hands over his shoulders and curled my fingers into his hair. "No secrets," I said. I leaned back a little, and Edward wrapped his arms around me, holding me up while shielding me from the sharp edges of the piano. "You read my journals. I was alone for all those years. I managed for the most part, but when it became too much, living in a house of lovers, I would leave for a while traveling or studying away from the family." He paused and took a moment to place a soft key on my jaw. It felt like gratitude for filling that role in his life. I smiled and nodded in encouragement for him to continue. He grimaced at my persistence, but I could see the subtle lifting of his lips, which proved he wasn't as frustrated as he was insinuating. "My family heard of another coven, a large one, living in Alaska. They too were vegetarians, and we were interested to spend time with others like ourselves." "Really?" I asked. "So the lifestyle you've chosen really is that rare?" His eyes tightened at my question. I knew sharing his vampire nature with me was difficult. He wanted to shield me from the reality of their makeup. "Our entire lifestyle is rare. The fact we live in homes and are educated is almost unheard of. The 7 of us living together peacefully is extremely unusual. The fact that we found another coven close to our size that also didn't feed from humans was astonishing." We were all very intrigued. He hesitated, and I could see the worry in his eyes. "Edward, I'm not going to judge you. We both had lives before we met the other. And I'm happy to tell you mine if you want, but yours is much more fascinating," I said with a grin. "Tell me more. Tell me what happened." He groaned low under his breath. "The Denali coven is made of 3 sisters. Tanya, Irina, and Kate. They also live with 2 other vampires, Carmen and Eleazar. The 3 sisters are the fulfillment of the myth of the succubus." My mouth dropped. "A succubus, the kind who prey on men?" "Yes, they are very powerful and gifted in the art of seduction. But as vampires, succubi prey on human men and normally kill their victims. The Denali coven broke from this tradition and chose to live on animal blood instead. We moved there, and it was nice. We had other people to spend our time with for the first time in years. We hunted and played games. It was really a wonderful time. For once I wasn't the odd man out, and it was comfortable." I smiled at his words. I loved the image of a happy Edward. I played with the buttons on his black shirt, allowing my fingers to dip in between and brush against his hard chest. I asked the inevitable question, "So did one of the women use their powers on you? Were you seduced?" He rolled his eyes at me and laughed. "No, but they tried. The mind-reading thing kind of messes up their games. But I became very close to Tanya, and we developed a relationship while I was there." "Tanya?" I asked. "Let me guess, tall, blonde and gorgeous." I didn't want to be jealous, but I was all the same. He mused. "I wouldn't know. Once I met you, all other women pale in comparison. It's really quite sad for them." And his mouth rearranged into his most stunning and adorable grin. This time I rolled my eyes and pushed his chest. "Whatever, Edward. Stop trying to distract me. Tanya and I got along very well. She was smart and fun, and my family wanted us to be together. They were positive this was the person I had waited for during all those long years. And for some reason I convinced myself that I could do it. That I could fake my way with Tanya and make everyone happy. I wanted what they had, love and partnership. Why didn't it work? Why were you faking?" I asked. Edward dropped his head, hiding his eyes again, and said softly, "I didn't love her, which wasn't fair because she did love me. I felt like I was using her." I leaned into him and wrapped my arms around his body. Squeezing me back tightly, he said over my shoulder, "Bella, I'm not going to give you all the details, but imagine being in a relationship with someone who could read your mind. I knew for a fact she loved me and that she wanted me in a way I could never want her in return. Wow, that would be really hard, I agreed. And completely devastating. Tanya was the only woman I had been with, intimately. But it was wrong. I was privy to her thoughts and feelings all the time. It was an intrusion. I knew this feeling. I'd experienced it briefly myself after I read about Edward's gift in his journals. I remembered the humiliation and the discomfort I felt when I saw him for the first time after I found out. You could hear her thoughts all the time? I asked, absorbed by the horror of this idea. Yes, he replied and pulled away from my embrace so he could see my face. Relationships are hard, but should be fun and interesting. Tanya had no secrets from me. I knew her thoughts, her desires, and even her criticisms of me. It complicated things quite a bit. I considered this situation. I thought back to my own experiences of finding new loves, the worries of being enough, the embarrassing thoughts of infatuation, but also wondering if I was attractive enough, experienced enough. I thought back to the bad times, when I was going through the motions, yet had fallen out of love. I thought about Edward and how my feelings for him were so intense, how I daydreamed about his hands, his long graceful fingers, and my intense longing for his touch. My neck grew warm, and I cursed the telltale redness that flamed up my body. Edward ran his thumb slowly down my sides, again causing me to shiver. See, right now, I have no idea what you're thinking, he mused. It's very provoking. I smiled. He was so darn cute, I couldn't help myself. Good. The only way you're going to find out what's on my mind is if I show you. Show me? He asked, but he could read me better than he claimed. Once again I could feel his interest under the thin layer of my shorts. I'm not sure that's a good idea, after last night. I raked my nails down his chest hard, wanting him to feel some pressure, and reveling in his shuddering response. I think it's a fine idea. Even though it's been a while for me too, I said, shifting my weight again not to be arousing, but for comfort. I don't recall them being quite so hard. I said with a grimace. I had been around men before. BD men. Not a lot, but enough. Even buffered between the fabric of my shorts and Edward's pants, I could tell he was different. His face fell, and he spoke in a rush, Bella, I'm sorry. I told you we had to be careful. This isn't a good idea. But I knew he didn't mean it as his lips were instantly on my neck and his hands were tickling my sides, which he knew by now would cause me to squirm in his lap. Where's your family? I breathed as he keyed my lips, carefully, always carefully, and I twisted the buttons of his shirt under my fingers, slipping them out of their holes. Gone, he said from against my flesh. I felt my body lifted and heard the piano bench clattering to the floor underneath us. In the next moment I was being crushed against the soft cushions of the chaise lounge across the room. He had my left arm pinned over my head, and I could feel his body pressing down on me, pushing me into the padding. Closing my eyes, my hips rose to meet his. I heard a low whimper, and my eyes snapped open, focusing on the anguished scowl on Edward's hovering face. His pupils were dilated, and the amber of his eyes was wild. I realized the noise had come from him. He was struggling like the other time. Are you okay? I whispered, fear flooding my senses. But instead of escaping, I found my hand reaching out to stroke his hair and face, in an effort to calm him. Yes, no, yes, he stuttered and he crumbled, dropping his head onto my heaving chest in defeat. We lay together, stacked on the couch for some time, Edward turning his head so his ear was directly over my heart. He had released my wrist from his grasp and ran his thumb down to my pulse as he regained his composure. I continued my ministrations, weaving my fingers in his thick, soft hair until he was ready. Without lifting his head, Edward finally spoke. Bella, that was. He didn't complete his thought, but I knew where he was going. Terrible, horrible, dangerous. Pick one or all three. Progress. I dared. Last time you bolted clear across the couch, this time you stayed. Things are better. He looked at me skeptically but didn't move, which I took as a sign of encouragement. We stayed this way for a while longer before I pushed Edward up, making him move his body away from mine. I slithered out from underneath him and stood. I motioned for him to roll over, and I crawled on top, effectively reversing our positions. Is this all right? I asked and was relieved when he nodded. He had one long leg on the sofa and one balanced on the floor. His shirt was still open, and I could see the hardened beauty of his stomach. Distress was still evident on his face, his eyes dark and flashing. I'm sorry. The line between my bloodlust and physical lust is marginal. Things were blurry for a second. He paused. I don't really know how to say this, but when I was with Tanya, things were we let our basic instincts take over. This is not possible with you, and I'm not sure how to balance this. Jealousy burned in my stomach at his confession, at the thought of him with another woman that way, in a way we couldn't be. He must have realized this, and his hand reached to cup my face and he said, I shouldn't have said that. No, you should have, I told him, squelching the envy. You and I aren't the same as you and Tanya. No couple is the same, you can't compare. We have to figure out what works for us. As I said this, I considered the fact he was sitting below me with his hair in full sweetie disarray, half undressed, and taunting me. I decided not to let this moment pass us. I couldn't suppress the smile forming on my lips as I asked, Edward, do you trust me? Of course, he replied without hesitation. I mean, really trust me. As in, I want to do something and you have to let go of the control, and have faith in me. I said this slowly, unsure if he could actually do it. He nodded, swallowing lightly as if he was repressing his need for power over everything. I ran my fingers down his chest lightly and said, good. Let me set the pace, and let me know if it's too much. I promised to stay within the boundaries. As I began my descent on his body, Edward was frozen into place, his hands clutching the side of the chaise. I ignored his apprehension, instead using his still form as my playground to explore. My lips connected with his solid body, licking an king from his neck down to his hip. The pressure of his beak was distracting, causing my body to react, seeking friction on the spot where he met the seam of my shorts. Straightening for a moment, but still rocking gently against him, I peeled off my t-shirt and dropped it to the floor. Edward's eyes widened at the sight of my bra-covered chest, and my eyes followed his to see the slight swell of my breasts restrained in black silk. Reaching for his hands, I found they were still grasping the edge of the chair with such force he had dug into the sides of the wood. Edward, let go, I prodded, and he reluctantly released the sofa from his grip. Guiding his hands to each side of my breasts, I gasped when his thumbs grazed my nipples through the fabric. He was hesitant. I could feel it in his touch and see it in his eyes. Edward, touch me, I commanded in a whisper, and with relief his hands began moving over my body. The quiet of the house had been replaced by my labored breaths and the hushed sounds of our hands exploring one another. I leaned over and placed my hands over his shoulders, bracing myself on the back of the cushion in an attempt to desperately seek a steady rhythm as I slowly began thrusting myself on Edward's beak. Every time his cock made contact with the right spot, my body felt the bursts of pleasure even through the barrier of the material. Edward groaned beneath me, and I refused to look in his eyes. If I saw anguish or pain I would stop, and I didn't want to stop. With my chin up and eyes closed, he began rocking with force while his palms massaged my breasts, pulling on my beak until he'd freed them. I shrieked with surprise when he touched my nipple with his cool tongue, causing electricity to run straight down my body and into my pants. For a moment everything fell into place. We were in sync, working together, no pasts, no future, just two bodies in motion, craving the same release. Through my pleased grin, I felt my breaths quicken across my lips. I pressed my body into his, close to the edge, and I began quivering with pleasure as I spiraled past the feeling of coherency. Overcome by weakness, I hung onto the edge of the cushion in an attempt to remain upright. Sensitive and raw, I was relieved when Edward finally shuddered beneath me, hissing deep in his throat, his body jerking with spasms of pleasure under the cover of his pants. Aware that I had survived the encounter, I opened one eye to assess his mood and found him with his head back, peacefully watching me with a lazy grin on his face. His hands found the straps of my beep and slipped them back over my shoulders and straightened the cups, putting everything back in its proper order. Smiling back, I pressed my damp forehead to his and he kissed me softly on the lips. I was ecstatic that we had surpassed this hurdle. I wasn't sure how much further we could push it, but at least we knew this much. I think I ruined Esme's chair, he said, breaking the quiet and running his hands over my bare back. I giggled in response to the fact this is what he would bring up after that. Possibly too, I concurred, nodding in the direction of the piano bench upturned on the hardwoods. It was worth it, he said, pulling me into his body where I willingly surrendered into chest and arms. Definitely. Worth it. Relief passed through me, not from what had just transpired but from the fact Edward was moving forward and leaving his past where it belonged. I looked up from my computer monitor to see Jasper coming in my office. I'd heard him enter downstairs, his mind focused on tonight's strategy. Fortunately, he was not still considering using Bella for a trap with James. At least not now. He was dressed to fight. I noticed his clothing was black and his pants were military style, lined with deep pockets. "Are you ready?" I asked foolishly. Jasper was always ready. And prepared. I think he missed his calling as a Boy Scout. Jasper eased into the chair across from me, stretching out his long legs. "Yes. Everyone is arranged for tonight. We each have our positions between the aquarium and where the dogs take over. Basically we have this entire area of the state of Washington covered. You and Bella should be able to attend the event without concern." Jasper revealed the plan mentally, showing me how they would approach the night. The family was traveling individually, but also within a distance they could easily reach one another if necessary. Each person had a method to get in contact with their partner or with one of the others in case of an emergency. No one was taking this situation lightly. During the charity event Emmett and Rose would stick close to the aquarium and the surrounding urban areas. Jasper and Alice would patrol the suburban neighborhoods, which left the desolate stretch between Seattle and Forks to Carlisle, Esme and the Wolves. I nodded my approval. I felt horrible about leaving burden on them. The situation with James was my fault and I should be the one to take care of it. But the others had insisted I needed to maintain my position as the CEO of Pacific Northwest Trust and attend our annual hospital charity event. We all felt this was the perfect opportunity for James or Victoria to make an attempt for Bella, and instead of running away we decided to face it straight on. Bella was at her apartment today. Alice had insisted that Bella get ready with her and Angela, explaining the idea of girl bonding, or something. All I knew was I missed her being near me and I was itching to get back in her presence. I consoled myself with the idea we would have the entire night together and I would get to see her in the blue dress I had snatched a vision of from Alice's mind. "Are you ready?" he thought. Something about his tone made me look up from my work on the desk. Yes, his eyebrow was quirked and he looked at me expectantly. I narrowed my eyes at Jasper trying to figure out what he was thinking about, but he blocked my efforts. I sighed, fearful of whatever he was going to bring up. "Go ahead. Just say it," I told him, unable to contain my exasperation. "You and Bella tainted the music room, you know." This was said with a smirk and his eyebrow stayed lifted. "My brain is contaminated from 50 years of you and Alice. I think we're far from even." I shot back. "Not to mention you're thinking about her right now and I really would prefer not to think about my sister like that." The image disappeared from his mind and Jasper shifted uncomfortably in his seat, crossing one of his legs over the other before continuing his harassment. Esme had to repair both chairs. Although I admit, she wasn't nearly as angry as I expected. "Because I'm her favorite," I declared and felt a grin tug at my mouth at the thought of me, Bella, and the music room. Bella had changed me that day in Forks. She helped me realize so many things were possible. I had a life, and a woman who I adored who adored me in return. My family and I were separate and this was a good thing. A normal thing. We could exist apart and together all the same. That is how a normal family worked. I spent all those years running from everyone and everything. Pushing them away and isolating myself. I had behaved like a child and therefore they treated me like one in return. That night, on the chaise lounge in my family home, Bella taught me that I could overcome anything. That I could work through my fears, and with her caring and patience all things were possible. I brought my attention back to Jasper, who still had the trace of an annoying smirk on his face. There had to be more to his comment than talking about me and Bella breaking chairs. I saw him swiftly reach into his pocket and he flung something in my direction. My hand instinctively popped up and caught the soft, square package in the air. Flipping my hand over I looked at what he had thrown. A beep, Jasper. I rolled my eyes in an attempt to hide my discomfort. This was useless of course, since I was trying to hide it from our resident empath. "Are you trying to get me to strike your ass?" "Maybe," he answered, cockily, always looking for a match. "But Carlisle asked me to give that to you." "Carlisle?" Jasper nodded. "He said it should work. And he wanted me to tell you to be safe." He stood up and pulled a long strip of the shiny gold packets out of his pocket and tossed them on the desk. If I could blush, I'm sure I would have been the color of tomatoes, but this didn't matter as Jasper gave me a sympathetic glance. Thanks, I guess. I mean, venom isn't my only concern. I stuttered. I know, he said sincerely. I feel it. You love her. And you desire her. But there is the little part inside that wants to drain her. It's a balance you are struggling to maintain, and right now you're winning. I pushed back in my seat, rubbing a hand over my face. I know. But my thirst can be so strong. It's in constant battle. I can only imagine. You truly are stronger than the rest of us, Edward. Alice hasn't seen anything, has she? I asked, wondering if this was really a forewarning of some kind. No. She's consumed with James and the fact they can block her. Other than watching for Bella's safety, she's leaving you alone like you asked. Relieved, I gathered the beeps off the desk and shoved them in a drawer. Okay, I need to get dressed. You need to leave, I directed, and stood up from my chair. Alice said to wear the Armani. He thought as he lifted himself out of the chair. Again I rolled my eyes, but I knew she loved me. This was how she showed it. Please be careful tonight. This is not a game. I warned, still worried about not being there to assist. James is serious. We know. Do your job, take care of Bella, and we'll handle the rest. Playfully I shoved him in the head with a wide grin. I suspected this was going to be a big night for all of us. Bella. A waft of steam evaporated from the back of my head. Angela stood behind me, styling wand in her hand, meticulously straightening each strand of my hair. Angela, I smell burnt hair. I complained as I tried to catch her eye in the bathroom mirror. Are you burning it? No, she sighed in response. I wasn't being completely cooperative, and Angela and Alice were getting tired of my behavior. It had been a long day and I had hours to go before it was all over. When I woke up this morning, my nose was pressed to Edward's firm chest, which caused me to smile before I even opened my eyes. I briefly wondered how long we had been this way, exactly when I burrowed my way into his arms. I'd decided this was the best way to wake up in the morning and planned to continue it for as long as possible. Realizing I was awake, Edward began tracing patterns down the backs of my arms and allowed his fingers to hover near the hem of my shirt, occasionally grazing my warm skin with his fingers. Arching my back like a cat, I stretched and finally opened my eyes. Good morning, I whispered, my voice cracking with sleep. It is, he replied, blessing me with a smile so gorgeous if I had been standing my knees would have gone weak. He was perfect. And I was perfectly ready to show him how I felt about him when the doorbell began buzzing, and in seconds Alice was outside the bedroom door. Before we could protest, she was pulling a shirtless, positively horrified Edward out of the bed, and dragging me out of the house to get ready for the night. We were now at my apartment, which was currently unused by me or Angela. She was still staying at Ben's, while I was at Edward's, but it was nice for one day to be back at our house. Sitting in a chair in the bathroom, I was scrubbed, plucked, tweezed, and painted. Hair and clothing were the only things left. Bella, Alice said, swooping into the bathroom, I laid out your dress and your shoes. I also, she stopped, her eyes widening at the scowl on my face. What is that about? She asked. Nothing, I mumbled, pushing the thought of half-beaked Edward out of my head and bringing my focus back on the present. Alice ignored my mood swings and continued, I also put the most beautiful cashmere wrap on the bed, and I found this gorgeous beaded bag for you to carry. You didn't have to do all this, Alice, the dress was enough. I told her, embarrassed by the attention. Angela rolled her eyes behind me and continued fussing with my hair now that she was finished straightening it. Alice was a tornado of movement. She flitted from place to place, adjusting makeup and hairpins or running to the other room to make sure my outfit was in order. I do have to do this. Not only are you representing Pacific Northwest Trust tonight, you are representing my brother, who has never been seen publicly in the company of a woman before. She paused and leaned on the bathroom counter. Trust me, people are going to notice, and I want you to look amazing. I nodded, pretending to understand the world of high society, but acknowledging the reality of her statement. I noticed a sharp grin on her face and she said, plus, I want to make sure you rub it in those girls' faces from the office. I smiled in return, true. I hate them. Angela began laughing at my immaturity, which caused me and Alice to join in. Stop laughing or you'll ruin your makeup, Angela said, blotting tears from my cheeks. I promised to behave, and after we composed ourselves, I noticed Alice had slipped from the room. Angela must have seen this too, and she hesitantly cleared her throat before saying, "So, tell me about you and your boss. How is it going? Does he make you call him Mr. Cullen when you're together?" Angela. "No," I shouted, laughter attempting to escape again. "He's sweet. Leave him alone." She smiled wickedly. "Come on, Bella. A guy that looks like that has to be more than sweet. What is really going on with him?" She pulled out a bottle of hairspray and began assaulting my head with it. "He totally has this mysterious thing going on. Which works, by the way." I smiled and sighed inwardly. I wished I could tell her about Edward. Who he really was. But I couldn't. In fact, it was dangerous enough that I even knew. Instead, I confessed, "I really like him, Angela. He treats me like a queen. I spend every moment of the day wishing I could be closer to him even when I'm with him. I can't get enough." I saw Angela's eyes flick towards the door, looking for Alice. She had no idea, of course, that Alice could not only hear our entire conversation, but probably had seen it coming, which was why she left the room in the first place. "Do you love him?" she asked in a hushed voice. Before I answered, I looked at my best friend in the mirror. She was so genuine and supportive. There was never a doubt she had my best interest at heart. I caught her eye and nodded, speaking quietly in return, "I do." God, Angela, I had no idea what I was missing before he came in my life. She raised an eyebrow and asked, "Does he love you?" I felt the blush run up my neck. Did Edward love me? He hadn't said so, but I knew he did. He had risked himself over and over for my life. He showed me his past, including the pain. He revealed himself in so many ways, in his touch and gestures. I knew he loved me. I said the only thing I could, "I think so." "Really?" she asked, a wide smile gracing her face. "So he's the one then?" I felt my smile falter just a little. "Yes, he's the one. But there are complications. I'm not sure if it will last." Her happiness fell with mine and was replaced with concern. "What do you mean? Because he's rich? Because you're not?" "No, I can't explain it, but I just feel like I just need to be thankful for him while I have him." I said the words I had been thinking for some time, and instead of relief it felt like a knife twisting in my chest. She was confused, and I could tell she didn't know how to respond to my statement, so she simply said, "He needs to be thankful for every day you are in his life. Don't worry. He is. More than you both could know," Alice said from behind us, making us both jump in surprise. She gave me a quick smile. "Now, let's get you dressed." I stood and walked into the bedroom, seeing the beautiful blue dress lying across the bed. It was knee-length with a low V in the front and a deeper one in the back. Wispy fabric formed straps over the shoulders. I grabbed Alice and gave her hard, tiny body a quick hug. I leaned into her ear and said in a low voice, "Thank you for everything. Bella, you're going to knock them out. And I know you're worried, but I have a feeling things will work out in the end," she said cryptically. I looked at her questioningly, wondering what she knew, if she had seen something, but the moment was lost and she had turned and was talking to Angela and shoving clothing in my hands. I stood in the middle of the room, clutching the expensive beep and beep set Alice had just given me and let her words sink in. It made me wonder, not for the first time, if there were other options out there for me and Edward. So far we had met every challenge we had faced. I wondered if there were choices that I should possibly consider and if Edward had considered them as well. Frozen in the middle of my room, I thought about my dream, the one where I sacrificed myself for him, and how it felt so right. I wondered if presented with the opportunity, what would I do? "Bella, are you okay?" I nodded, shaking the image from my head, realizing, despite the fact I had things to think about, I was okay. I felt a cool finger running up the slit in my dress. Smiling, I halted it with my hand and hissed, "Stop." He stopped, but didn't remove it. Instead, his actions moved to his lips and I felt them run over my neck, giving me goosebumps. "Edward, Emmett can hear you. Us. Stop." I told him if he listened to us I would tell Rosalie how he brags that he could actually fix the carburetor on his Jeep faster than she can. "He's not. I promise." He gave me a sly smile before returning to my neck. We were sitting in the back of a long, sleek limousine. I opened the door to reveal the most gorgeous man I'd ever laid eyes on. Black suit, crisp shirt, dark tie. He was beautiful, but he looked at me like nothing else existed. This man possessed me. I was hopeless in his presence, and once again the idea of sacrificing it all for him didn't seem unreasonable. We had climbed down the stairs at my apartment, arms linked, and I was shocked to find the extravagant car idling by the curb. Edward laughed at my expression and explained that a limo was customary for this type of event, but that he didn't trust anyone to drive us, so Emmett had the honors. Once we were settled inside and Edward had closed the partition for privacy, I found myself alone with one very handsy vampire. Edward, you know he's listening. At least a little. But he only shook his head and let his fingers wander further up my skirt. My heart skipped a beat at his continued touch, as if daring him to proceed. I caught his eye and smiled. It was a warm gold today as he was well fed, but there was a darkness rimming the edge. Desire. This time though, instead of stopping him I let him continue, his fingers slipping up my thigh. I reached for his face and found his lips, smashing my own to his. Okay, fine, if you say so, I breathed, letting my hands wander across his starched shirt. He stopped suddenly and groaned, "You're right, we need to stop." But not because of Emmett. Because if we walk out of this car wrinkled and half-dressed, and if it is on the cover of the paper tomorrow, Alice will never forgive me. He keyed me once more, softer, smoothing out my hair and dress as he did it. I stared at him as he adjusted his shirt and tie. "You can't just do that, Edward." "Do what?" "Come on to me, put your hand up my skirt, and then stop." I pouted. "It's really not fair." He shook his head at my outrage. "What isn't fair is you being so tempting. You look absolutely stunning." I felt the telltale blush creeping across my skin. "You look very handsome too. But you're right, we should behave." And I straightened his tie. Edward and I were on equal ground here when it came to wanting one another, and we were going to have to fight the longing together. Linking our hands, and sliding apart some, we settled into our seats more appropriately. "What should I expect tonight?" I asked him. Never having been to an event like this, I had no idea what to expect. "Eating, drinking, dancing, that kind of thing," he replied casually, stroking the inside of my palm. "You don't eat or drink?" I challenged. "I'm excellent at pretending." He smirked. "I'm sure, but, about the dancing. Is this mandatory? Dear God, please do not make Bella dance in front of this gorgeous man and his employees." "Amen." I prayed silently. "It is if you're with me." I swallowed hard. I don't really like to dance. Images of me at prom and formals flashed in my head. I once again was relieved Edward couldn't read my mind. He cocked his head at me, and ran his finger up to my wrist, feeling the beat. "You're nervous." He lifted mine to his lips. "Trust me, you'll love dancing. With me. You just haven't had a good partner. And you're a good partner." "Yes," he said, with finality. I rolled my eyes and decided to change the subject, asking who would be there, how long did we have to stay, would he get angry if I hid in the bathroom. I heard a soft tap on the partition and Emmett's head appeared as it slid between the seats. "We're almost there," he said. "I'm dropping you off and parking the car. Then I'll meet Rosalie. Call me when you're ready to get picked up." Edward agreed, and I saw the traces of a silent conversation carried on between them. Strategy of some kind, I was sure. Edward wasn't giving me a lot of information on James and Victoria, and I was actually glad. Something was going on tonight. The Cullens were all on alert, prepared to patrol the area while Edward and I went to the event. Butterflies lit in my stomach as I thought about James. I felt confident, though, that he wouldn't try anything in such a public area. But, I forced myself to push those thoughts out of my head and focus on getting through the night. The car slowed and I looked out the window. There was a small crowd milling around, gorgeously dressed, going in and out of the party. Smiling at Edward, I gathered my purse and wrap. He stopped me before I got out of the car, brushed my hair aside and gave me a shivering key, under my ear. "Ready?" he asked. I nodded and gave him my biggest, fake smile. Emmett opened the door and helped me out, leaned in and said, "He's right. You do look stunning." I gaped up at his face, my fingers trapped in his large hand. He had heard everything. Giving me a cocky, dimpled smile he added, "And he's not lying, he really is an excellent dancer." Once inside, Edward kept a firm, yet gentle grasp on my elbow. The event was beautiful. The hospital had chosen the Seattle Aquarium for the event, and as we walked through the atrium toward the ballroom. "I haven't been here before, have you?" I asked, looking around at the huge tanks filled with exotic fish. The lighting was low, causing the room to reflect the water throughout the room. Edward's skin almost glimmered in the light. For other events, he responded, his eyes were assessing the room. We mingled for a while with the other guests and eventually sat down for dinner. I was fairly interested in watching Edward eat, in front of a full table of people. To the outsider he appeared to enjoy his meal, but I could see the flashes of speed as he removed food from his plate and folded it neatly in his napkin. After dinner we excused ourselves, and after getting a drink for me to consume and one for Edward to hold, we watched the crowd from a quiet spot near the large tank. Occasionally, people stopped to talk to us. After a while I noticed he knew everyone's name and position. He never flinched. "How do you remember everyone?" "I'm impressed," I said as I sipped my drink from the bar. I watched the huge sharks swim silently through the tanks, captivated by their smooth, fluid movements. He leaned in low and whispered, "Photographic memory. And, I can read their minds. They usually give everything away." I felt stupid for forgetting such a simple fact about him, but he just laughed quietly and said, "Occasionally, the mind-reading thing does have its benefits." But then, he stopped and shot a furious look over his shoulder at the bartender. "There are times it's very hard to manage." I peered around his body, and looked at the dark-haired, smarmy man tending bar. "Why, what's he thinking?" Edward sighed and put his hands on my hips, pulling me closer. "You don't want to know. Trust me." I looked again, and this time the guy gave me a skeevy smile and winked. "Oh, yeah, no thanks. I don't need to read minds to know I don't want any part of that." Edward's hands were still firmly placed on my hips and he was towering over me, his hair dipping in his eyes as he looked down. My hand instinctively reached up to trace along his jaw. This man was a danger to me and my good sense. I felt his hand brush up my bare back and rest under my hair. "Can we leave?" I asked quietly, my eyes completely enraptured by his. "Now, can we? I want to go." I was close to begging. His lips curved into what wasn't quite a smile, almost a snarl, but not of threat, more like hunger. Edward's animalistic tendencies were always lying in wait under the surface, and I found myself yearning to expose them. "Soon. Fine. Go shake hands and schmooze or whatever you need to do so we can go." And I waved him off. "Come with me?" he asked. "No thanks, I'm good over here looking at these fish." "Thanks anyway," I said and flashed him a smile. Edward gave me a crooked little grin that made my heart flutter and turned and walked away, towards a group of doctors from the hospital. Watching the shimmery fish swim in the tank, I was startled to hear my name called. "Bella, your dress is gorgeous." And, I turned to find myself face to face with Margie and Nancy from Edward's office. Margie was beyond excited and perhaps a bit drunk. Wobbling a little, she slurred, "You acted like you had no idea about the party, but really, you were hiding that fabulous dress from us." I felt my brow furrow in confusion at the idea I would pretend I didn't know about this event. "Hi girls," I said warily, forcing a smile on my face. At least they were being nice. Nancy leaned in too close to my face and said, "So Bella, Margie and I were just talking, and we noticed how Mr. Cullen has really changed since he met you." Raising an eyebrow and wishing desperately for another drink, I responded with a non-committal, "Has he?" and shrugged. The two girls began nodding excitedly. "Oh yeah, he is totally different." Nancy agreed, her eyes looking around the room and stopping on Edward, who had his back to us. His head was tilted slightly to the side, an indication I had come to learn meant he was listening. I attempted to squelch the smile inching across my mouth and feigned interest in the women. "Last year, he came to this party with a scowl on his face and barely spoke to anyone. He walked near me at the dessert table, and I ran away," Margie said. I was terrified. "But this year, he actually nodded in my direction and I smiled back." I remembered how gruff and socially awkward Edward had been when we met. Intrigued, I asked, "He's that different?" Both girls laughed and Nancy said, "Bella, before he began seeing you, we were not only convinced he was gay, we were sure he had a personality disorder. I'm sure he was just in a bad mood or something. I doubt it had much to do with me," I replied, skeptically. The women exchanged another look. "Oh, it has everything to do with you. He never takes his eyes off of you, and he constantly has one of those amazing hands touching you. Mr. Cullen is completely fixated on you. You're like a gazelle, and he's the lion." I wouldn't want to be the one to get between the two of you." They began laughing in that, had too much to drink, kind of way. I watched as Margie ran a finger under her eye to wipe away tears from laughing before it messed up her makeup. Across the room, Edward shifted just a little, so he could give me a seductive smile. I felt the heat burning on my cheeks, and Margie, looking at Edward as well, said, "All I know is that I would give anything to be on the receiving end of one of those smiles." Nancy muttered a low, "Or those hands," which I pretended not to hear. I chuckled nervously, trying to figure out how to get away from these women and back to my man before I let them know exactly what it was like to have his hands on my body. "Edward." I felt Bella's heartbeat as she returned to the ballroom. It was fainter than normal, due to the music and crowds, and I had to push the voices away to even attempt to remain sane. So instead I focused on her heart, the life that ran through her fragile body. I excused myself from the group of men I was talking to, all of them relieved I was leaving, as my presence intimidated and brought discomfort. They all felt horrible for their unease, but they didn't realize it was just their bodies telling them to run like hell from the wolf in sheep's clothing that stood before them. Bella paused in the doorway to speak to Joyce, my secretary, and I took the opportunity to watch her. She stood elegant and poised, the dress Alice chose for her fitting perfectly on her body. I had known Alice would accentuate Bella's beauty, but when Bella opened her apartment door, I had an epiphany of sorts. There was no doubt Bella was a beautiful woman. But for years I would watch other men regard their lovers and I never fully grasped the emotion behind their thoughts. They believed their wife had perfect lips, or pretty eyes, or stunning legs, and even though I agreed on occasion that the women were attractive, these men truly believed they were more than others. The women in their lives were perfect, pretty and stunning. I now realized these ideas were fueled by love. When you love someone you truly see past any flaw or fault. You see the one you love, and she, Bella in my case, was exquisite. I caught Bella's eye and I met her in the middle of the room. "Can I take you somewhere?" I asked. "Anywhere," she replied. I grasped her hand and we walked by the edge of the giant tank, and I led her to a door in a darkened corner of the room. Bella stopped. "Edward, I don't think we're supposed to go in here." I simply grinned, and twisted the knob, pulling her through the door with me. Once inside, away from observers, I leaned in and gave her a firm key. She returned it eagerly, carefully licking the edge of my mouth with her tongue. I pulled her towards a staircase around the back of the huge tank, and I picked her up, and tossed her over my shoulder. "What are you doing?" she giggled, keeping her voice low. "I'm taking you somewhere, and you walk too slow." "Okay, but as long as you know this is as close to dancing that I'm going to get." She playfully beat her hands on my back until I reached the top of the stairway and dropped her to her feet. We were standing above the tank and could see the underwater life from a different perspective. From our vantage point, we could not only watch the fish but we could see the guests and hear the music from the ballroom. Bella leaned over the railing, watching the aquarium with interest. I wrapped my arms around her waist and pressed into her body. Pushing her hair aside, to reveal her smooth skin, I kissed her lightly. "Stop," she said, and wiggled under my grasp. "That tickles." "Oh," I mused, "then I'll have to be more gentle." And began placing feather-like kisses over the goose-bumped flesh. Bella watched the scene below, and I watched her for some time before she spoke. "Can I ask you a question?" "Of course." She rested her head on my chest. "Why exactly did you leave your family? I mean, I know about Tanya and the pressure, but why couldn't you just return to the way you lived before? They clearly didn't want you to leave." The question. I rested my chin on top of her head. After I ended things with Tanya, I was forced to explain to my family why I wouldn't be taking her as my mate. They didn't understand. Not really. I do think they realized we were not a solid match, but I don't think they comprehended how so many of my choices and decisions had been about what the family wanted and not what I wanted. Bella linked her fingers in mine, twisting them into a knot, but she didn't speak, so I continued. They wanted it so badly for me. For me to have what they had, and it just wasn't possible. I extracted my fingers and turned Bella so she could face me. "Until now. Until you." I picked Bella up and sat her on the smooth metal railing, placing her at eye level. Wrapping her legs around mine, she tightened her grip on my shoulders, glancing nervously at the enormous tank below. Giving me a quick smile, she leaned in to kiss me, soft and gentle. Every kiss from Bella was different, each one better than the one before. Pulling away, and wiping my bottom lip with her thumb, she said, "How does that work?" "The mate thing. Victoria said that in the woods that night. That you wanted me for your mate." I had hoped we could avoid this conversation, but as usual she was observant. I didn't want to scare her off with our nature. Sighing, I said, "It's how we consider our partners or spouses. Sometimes we are more like animals, Bella. When we find the person we connect to, the bond, it is unbreakable. We mate for life or not at all. So your bond to me is unbreakable." I swear I saw hope in her eyes. I moved my hands from her waist to her face and looked in her dark brown eyes. They were so inviting, so warm. Everything about Bella felt like home. It's hard to explain without sounding a little possessive, but no matter how long I have you, for me there will never be anyone else. Her eyes steeled at my words. For me either. My dormant heart fluttered inappropriately. It was one thing for me to bind myself to her, it was another altogether for her to do the same thing, but I wanted it, her, so badly. Before I could respond, I saw her dip her eyes and press her teeth down on her lip. She took a deep breath and whispered, "I love you, Edward." I brushed my nose to hers and then Ed her. Hard, with as much force as I could risk. Pulling back, I said, "If you only knew how much those words mean to me. I love you too." Pushing her legs further apart, straining the fabric of her dress, and pushed against her. "Can I wrinkle your dress now?" I asked before plunging my lips to her throat. She Ned lightly and breathed, "Please." I felt her fingers tugging at my shirt, trying to free it from my pants. I flashed to the square packet in my pocket, and considered telling Bella about the new options available for us. As I pulled my mouth away from hers to suggest going home, I felt a sudden vibration from my jacket. I groaned and muttered, "Alice," into Bella's mouth. She laughed. She does seem to have really bad timing. Reaching for the phone, I kept one hand on Bella's back to keep her safe on the railing. "It's Emmett," I noted, curious as to why he would call. Bella's hand continued working to release my shirt, her fingers struggling with the buttons. "Emmett," I said into the receiver, my eyes focused on the way the material on Bella's chest strained now that she was breathing heavier. She was perfect. And mine. "She's gone," Emmett said, and I could hear the trace of panic in his voice. "Who? What?" I said into the phone and rested my hand on Bella's to make her stop. "Alice," he said, and began speaking quickly, telling me what he knew. Bella's eyes grew concerned in front of me and she clutched my hand tightly. "Pick us up now. We'll meet you out front," I ordered and disconnected. "What happened?" Bella asked. I looked at my angel, beautifully wrapped in blue, lipstick smudged from my hungry lips, thinking of how to tell her what was going on without scaring her. "It's Alice. Jasper can't find her. Neither can anyone else. She's probably hunting her sidetracked, right?" she asked, fear creeping into her eyes. I shook my head slowly. "The wolves and James's coven had an altercation. The others went to back up the wolves, but Alice never showed," I explained. "She's gone." It took about an hour for everyone to converge in Edward's home. It was late by the time we all arrived, but I, of course, was the only one remotely tired. I stifled a yawn, threatening to betray my humanity amongst the others. After we'd received the phone call, Edward and I had rushed out of the party, barely saying goodbye. We found Rosalie waiting by the curb with the limo. Before I could fully comprehend what was happening, Edward gave me a quick key on the lips and whispered, "I love you," before disappearing into the night. "He'll meet us later," she assured as I entered the car, consumed by fear, closing my eyes and dreaming of Edward's hands on my skin. Rosalie pulled into the alley that paralleled Edward's house, and we slipped in the back door to wait inside for the others in the living room. Emmett arrived first, his eyes wild until they finally settled on Rosalie. He pulled her into a tight embrace and whispered into her ear, forcing me to turn my head in a weak attempt at granting them privacy. It made me long for the feel of Edward's arms even more. Several minutes later, Esme came through the door, alone. She too was dressed in black, mud thick on her boots. Noticing her lack of company, Rosalie asked, "Where are Jasper and Carlisle?" I watched as Esme removed her jacket and hung it neatly by the door. She ran a hand through her caramel-colored hair and sighed anxiously. "Carlisle called. He and Edward are going to help Jasper. I should go too. I can catch up," Emmett responded hastily, gracefully lifting himself off the loveseat he and Rosalie were now sharing. Sit down. Edward wanted you here, Rosalie ordered, pulling him down by his shoulder with a soft expression. He complied, but still appeared restless and agitated. Esme sank next to me on the sofa, tentatively wrapping her strong arms around my shoulders. She had the comforting, maternal touch, and I instinctively rested my head wearily on her shoulder. Exhaustion was enveloping me, but I refused to sleep before I had some answers. Can someone please tell me what happened? I pleaded, looking between Emmett and Rosalie expectantly. Rosalie answered first. We were patrolling our assigned areas. Emmett and I were in the city, sticking close to the aquarium. Alice and Jasper covered the suburbs, and Carlisle and Esme the outskirts of the city. Each couple was separated as well. For example, Emmett and I don't patrol together, we just pass each other at certain points. I nodded, having already understood they were involved in some kind of protective mission that evening. I was surprised to find they separated themselves from their mates while working. Emmett interjected before Rosalie could continue. Everything was calm, and there were no signs of James or any other vamps. We checked in every 30 minutes by phone and everyone was having the same situation. Quiet and calm. He picked up Rosalie's hand and continued in a grim voice, until around midnight. What happened? I wondered. Esme's comforting hand rubbed my arm soothingly as she explained. We received a call from Jasper, who said he may have found an abandoned house with suspected activity. Carlisle and Emmett agreed to go meet him while the rest of us held our positions. In the event he was wrong, we wanted to keep everything covered. She paused and I nodded in understanding, willing her to continue. Eventually, Carlisle called and confirmed that they had indeed found the nest for the coven. Jasper and Emmett were able to identify James's scent as well as that of some of the others. At this point, I'd already been in contact with Jacob and Sam and informed them of the situation. They left their pack and traveled to the nest. Furrowing my brow in confusion, I asked, why would you include the men from the tribe? Isn't that dangerous? Emmett answered, they need to know the scent of the vampires we're hunting. Bella, the men from the tribe are unreal. They're more like giant tracking dogs. We wanted to make sure they knew exactly who we're looking for. He sighed. It's a good thing they came. Edward had told me about the men from La Push that literally transformed from man to wolf in mere seconds. I was shocked by the awe in which he described their abilities. Apparently, they were fast, strong, and could be vicious. It worried me. Why? Once we were all at the house, we searched for any clues to help us locate James or Victoria. Unfortunately, they found us first. Emmett's expression turned to one of fury as he continued. We weren't totally taken by surprise. Alice actually tipped us off and called just before we heard them coming. The wolves sniffed them out before they got to the house. It was a pretty big fight. I watched as Rosalie tightened her fingers with Emmett's, the concern on her face evident as he continued. They were newborns, erratic and rash. Between the 5 of us we had no real problem taking down the 8 of them. Finding my voice, I breathed a sigh of relief. So you killed James and Victoria? Emmett's face became grave. No. That's the problem. While we were fighting the newborns, James and Victoria seemed to have had other plans. I called Rosalie, concerned that they were possibly making a move on the aquarium, for you. But no one showed downtown. Rosalie spoke up then, an uncharacteristic frown tugging at her flawless lips. I called Esme, and alerted her to the situation. I tried to call Alice, but she never responded. My heart sank at what they were suggesting. James and Victoria weren't dead. Even worse, Alice was missing. Emmett spoke. Alice did call Jasper. Apparently, she had a vision of the attack. She also had another of a house with an injured child. She wanted to check it out. Rosalie's perfect brow furrowed as she asked, she went alone. I'm not sure, Emmett murmured with a minute shake of his head. Jasper asked her to wait, but he was distracted, the newborns had just shown themselves. Once we finished fighting, Alice didn't answer her phone. Jasper took off. I called Edward, and he instructed me to come here, he finished with a defeated shrug. Maybe she's helping that child, the one she saw. I said wishfully. Emmett shook his head. We have procedures. She would have contacted one of us. Where did Edward go? I asked, but suspected I already knew. Edward went to meet up with Jasper. The Quileute are also looking for Alice, Esme clarified. Emmett attempted to stand again, growling in frustration, I should go. This time Esme spoke up. Emmett, no. There are more wolves than us, and their tracking skills are extraordinary. Plus, we don't need to wander around the forest if not necessary. We don't know what James has in mind. It was almost a scolding and Emmett accepted it with a ducked head. I felt Esme smoothing my hair and it was making me sleepy. Yawning, I asked, so what do we do now? Rosalie's brilliant, gold eyes met my sleepy gaze as she answered dejectedly, we wait. Edward. Pushing through the dense brush of the forest, I finally caught Jasper's scent in the soft breeze of the night. Scanning the woods, I saw a faint light up ahead and traveled towards it, hoping it was the correct house. I'd called him earlier, asking him to wait at the house for me. I couldn't bear the agony of searching for two vanished siblings. Hesitantly, he had agreed. Luckily, his military nature prevailed and he was able to see the logic behind my request. I reached the yard surrounding the house and could hear the frantic ramblings of his mind. He was distraught and singularly focused on Alice and his failure to keep her safe. I steadied myself and prepared for the onslaught of his overpowering guilt. Sniffing, I noted the faint trace of Alice and Victoria lingering around the house but no other inhabitants. I called, Jasper, to alert him of my whereabouts. Approaching the small, illuminated house, I found the front door and jerked it open easily. Jasper was standing inside the front room, distress plain on his face. Hey, I called, trying to get his attention. Are you okay? No. His eyes darted about the room anxiously, fists clenching, unsure of his next move. Carlyle is on his way. Can you tell me what happened? I asked calmly, in an attempt to distract him from the thoughts that were currently racing through his mind. She was here, inside and out. So was Victoria and maybe a couple others. I told her to wait, he said aloud, his voice tight. She must have had a reason, I argued lightly. He nodded at me with miserable eyes, guilty, responsible. I changed the direction of the conversation. Have you had the chance to see which way they went? No. I followed their trail to the main road, but after that, it's gone. They must have had a car. As an empath, Jasper felt the emotions of those around him. He also reflected back those same feelings to anyone in his proximity. I was desperately trying to fight off the waves of pain and anger he was emitting, while also trying to decipher the flurry of his mind's words. The anguish was almost suffocating. I caught glimpses of the fight with the newborns and his calls from Alice. The pieces were fitting together. We spent some time investigating the house, scouring it closely for any trace of Alice while we waited for Carlyle. Jasper was getting anxious to go, to look for her, but I hoped I could keep him here without a fight. Just as his thoughts grew impossibly more anxious, I heard Carlyle on the driveway. Carlyle's here, I informed him, just to have something to say. Between the emotions he was producing, and the thoughts in his head, I realized Jasper was dangerously close to experiencing whatever the vampire equivalent of a meltdown was. His love for Alice was intense and this was the first time I truly understood the loss of a loved one, a partner and lover. A mate. Never before had I sincerely been able to comprehend this level of fear and sorrow. Not before Bella. Carlyle entered the house, his face and thoughts were filled with concern for Jasper and Alice. Glancing in my direction, he asked silently, how's he holding up? I shook my head the tiniest bit to let him know things were not well. That Jasper was taking the situation exactly as well he would, were it him and Esme in this position. He walked further into the room and pulled Jasper into a tight hug, as though he could soak up Jasper's pain. When Carlyle finally released him, we proceeded to update him with the scant amount of information we had to offer. Once I finished speaking, Carlyle informed us of the wolves' involvement in the search for Alice. Jasper's eyes became stony and his hands clenched. If they hurt her, he hissed. Carlyle interrupted evenly, they're on our side. They won't hurt her. But in many ways, with the skills they have, they're our best chance at finding her. Edward, what's our plan? Carlyle asked. Scanning the room, I spotted a framed family photo on a table. A man, woman and a young boy. Jasper, is the owner's body in the house? I asked, aware of the faint scent of decaying flesh. In the back room. And he jerked his thumb towards the rear of the house. We need to get out of here and call the authorities. Put this family to rest. Absently, Jasper corrected, man and woman. Not a family. Carlyle and I looked at one another. The child in the photo was young, less than 10 perhaps. I quickly walked down the hallway and checked in the back bedroom. Lying on the floor were the bodies of a man and woman, but no boy. Had he escaped? Was this the child Alice had envisioned? Walking back into the room, I suggested, "Let's go back home. I'll call the police once we leave." Both men nodded and followed me out the front door into the darkened yard where the sky was barely beginning to lighten. Jasper suddenly shuddered, sending a wave of anxiety and fear towards us. Before I could ask, I heard a voice in the woods. Inhaling deeply, I recognized the scent as decidedly vampire. Jasper growled heavily in his chest, emotions boiling over from the events of the night. The voice in the dark was jumbled, the thoughts unclear. I couldn't grasp the flow of their mind. It was stunted and rash. Suddenly, I caught a thread and whispered, "Don't move," to the others. "What is it?" Carlyle asked. "You can come out," I announced to the darkness and put a hand on Jasper's arm to restrain him. We immediately heard the rustling of leaves as the vampire walked onto the lawn. I heard a sharp intake of air as Carlyle gasped next to me. Jasper merely looked ill at the sight unfolding in front of us. "How old is he?" I shrugged and sighed dreadfully. "Too young." It was the child from the photo, but red-eyed and feral. Leaves and grass were embedded into his fine hair, his clothes dirtied and torn. It was an abomination. The deepest sin our kind could commit was the transformation of a child. Carlyle took a step forward and the child hissed, lunging in offense. He was too young and too stupid to understand that challenging three vampires whose collective ages surpassed 600 years would result in certain death. "Son, you need to stop before you get hurt," I heard Carlyle begin, and, to his credit, the boy pulled back. I fought the urge to roll my eyes at my father and mentor. Always the optimist, but this situation required more than a kind voice. Before I could speak, Jasper leapt from his position next to me and pinned the boy to the ground. "Where's my wife?" He spat at the struggling newborn underneath him. I listened intently, hoping to catch some stray thoughts as he rambled incoherently. "Jasper, let him up," Carlyle ordered, to no avail. Jasper was holding him tightly to the ground, the leaves crinkling under the pressure of his body. "Where is she? What did he do with her?" he demanded. Jasper's own hair was hanging in his eyes, but I could read his murderous thoughts. He was right, however, this kid possibly possessed information, and we needed to get it out of him. "Jasper," I started but was cut off by the boy himself. In a tiny but venomous voice he declared, "She belongs to him." Carlyle and I felt the rage explode through Jasper and he mentally shouted, "Tackle him." I dove across the grass, flinging Jasper through the air, and landed on top of him with a thud. Surprisingly, he didn't struggle, instead dropped his head into his hands in frustration. I heard Carlyle calmly begin interrogating the boy across the lawn. "She belongs to whom?" he asked, crouching slightly. "The leader. He said she was his," the boy answered, slowly lifting himself from his horizontal position. "Who is she?" Carlyle asked in his most soothing voice. "The little vampire, the one he waited for and tricked into coming here." I saw an image of Alice, recognition flickering across her eyes, in his mind. "How did he trick her? I'm hungry." The boy whimpered, and for a fleeting moment, he looked like the fragile child he should have been. "I know, Carlyle," as he attempted to appease the little monster on the ground. "You can eat when we're finished." "How did he trick her?" The boy appeared dubious, but relented. "He said she could see him, that he was letting her see him. But she wasn't here, so I don't know how she saw him." The boy's expression transformed into one of confusion before swiftly returning to its previous feral state. Carlyle and I shared a knowing look, realizing James had made some solid decisions that had led Alice here alone. "What happened when she arrived at the house?" Carlyle continued, nodding in encouragement. "He told me to call out for help, and she came in the house looking for me. They were waiting for her inside." The child explained, flashing an image of Victoria. "Victoria was here," I said, loud enough for Carlyle to hear. "Is the girl they tricked okay? Was she harmed?" Carlyle persisted with a hint of urgency. "No," the boy answered. "But they said something about, if she ever wanted to see her mate again she needed to come willingly, and she got this really weird look on her face before leaving with them." James had used Jasper to lure Alice away. Several pieces of the puzzle began clicking at once. At the boy's words, Jasper took off, choking on his rage and unable to bear this situation any further. His thoughts were of distress, but I knew he would stay close to find out what else this child had to say. Where did they go? I asked, approaching them carefully. He shrugged in response, and I could see this was true from his thoughts. Did he say anything else to Alice? Anything? I inquired in desperation. He said it had been a long time, and that he missed her. And then he said something about justice, but I didn't understand the words. Can I eat now? He asked wistfully. Carlyle and I shared another look. This wasn't going to be pleasant. Killing a vampire never was, but a child. Heartbreaking. Before you eat, I stalled, feeling a trace of guilt for lying. Tell me why they left you here. Without hesitation, he said aloofly, he told me you would come. Who would come? I asked, probing for more, and hoping it would be enough. He looked at me and Carlyle, his red eyes shifting between the two of us. Red rested on gold as he replied, with certainty, you. I entered the back door of my house and directly ascended the stairs, pausing only to peel off the filthy smoke-filled clothes I wore before tossing them in the trash. I stepped into the shower, allowing the water to wash away the grime of the night, which I knew would only work for the dirt, not for the loss we were grappling with. When I finished, I turned the knobs and grabbed the towel hanging outside the door. While drying off, I heard Emmett in the opposing room. We're leaving, okay. Yes. I'll see you tomorrow. I need to deal with some things here, I explained. My heart was heavy with thoughts of Alice, Jasper, and now, Bella. She's tough, Edward, more than you think, he said, always knowing me all too well. Possibly. But it's mine to worry about, I replied, almost choking on the word, mine, as I struggled to push it from my mouth. I heard Emmett and the others leave, and went to my closet, pulling on a t-shirt and a pair of pants before heading to Bella's room. I could hear the steady rhythm of her heart and soft breathing from the hallway. I was dreading the talk I knew we must have, every silent step of my feet bringing me that much closer to her. As was usual, she didn't awaken when I entered. I quietly lowered myself to the chair facing the bed and observed her in a heavy silence. Watching Bella. Sleep was as close to sleeping as I'd ever had in this life. My body slowed to her pacing, and I found myself matching my breaths to her steady, lulling rhythms. I loved this woman so entirely, with every fiber of my being, and finally knew the joy of having it returned with certainty. Her declaration over the aquarium had filled every hole in my century-old soul, mending the scars and vacancies that I hadn't even known to exist. I felt hope, standing over the water, swimming for once instead of drowning. All that changed with one phone call. But now, the love that had filled me was beginning to ache painfully. Again, I had experienced loss through the eyes of others, but never like this. Not the intense feelings Jasper was emitting. Not having my own love when a life hung in the balance. I'd been foolish to think I could have her. That I could simply grasp that possibility and believe she had any chance of remaining safe. If Alice couldn't protect herself and Jasper couldn't shield her, there was little hope for Bella in this madman's game. There was no way I could risk losing her to James, I decided. I realized now I had to cut her free before all of my inhuman truths caught up to us and dragged her to hell with the rest of us. We had spent all this time locking her away under the guise of safety, but in reality, we were only delaying the inevitable. As long as she was with me, her life was at risk, in constant danger. This was no longer an option. I heard Bella shift beneath the sheets, sighing lightly, and I found myself at the edge of the bed, lowering myself next to her fragile form. Her bottom lip quivered and released a tight sob. My heart ached for her pain, wanting to jump into her dream and save her from her nightmares. I stroked her arm lightly, barely making contact, but she whispered a hushed, "Edward," knowing even in her sleep that I was close. My heart skipped a false beat at the sound of my name murmured off her lips. I placed my thumb across the dark pink flesh, rubbing it gently as I had all those times before in an effort to calm her. I wanted my mouth on hers, I wanted her delicate body in my arms forever, and I wanted to hear every single beat of her heart. And I realized, with anger and frustration, there was no way I could have it. Bella. In my dream, I was with Edward. We searched for Alice, desperate, searching shadowy corners and hidden alcoves, but it was futile. She was gone. I turned to him, my angel, my prince, and begged, "Save her." I sought his rich, golden eyes that pierced through the darkness and pulled his face towards mine. I waited for him to do it. To save her. "I can't," he choked, his pain apparent. "You can. You can do anything," I insisted, believing the truth of my words. I can't, but you can, he replied softly. How? I'll do anything. She's my friend, but his face abruptly transformed into an expression of anger. He moved even closer, his finger pressing against my lip as my body instinctively sought the coolness of his own. Edward, I said, aware, even half asleep, that his name escapes me in the form of a Mo.N. I awoke with a start, confused, but certain that Edward lingered here with me, concealed in the dark. It's his hand on my face, I realized. Lifting my hand to his, I looped his finger with mine and led it to my lap. My idle hand searched for his face in the dark, groping until I made contact with his smooth, solid skin. Are you okay? I asked, afraid of his answer. We know a little more, but we haven't located her yet, he answered, sadness lacing his words. My lips found his and keyed him softly, longing to be the ointment that would ease his pain. His reaction was unexpectedly hesitant. I trailed my hand down his face and reached for the light on the bedside table, needing to see his face. With a single twist, the room was illuminated, glowing yellow, and I could see him, tense and anguished on the edge of the bed. Tell me what's going on. I weaved my fingers through his hair, still damp from the shower. My hand traveled down his body, smoothing the shoulders of his t-shirt, which was fitted over his hard arms. His eyes focused just to the left of mine as he confessed, Jasper is heartbroken. I've never felt such pain. I nodded, only barely capable of imagining how Jasper must feel. How I would feel. They left a message. James took Alice. He tricked her into going to this house, and then later into willingly leaving with them, he continued in a flat, toneless voice. Why would she do that? I asked, confused. He manipulated her visions and threatened her with the most important thing. Jasper. She would do anything for him, he said, this time locking his eyes with mine. Bella, I'm not going to let this happen to us, he insisted resolutely. What do you mean? I breathed. I mean, I'm not going to allow you to be a pawn any longer between me and James. His voice was firm, but his eyes were wavering. He dropped his gaze from mine and confessed in a strangled voice, it's a sin for me to love you. To covet you so intensely. My mouth was agape as I sat motionless on the bed, my heart shattering with his every word. No, was all I could manage. This whole relationship is wrong. It isn't fair or realistic. It has to stop, he insisted, his downcast eyes hidden beneath his thicket of hair. No. Yes. I watched him through narrowed eyes, sitting like an angel before me. He was afraid and wanted to run. I could see the fear etched into his perfect face, the tightening around the edges of his eyes, and the relenting grip of his hand in mine. Unfortunately for Edward, I wasn't some child he could boss around. No, Edward. I raised my chin and determined, you don't get to decide this on your own. But I do, he said decisively. I'm going to live forever and you're not. It's unnatural and wrong. I pretend to be Batman. Helping those in need, fighting the bad guy. Philanthropist by day, crusader by night. But, Bella, you must realize superheroes never have girlfriends. He laughed darkly. Because it doesn't work. The bad guys use it for leverage. You think I'm leverage? I spat, annoyed with his childish comparison. I know you are. He raised his eyes to mine, unapologetic and fleetingly angered. You and I were rungs on a ladder that reached directly to Alice. I haven't figured out why, but I do know I can't protect you and find her. I have to make a choice. No, I'm the one with a choice, I replied, tossing the words into the air foolishly. Edward cocked his head. What do you mean? I mean, I'm not afraid. His brow narrowed. Of James. Bella, he took Alice. I know she's small, but she's a fighter. I'm not afraid of any of it. James, Victoria, death. The only thing I'm afraid of losing is you, I said with conviction. What do you know of death? He asked bitterly, removing his hand from mine in one, fluid motion. Reaching out to him, I touched his glorious, eternal face. I know it claimed you and then gave you to me. Without death there is no, you and me, I deduced. He exhaled deeply, leaping off the bed, and began pacing the room with erratic, inhuman steps. You're right. Without death there is no, you and me. Not now, not in the future, not ever. He was more adamant now, bolstered by his argument. I felt my own fear trickling through my veins, cold like his touch. I'm willing to risk it. Whatever it takes. For you. For us. Edward shook his head slowly, defiantly. No, you don't mean that. I rose to my knees. and traveled across the bed until I was face to face with him, close enough to smell his familiar scent and feel the common desire to lift my palm to his skin. Hastily, I promised, "Edward, I do. If the time comes and you have to make a choice, understand, my choice has been made. Every time. It comes back to you." I willed him to understand. To hear the sincerity of my words. Slowly closing his eyes, he pressed his forehead to mine, his oversized hands gripping my hips. Quietly, he whispered, "You can't love me that much." I wound my arms around his neck, tugging him impossibly closer as I assured. "I love you more than that." He winced at my words and weakly attempted to push me away. "I don't know if I can inflict this life on someone else." "I'm sorry, Bella. It's because I love you so much that I have to do this." I lifted his face and forced his gaze to mine. His eyes were despondent and cold. His hair was wild, like his moods, and everything about him was painfully, devastatingly beautiful. He was truly the most exquisite creature I'd ever laid eyes on. And until this night, I had held him in my grasp. Finding the last bit of conviction I could manage, I challenged, "If you love me, show me." I watched in horror as he began to shake his head, which made my pulse race, betraying my emotions. "You can leave me, but not before you show me you love me," I begged, desperation consuming my words and every rational thought. Comprehending, he insisted. "It's wrong. It's not safe. F.K. wrong. F.K. safe." I threw myself at him, gripping the thin, worn material of his shirt. His eyes had grown fierce at my challenge and I felt myself slipping, clinging to him like my hands to the fabric covering his chest. Lacing my fingers in his thick bronze hair, I pulled his head towards me and breathed lowly in his ear, "F.K. me." The deep rumble that echoed through his chest shook me, but I kept my fingers tucked in his hair, refusing to surrender. Edward's eyes widened at the brevity of my words. I felt heat run up my ears, but I refused to back down. I was willing to play dirty, and obviously so was he, I realized, wincing as his hands tightened around my hips, his thumbs digging deeper into my soft flesh. Fearing I may have pushed him too far, I braved a final attempt. "Love me, like I know you do. I'm a woman and can make my own choices. If you won't consider eternity with me, consider right now." My words hung in the air, our bodies already connected with fire, warming in the friction between our skin. Despite the conflict that was evident in his eyes and expression, he lowered his face to my neck and inhaled deeply. He spread his nimble fingers across my back, slipping them under the hem of my shirt and caressing the skin there. I shuddered at the sensations of his cool fingertips pressing lightly into my heated flesh. I scraped my teeth down his neck, stopping at his collarbone to s.k. his flawless skin. He could deny our future, destiny, or fate, but he couldn't deny the fact his body wanted me. Every part was charged and ready, fueled by the pain and desperation of the night, except his mind. His mind wouldn't let go. "I love you," I promised, licking his pursed lips once before scooting backwards and inching towards the headboard. He remained rigid for a moment, his eyes closed, struggling. I waited patiently, and with a heavy sigh he relented, following me like I'd hoped, crawling over the rumpled bedding and floating over my legs uncertainly. Reaching my upper body, he hovered, holding his weight from pressing into me. "I love you," I murmured as he began tentatively blessing my face with butterfly kisses, peppered over every inch of my skin. Craving the feel of him, I pushed my hips upward, rising in the air and seeking him. I heard and felt the deeper rumble that vibrated in his chest as he let his fingers wander over my threadbare nightshirt. Sinking back into the pillow beneath me, I relaxed and willed him to take me. I cupped his face in my hands and repeated, "I love you," one more time to the man I truly and purely loved. It was as if a switch suddenly flipped and decision overrode all of his other emotions. His eyes darkened, his jaw locked, and his hands became responsive, eager. I watched as Edward swiftly pulled off his shirt and allowed me to do the same. As we exposed our flesh, we quickly covered one another's bodies with hands and mouths. The air was filled with smacks and wet kisses. Edward allowed the occasional hiss to escape his clenched teeth as he battled his lust. Rolling us over, I felt the steel hardness of his arousal, pressing forcefully into my body. Breaking away from our as he worried aloud, "I don't want to hurt you." I smiled wistfully down at him, believing it was too late, because he'd already hurt me with his attempt at abandoning this. abandoning me and the love we shared. However, I assumed this was not what he was referring to. You won't, I guaranteed, having a blind, yet absolute faith that he wouldn't, not physically. I reached down and slid my shorts off my legs, straddling him bare, feeling the strain of his length as his body sought to connect to mine. I fumbled with the button of his pants, unsure how to proceed. I hadn't lied earlier. I was all in, but we were close to risking it all right here, right now, and I couldn't be certain if he was really, truly ready. Ready. I breathed shakily, distracted by the feeling of his hands as they traced the curves of my easts. His fingers felt like satin rushing over my skin. No, he said, and in a flash he was gone from under me, my heart on the verge of splitting into a million, unrecognizable pieces. But before I could fully process his absence, he returned, sliding under me, his pants removed. Ready, he breathed, unaware of my near meltdown. Then, with a level of speed I was unable to comprehend, Edward wrapped his beep in latex. Oh, I choked, my face flushing with humiliation. I raised my eyebrow in approval before running my hand over the covered surface reverently. I immediately regretted that I would never touch him, there, skin to skin. Tell me, if it's too much, he requested, and flinched as my fingers eagerly molded around his shaft. I nodded, willing to agree to anything. You tell me if it's too much. Bending to press my lips to his, I crushed my body to his chest, eager and humming with anticipation. Edward, I love you, I assured him one more time, wanting him to know that no matter what came from this night, I loved him and desired this. Edward ran his cool hands down the sides of my body, floating over my skin with a delicate and tender touch. When he reached my hips, he lifted me like a feather over his upright beak. Our eyes met and I fell deep into amber, swallowed by the desire and love that they held. Slowly, too slow for me, but just right for him, he lowered me, inch by inch, until he filled the space inside. I closed my eyes, reveling in the connection, adjusting to him being in me with deep breaths. He was big and hard, really hard, but he felt like he should. Perfect. Okay. I heard and glanced down, catching the intense gaze of the angel beneath me. More than, I confirmed and rocked my hips ever so gently, feeling him inch deeper inside of me. Edward's hands dropped from my hips and fisted the sheets, tearing them. You have to do it. I can't judge, he grunted. I nodded, and shifted my weight, thrusting my hips into his, slowly, fluidly, while running my nails over his abs. I watched as his tongue darted out of his mouth, and his brow furrowed in concentration. His hand left the bedding, and reached into my hair, pulling out the tie that held it back. Long brown strands spilled over my shoulders, pooling onto his chest when I at his lips. Oh, I gasped, when I felt his icy touch ghost over the hot nerves between my legs. My body lurched involuntarily, causing him to slip from me and removing the pressure and friction I'd already begun to crave like a drug. Edward's other hand gripped my shoulder, bringing me down harder, pushing me back into place. He drove himself into me with a solid, breathtaking thrust. I steadied him, guiding his movements with my own while carefully watching his expression, his eyes, the bobbing of his Adam's apple as he swallowed back the venom. His eyes only reflected back love, and his motions, they were worshipful. His thrusts quickened instinctively, and I closed my eyes, focusing on the feeling of this man inside me, on his fingers coaxing me into submission, on relishing the moment I may never have again. Edward's breaths came quick and fast, mimicking his body. I whispered his name, luring him over the edge and quickly realizing I would topple first. My stomach clenched, like a tightly wound thread, which began to unravel, loop by loop. The heat spread, pulsating through my body as I grit my teeth in ecstasy. My nails dug into Edward's granite chest, sweat slippery on my hands. Abruptly, he emitted a feral sound as he responded to my body tightening around him. My eyes flew open at the noise, and I found him no longer below me, but at my chest, running his tongue from the edge of my nipple and stopping its cold path just below my ear. My heart began pounding, thundering rapidly in my chest as I felt his icy breath caress my neck. Goosebumps erupted over my flesh when the cool air hit the slick, wet surface left by his tongue. Stop, I croaked, dazed from the high of my orgasm. When he didn't move, I pulled his head by his hair, jerking him so he'd meet my gaze. Without words, I gave him a look, understanding but firm, and pulled him back to me, to the moment we were sharing. His eyes gradually adjusted and returned their focus to mine, to my body. Alarmingly, his slip hadn't decreased his arousal, but quite the opposite, and I could feel him swelling inside. With a final thrust of his hips, he groaned, releasing everything he had into my willing body, and dropped his head onto my shoulder, burrowing his face in my hair. Pushing his languid body back on the pillows, I crawled over him, curling up against his side in a ball. He lifted his hand and ran his finger over my chest, resting his palm against the warm spot over my heart. We rested together, the minutes ticking by as my heart slowed, calming from the exhilaration of our lovemaking. I squeezed my eyes shut, hiding from his scrutiny and whatever expression his face held. I couldn't bear to look at him and was too afraid to speak. He'd done what I asked. He'd proved his love to me in the most intimate, difficult way. And now it was time for me to face my fears. Sitting up, I leaned over him, placing my lips on his chest and at him over the place his heart should beat. I gathered my courage one final time. Running my fingers over his sharp jaw, I whispered gratefully, "Thank you," before sliding my body to the edge of the bed. He'd fulfilled my request, and I could now do the same for him. But instead of letting him leave me, I was prepared to walk first, before I fell on my knees and begged him for mercy. A thick, pathetic sob built in my throat and stole my breaths, trapping them in my chest. I glanced around the room, searching the space for my clothes and the fastest possible route of escape. Before I could fully rise from the bed, I felt it give beneath me, bouncing me upward slightly. Suddenly, Edward was no longer lying by my side, but kneeling on the ground, his face buried in the soft flesh of my belly. "Don't," he croaked, a muffled plea against my skin. "I have to," I replied in a strangled whisper, blinking back the tears. "I promised." I fisted my hands in his hair as he wrapped his arms around my thighs, anchoring us to one another. "It's too late," he responded, tightening his grip on my legs painfully. I shook my head, overwhelmed by what I was going to do. "Just let me go, Edward. I can't. Not now. Not ever." My heart, which had stopped beating moments before, suddenly flickered to life at the unwavering tone with which he promised. "Never," I ventured, sitting back on the bed, and feeling Edward rest his head on my lap. "I thought I knew," he whispered, his eyes wide and full of wonder. "I thought I had an idea of love and connection. I see it in the minds of those around me every day." His hair poked me in the stomach, tickling as he spoke. I'd even said the words, spoken them in my mind, professed them to my family, but now, after that, I know. Confused by his ramblings and intrigued by his words, I questioned aloud, "What do you mean?" Edward lifted his head and blessed me by meeting my confused, yet hopeful eyes, with his determined, "You're mine, Isabella Swan, and nothing can tear me away from you." I brushed my hands over the darkened purple spots on Bella's hips. Bruises. One on each side, in the shape of my thumb. Perfect, oval blemishes documenting my finger's trespass on her body. I stared at the dots and let the wave of conflicting emotions run through me as I tentatively touched my cool fingers to the heated contusion. Her skin was tender and inflamed, damaged by my eagerness, tarnished by my lust and lack of control. I stared at them, unblinking, as anger flashed through me, followed by disgust for harming her, even in the smallest way. Inexplicably, in my chest, a greater, more disturbing feeling churned. Pride. I'd marked her as my own. Physically, emotionally, and connectively. I'd made her my mate. I'd mated with her. The thought made my stomach twist with happiness. The flip side of my emotions was what Bella had done to me. She hadn't physically left her mark on me, but she branded my heart and whatever remnants of my soul she could find. She called my bluff, stood her ground, whispered dirty words to me and lured me into her possession. For everything I had done to her, she gave back to me, in her own, specific, heartfelt way. I propped my elbow on the bed, and rested my cheek in my palm so I could see her better. Bella was stretched out on the bed, one elbow bent as her hand buried behind her head. She slept heavily, her even breath signaling the deepness of her slumber. Her hair, a tangled mess, fanned across the pillow like a chaotic halo. I ran my fingers, gently, down her side, porcelain white, satin smooth, and stopped again at the bruises just above the elastic of her underwear. Ignoring the bruises, I allowed my eyes to travel back up her body and found a wayward strand of Bella's hair, plastered to her arm, and picked it up. In less time than it would take to blink, I counted the pieces of hair in my hand. 84. I was obsessed with knowing every detail of this woman who claimed my heart. As she laid, unaware, I mapped her entire body, and with my eyes closed I challenged myself to place each freckle or mole or scar. I paused and listened. 68. The average beat of her resting heart, per minute. 46. The number of eyelashes on her left eye. 52. The number on her right. I could tell Bella every single, minute detail about her body, but I wasn't convinced I could protect her from James. She shifted in the bed, her toes blindly seeking my legs, and relaxed on contact. Her hand lay open between us and I pushed my nose to it, breathing in the taste of her skin. I thought about those hands, rushing over my body, slick with her sweat. Her sharp, polished nails scratching down my skin, wanting me to feel her. Bella never had to fear my granite skin was unfeeling. It was the opposite, my skin was sensitive to her touch. Every caress, every accidental touch, shot straight through my body like a strike of lightning. Now, as she slept, unhindered by dreams, her face was smooth, the lines that creased her forehead in fear during our argument were invisible. It was hard to picture this girl, peaceful and serene, as the same from last night. When we made love she'd commanded me, owned me, took me to the edge, both edges, and yanked me back from one, only to shove me willingly over the other. I thought about that moment, when we crossed the final line, when she accepted me in her body, working with me, carefully, reverently. These thoughts now made me eager, aroused, but I sighed, and pushed the urges aside, as I'm disciplined to do, and waited quietly by her side for her to wake. Because once she did, this new day would begin. When we began looking for Alice. When we hunted James to the death. And I had to figure out how to keep my mate safe in the building storm. Emmett was sitting at my desk, hovering over my computer, jabbing his enormous fingers at the keyboard, trying to make it do something he didn't know how to make it do. Rosalie and Bella were downstairs talking, I surmised, from the voices that carried from below. I closed my mind of them, allowing them privacy. Emmett and I were trying to research and do what we could, while we rode out the good weather and waited for nightfall. Stop. You're going to break it. I told him. I had a stack of newspapers I was preparing to spread out and read. I was looking for something to go on. Anything. Jasper knows how to do all of this. He muttered, stabbing his thick forefinger at the return key, as if that would make it work. It was the equivalent of hitting the side of a television. Useless. He does. But he can't be here now and you know it. I retorted, feeling guilty. Jasper couldn't be here because of me. And Bella. Emmett's face was grim, but there was an internal struggle going on in his mind. He knew about us what we had done. I'd read it in his mind the moment he walked in the house. Rosalie too. They knew we had been together, intimately, and they both knew me well enough to understand the result of the situation. Only you would decide to consummate a relationship in the middle of a war, he thought as he strolled into the room. His thoughts were accusatory, irritable, as they should have been. Bella and I had chosen a selfish time to make our declarations. I wanted to be angry, roll my eyes and tell him to shut up, but he was exactly right. Only I would do something so moronic. Was it worth it? He asked, from behind the desk, unable to keep it in any longer. I nodded curtly. A lump formed in my throat at the thought of being with Bella. On Bella. Inside Bella. Was it difficult? You know. I swallowed the lump, so I could speak. I almost killed her. I confessed, my eyes locking with his, daring him to admonish me. He never would. Almost. He questioned verbally. His eyes were wide, concerned but interested. I did. It was just so intense. And her emotions were so high. The blood pumping through her body, it overwhelmed me. You can't imagine. I said honestly. He shook his head and grimaced. No. I can't. Thank God. He paused for a minute, his mind deciding where to go next. How did you stop? What made you stop? I ran my hand over the back of my head, feeling the spot where she had yanked me back into submission. She stopped me. Just like you said, she's stronger than I thought. We stood quietly for a minute, Emmett thinking about Bella, how brave and powerful she was even though she was human and fragile. An enigma. That is what Bella was to all of us. I dropped the pile of newspapers on the ground and began sorting them, while Emmett returned to assaulting my keyboard. His mind was rumbling with thoughts. They were erratic and blurry. Images of Alice and the information we had jumbled together even though he was struggling to make sense. I tried my best to ignore him and focus on the task before me. I heard his chair squeak as he pushed his large frame into the leather. Edward, how were we so wrong about this? How is this about Alice when we thought it was about you or Bella? He wondered, picking up the stapler I had on the desk and tossing it into the air, absently. I was on the ground, kneeling, flipping through the papers. You mean, how was I so wrong about this? I corrected. I have no idea. It seemed I was the target all along, and Bella by association. Emmett rolled his eyes at my, typical, self-hatred, which caused him to sigh in irritation. Okay, let's back up. Tell me again exactly what happened when you and James fought. I sat on the floor and began to recount the events of the night at the paper mill. We had been over it countless times in the last couple months, but I suppose we were looking at it from a different angle now. I described the mill and the damp, marshy air that filled the night. I told him about the security guard, how his fingers fumbled uselessly with his gun and how we were too late. I reminded him of Laurent and the newborn Riley, who tore his flesh to shreds, leaving him oozing blood on the cement. I left out no detail. Emmett's eyes grew wide with my retelling, like a child listening to an adventure story, and as I illustrated the fight between Jasper and Riley I saw the images form in his own mind. Jasper wanted Riley alone, so he ran off, luring him away from the rest of us, which worked easily on his immature mind. Alice lingered. I began and stopped cold, frozen as my efforts to push my memory deeper revealed. Emmett, wait. I breathed. Before Alice followed Jasper, I noticed James was watching Alice. In fact, looking back, he sort of licked his lips, and for the briefest moment he leered at her. I finished in equal parts disgust, incredulity, and confusion. I glanced at Emmett and his face became suddenly animated. He looked her. Like he knew her. Like he wanted her. I clarified, reeling from the thought. He'd shown me his desire and I'd missed it. I wanted to punch the wall. Then what happened? He asked, pulling me away from my anger. He looked eager, as though he didn't already know, word for word, what was coming. He taunted me, and the family. He said he had been watching me. Us. He disapproved of our lifestyle choices, the way we mingle with humans and help them. He seemed especially disgusted with me and Carlyle, referring to him as a masochist. I conveyed, balling my fists as my emotions boiled just thinking about it. I wished I'd done more than rip his arm off that day. My failure was now his gain. Did he say anything else about Alice? Emmett prompted, trying to keep me focused. Just that he had been tracking me for some time and that he knew all about my work. He said, "Oh yes, I know all about your family. Some of them more than others, in fact." And he raised one of his disgusting eyebrows at me tauntingly and sent an image of a dark room, with rows of beds against the walls. I struck the edge of the desk, jarring the contents on top. But the image held no connection for me. I still have no idea what it means. I muttered, angrily. He was giving you clues all along. Emmett declared. He basically told you he knew Alice from before. We just need to figure out how and where. I considered this as a possibility. You may be right. But what about me and Bella? There has to be some kind of correlation. Include the Quileut's death, and it all stacks back to me. Before we fought, he told me clearly, all of this, the murders, the kidnappings, it has all been to bring you to me. All of these deaths were to lure you into my game. To teach you a lesson about playing God. Sounds to me like he has an inferiority complex. He said with a pained grin. It's almost like someone pissed him off, and he couldn't find them, so instead he is placing all his anger on you. On the mythological vigilante vampire, and everything you stand for, which happens to be exactly what he opposes. I sighed and pinched the bridge of my nose in utter frustration. This guy is pulling a Major Mindef K on me, and it's completely working. There has to be something else. Something we're missing, I said. I was completely exasperated. I knew he had been playing with me all along, but this was too much. It had been there all along. There was probably more and I was too blind to see it. He was good. I just hoped in the end he wasn't better than me. Emmett sat forward, placing his hands on the table, and stood up excited for the first time by the new lead. With confidence he declared, if it's here we'll find it. Then we will strike his ass and get our girl back. Bella, Pav, Rosalie and I sat across from one another at the kitchen table. Edward's kitchen table. Our kitchen table. I had a cup of tea in front of me, which I used in an attempt to make my hands less idle. We sat awkwardly, while Emmett and Edward worked upstairs, plotting and planning their next move. As though the gods were mocking the Cullens, the day broke blue-skied and sunny. Perfect for humans. Not so much for vampires needing to find a loved one. They were trapped in the house until nightfall, so the boys set up shop in Edward's office. Jasper was in forks with Carlisle and Esme. Everyone was completely frustrated with the lack of leads. Then there was the situation with me and Edward. We were inappropriately giddy for the circumstances. When Emmett and Rosalie arrived, we kept our distance, but the tension in the air was thick. We were each stressed and anxious about Alice, but after last night, of course, Edward and I were unable to keep our hands away from one another. I finally left the room to research on my own at my desk. Rosalie followed soon after, and I suspected Edward sent her down here to keep me company, which really wasn't necessary. I planned on reminding him of this later, when we were alone. I was really bad at small talk. Especially with a model like owned goddess that made me feel inferior and boring. I suppose when telling your vampire boyfriend you wanted him for eternity this included his family, I thought bitterly. Have you heard from Carlisle? I asked, perfectly aware that she had not. No, she responded coolly. Not rudely, just coolly. I opened my mouth to say something inane about the weather when Rosalie cut me off abruptly. You and Edward slept together. It wasn't a question. I'm quite sure my mouth hung in the air, while hers was pressed into a thin, smug line. Her perfect, flaxen hair waved over her shoulders. She arched an eyebrow and waited. I'm not sure, I mumbled, groping for words. Private, between us, God. If I could have vampire speed right now, I would use it to run from the room and hide. Rosalie reached across the table and rested her hand on mine. In a softer voice she said, "It's okay, Bella. You need to understand though, there is no such thing as private in this family." I laughed a little too loud at this, understanding for the first time Edward's desire to move away from his wonderful, unique and very overbearing family. I felt the crease form between my eyes. Did he tell you? You don't have some super ability he failed to mention to you? She laughed this time, her yellow eyes dancing a little. No, super abilities, other than the vampire ones. Not to be too graphic, but I can smell him on you. Oh, I said and slowly pushed my chair back, walking to the refrigerator for something, anything, to do except look her in the face. I opened the door and pushed my head inside, letting the air cool my warm face. I stood up and turned. God, really? I asked. She nodded from the table, thankfully not moving closer. I watched her nose flare lightly and her big, gold eyes narrowed. You're bruised. Are you okay? My hand reflexively went to my hip, touching the spot I knew was underneath my clothing. Edward pointed it out to me the minute I woke up, apologetic, pressing his lips to it like a cold compress. I'd lifted his head and told him not to worry, it was a learning curve and we had plenty of time to make sure it never happened again. I buried my face in his chest and I pretended I hadn't seen the look in his eyes. The one saying we didn't have time. The one that said he loved me. The one that worried about Alice. No, it's not so bad, and for some reason I lifted my shirt and pulled down my jeans to show her the dark purple blemish. She nodded again, confirming that she saw it, and I returned to the refrigerator grabbing a cup of yogurt, then a spoon from a drawer before sitting back down. She watched me as I peeled off the foil lid and stirred the contents inside, mixing it up, slowly. Are you aware of what this means to him? She asked, in a surprisingly kind voice. I felt tears spring to my eyes, because I did know what this meant to him. And to myself. I do. I'm not sure what you know about me, Rosalie, but I love Edward. I can tell. Honestly, anyone who can put up with my insufferable brother must love him. She laughed. But, I can tell this time he loves you in return. And for our kind, for Edward, this level of intimacy has deeper meaning. I dropped my eyes, blinking back the moisture before I completely lost it. In a strangled voice I whispered, I'm his mate. Peeking sideways I saw her eyes widen at my choice of words. She sat for a moment while I distracted myself from the discomfort of this conversation by shoving heaping spoonfuls of the tart yogurt in my mouth. Her hands were flat on the table and she lightly tapped her surprisingly short but perfect nails on the table. Are you prepared for that, for what it could mean? I sighed and licked the remaining yogurt off my spoon and took it over to the sink, washed it thoroughly, and returned it to the drawer. Rosalie, I don't exactly know what you want, but yes, I'm prepared. I love him. I willingly mated, as you call it, with him. I'm ready to take this to the next level, if and when it is necessary. You're prepared to die, she said bluntly. I had to give it to her. No beating around the bush. I decided to do the same. I've been prepared to die since the first night I ran into Victoria. Do I want to? No, not yet. I need more time. I want to see my friends and go back to school. I want to eat Thai food, and sleep, and have say with my boyfriend and fall asleep in his arms. The tears I'd held back before dripped down my face. I need to see my mom, hug my dad, and go to my class reunions. There are so many things I want to do in this life. But, and I said the word with conviction, above all of those things I want Edward, and if it comes down to it I choose him over every other option. I can't go back. I said this with my head up, my eyes locked on her crystal clear gold ones, pushing every word across my tongue with force. I hated justifying myself to her or anyone else. Rosalie watched my tirade with definite interest. I'd surprised her, I think. I'm sure most people were intimidated by her and I was too, but we didn't have the luxury anymore to feel one another out the way people do in normal relationships. She leaned back in her chair, and stretched a little, her neck long and regal. I envy you, she said finally. Stunned, I snapped my eyes to hers, looking for humor in her expression. There was none. Excuse me. I do, she answered, the sincerity evident in her voice. I didn't have a choice. Nor did Edward or the rest of us. I can't imagine being in your position. I had no response. I couldn't comprehend her revelation. I wondered aloud, would you do it again, if you had the opportunity? She seemed to consider my words seriously before answering. Back then, no, I never would have chosen this life. But now, give up what I have. I couldn't leave Emmett, ever. Her voice was firm, determined, but I heard the smallest hint of nostalgia in her words. I nodded and realized we now sat with a level of ease. Knowing better where the other stood on certain matters. It would be presumptuous to say I could understand lifetime of marriage, but who could at the beginning of a relationship? Did time make one relationship more important than the other? You're lucky to have Emmett. He's really great, I said, attempting to move past the heaviness of our conversation. She smiled. He is. And well, Edward's kind of an A.S. but honestly, if you make him happy after all this time, who am I to interfere? I laughed because it was true, all of it. Edward was kind of an ass, but he made me happy, and thinking of our advancements last night I knew I made him happy, even through the anger and fear and desperation. Rosalie, I said, giving her a rueful grin, I think, if we make it through this, alive, you and I will be friends. Later, Rosalie and I climbed the back stairs, and found the boys at the computer. Edward gave me a tense grin as we entered and hopped up to greet me with a key, at the door. I missed you, he whispered. It was gruff and I could feel the distress as it gripped his body. His hair was matted from constantly touching it and he had black newsprint ink on the bridge of his nose. The situation was taking its toll. I wanted to smile on his lips and bury myself in him to take away our mutual pain, but it wasn't right. Instead, he hugged me a little longer and I felt his hand slip down the edge of my pants, brushing his fingers coolly against the softness of my bruise. I refused to let him dwell on my injury and ignored his apologetic touch. Instead, I asked, any progress? Loud enough to include Emmett in the conversation. Emmett was sitting behind the desk, in Edward's chair, while Rosalie had positioned herself in one of the leather chairs across from him. He looked tired, and strained. His normal, bigger-than-life persona had vanished, overtaken by the serious version of Emmett in front of me. Waiting for the blasted sun to go down. Looking for a direction to go on. We have nothing more than yesterday, he declared with darkened eyes. I'd never seen Emmett upset. He turned from the sweet, goofy, big brother to a scary giant quickly. I felt tiny and weak in his presence. Like he could snap me with a twist of his wrist, which I assumed he could. Realizing how angry he'd become, he relaxed a little and motioned me to the desk. I walked over to see what he was working on. We're just going over what happened over the last couple of months with James. Trying to figure out what we missed. What's that? I asked, and leaned over the desk, pointing to a plastic bag with several pieces of jewelry on it. I felt Edward's body press against mine from behind, his hands reaching around me for the bag. James left these on your door a while back. Alice and I got to it before you did. I could hear the anger in his voice. He pulled out a long chain with a dangling cross. This belonged to Bree. She was wearing it in the missing posters. I reached out and allowed him to let the chain pull in my hand. Oh, I said, remembering Bree's angry, red eyes just before Edward destroyed her. I stifled a shudder at the memory. I tapped my finger to the other piece of jewelry in the bag. Who does that belong to? Edward cocked his head questioningly, and glanced at Emmett across the desk. Bella, Emmett said softly, we thought it belonged to you. It has A, B, inscribed on it. I shook my head and took the object, a brooch out of Edward's still hand. No, it isn't mine. It's beautiful though. It isn't yours. Are you sure? I didn't want to concern you and had planned on putting it back in your room before you noticed. It slipped my mind with everything going on. Edward confessed. Across the room I heard Rosalie sigh, of course she's sure. The question is if it isn't hers, who does it belong to then? Edward walked around the desk and began pressing keys on the computer. He trailed his finger down the monitor, and Emmett's eyes rapidly followed his movements. No one reported a piece of missing jewelry like this. It's so unusual I'm sure someone would have noticed and informed the police. I turned the piece over in my hand, looking at the intricate craftsmanship. Look here, under the pin, there's a mark. It was dulled, age having worn it down, and the pin was somewhat tarnished. I handed it over to Edward, hoping he could see it better with his superior eyesight. It looks like an H, etched into the silver. He sighed, and tossed the brooch to Emmett, who flipped it over to look at the back. It's a needle in a haystack, but, he paused, running his thumbnail over the marking, at least we have a needle. It's better than nothing. We all agreed and discussed how best find the jeweler who created the brooch. Rosalie said she had some experience tracing antiques, since she and Esme had researched some of their personal belongings in the past. Edward, let me take the brooch downstairs to Bella's desk. I may be able to find something. She informed him, snatching the pin out of his hands and giving Emmett a fast glance which clearly was an invitation to join her. Later, Emmett declared and he was at the door in a second, lifting Rosalie by the waist as he pushed her into the hallway. Edward followed Emmett's example and moved quickly around the desk, picking me up and laying us down on the couch. He moved us so fast my head felt dizzy. I pushed my back against the side of the seat and spread my legs, inviting Edward to rest his head on my stomach. He settled in easily, reaching back for my hand, which I gave to him, while my other buried itself in his messy hair. Are you worried? I asked him, trying to pull him away from his brooding. Although his hands had been connected to me every time we were near one another, his eyes had been distant, brooding. Focused on Alice and James. He sighed and closed his eyes, as though he was afraid to admit it. I continued to stroke his hair, and eventually he confessed, yes. Terrified. My heart broke a little for this strong, powerful, incredible man lying across my body. He loved his sister so. I felt his thumb move slowly across my wrist as he took another deep breath. Tell me about her, Alice. Tell me something I don't know. He murmured, obviously thinking. She's smart. And caring. More human than the rest of us put together. I laughed and tugged his hair, something I don't know. He looked up at me and said, when Alice woke up from her transformation she had a vision of Jasper. She traveled on instinct and found him, on her own. She's very strong. I nodded, understanding his meaning. Alice wouldn't give up easily. Where was she before that? Edward's voice was thick, filled with sorrow for his missing sister. We're not sure, she doesn't remember, not really. Apparently after she was changed she woke up alone, but her visions gave her some insight. She saw us, the family, and she saw Jasper. It was all she needed. He twisted and pushed his ear to my chest, resting it directly above my heart. His long arms wrapped around my body, hugging me tightly. So she woke up from her transformation, which you said takes around 3 days. Had a vision and found Jasper. He nodded into my chest. Yes. I was confused. Something about this didn't make sense. I don't understand. Where did she wake up? It's murky in her mind. Although she met Jasper in Philadelphia, she was traveling north. And all those years ago, she had the hint of a southern accent. He said, shrugging, nuzzling his nose in my shirt. She was disoriented for some reason. Carlyle thinks it was the visions. We sat quietly for a while. I was consumed by Alice, her history and her current whereabouts. Edward was trying to distract himself with me because there was little he could do at the moment. He stroked my skin, in a comfortable, non-southeast way. The way two people act once they surpass a level of intimacy. I absently pulled and twisted Edward's thick hair in my fingers. I looked across his room, still fascinated by his history, the objects he chose to carry with him towards the future. I wondered if it was me, what would I choose take to remember my past life? Diplomas. Videotape of my third-grade dance recital. Journals and pictures. Nothing seemed important enough, but at the same time everything held meaning. I had no idea how I would choose. I scanned the room, and my eyes landed on his shelves. I lingered over the baseball we'd discussed, and then I saw the photo of Edward and his father. His hair was similar, thick and a little unruly but not as long. Otherwise he looked exactly the same. "Why is your hair so long?" I asked him, breaking the quiet. "What?" he asked, cracking his right eye, the other still firmly placed on my chest. I sighed and pointed across the room. "In that picture with your father, your hair is shorter. Why is it so much longer now? I thought hair didn't continue to grow once you transformed." He rolled over, his back to my stomach. "Oh. Before Carlisle changed me I was sick for quite a while. It grew out in the hospital, and when I woke up it was like this. I can't get it to do anything else," he explained, swiping a hand through it, anxiously, trying to make it conform. I considered this for a moment, my eyes shifting from the photograph to the man in front of me. "So it's the same for everyone else. Their hair is similar to the style they had when they changed." "Yes, this is why Jasper's is so long, men used to tie it back. Rosalie and Esme have long hair, which they used to wear up, but trends have changed, and it's more acceptable for them to wear it down." Again he nervously ran his fingers in his hair, adjusting it. "Stop," I commanded, pushing his hand out of his hair and rubbing it with my own to make it wild. "I like it this way. It suits you." Growling, he flipped as I was straddling his hips. I raised an eyebrow and smiled, proud I'd managed to distract him for a minute. He pulled my face to his and softly plucked at my lips. "Why are you talking about hair?" he asked curiously, brushing several stray pieces of my own behind my ear. I thought of Alice and her short, spiky hair. Was Alice a flapper? I mused. Edward gave me the strangest look. "I doubt it. It wasn't really that common." "Why? Why is her hair so short?" "It wasn't fashionable really, to have it cut so short, at the time, right?" I wondered aloud, thinking of Rosalie's long hair. I never really thought about it. Alice was always so different, unique, it just fit her personality. He said thoughtfully, rubbing his thumb under his lip in concentration. "True," I agreed. Edward pulled away from me and sat up, pulling my legs into his lap. Surprisingly, he continued to talk about Alice's hair. Her hair never really fit with the styles of that time period, anyway. Even women with short hair had it cut longer than hers and usually wore it curly or very straight. Even when we first met, her hair was spiky and wild. "They're not curls, they were called finger waves," Rosalie shouted from down the stairs. "She can hear us," I whispered. He nodded, a grimace on his face. "Can you hear her?" Edward smirked. "Yes, plus, I can read her mind. She thinks I'm an idiot because I don't know the difference between a curl and a finger wave, or a bob, or something." The next thing I knew, Rosalie was in the doorway, shooting daggers at Edward. She dropped her body back in the chair she'd occupied earlier. If Edward had ever paid any attention to me or Alice over the years, he would have known she was very jealous of my hair. Rolling his eyes at his sister, he said, "No one is talking about you." I tilted my head in his direction and made a face for him to stop. "She never wanted short hair?" I asked, intrigued by the information. "No, never. Not since I've known her," Rosalie confirmed, tossing her thick, shiny hair over her shoulder to punctuate how glorious her hair was. I swung my legs over the edge of the couch and leaned closer to Rosalie. "Did your preferences change when you transformed? Like your favorite color?" I rambled, completely intrigued. She shook her head and I glanced over at Edward, who answered, "No, they stay the same. Blue, red," she said at the same moment. "So why would Alice have short hair like that if it wasn't fashionable or something she liked?" I prodded, refusing to let it go. "She had to." Edward sighed, finally, joining me in my theorizing. She could have been forced to. Maybe she was sick like you. I offered, feeling a tiny bit of hope in this conversation. If anything, it was something new, something to research. That we could do. He shook his head. They didn't cut mine. Regular sickness wasn't a reason to cut a person's hair. And the other reasons, like lice, infection, or injury, weren't enough to kill you. I watched as he and Rosalie carried on some kind of silent conversation. It was a series of quick nods and eye rolls, but she must have said something that impressed Edward because he finally spoke aloud. "Do you think?" he asked. "It's possible, Edward. In this life she's psychic. In that one," she trailed off. I jumped in, not understanding. "In that life what? What was she?" Edward looked at me with cautious eyes. "Insane." Rosalie chimed in, disturbed. "Unacceptable," he retorted, using air quotes as he spoke. "Certifiable," she added, pain crossing her face. "She would have been institutionalized," Edward claimed, and Rosalie nodded in agreement. And like that, Edward was gone, off the couch and out the door. I never even saw him leave, although Rosalie seemed to know what was going on. "He's in the library," she explained, after seeing my bewildered expression. She cocked her ear upwards and continued, "Getting a book." "Okay," I said, having no idea how to respond, but before I could, Edward was back in the room, a large, leather-bound book in his hands. Emmett was trailing behind with a totally confused look on his face. "What's he doing?" he asked, looking between me and Rosalie. "I have no idea," I answered truthfully. Edward sat on the couch with the book open on his lap, flipping through pages until he abruptly stopped. His long, artistic fingers scrolled down the page, pausing for a moment here or there when he saw something interesting. It was a medical journal, old, it appeared, since there were no photographs, just illustrations, and even I could smell the years of dust rolling off the pages. I leaned closer to see what was on the page, and I found it was full of medical jargon and beautiful illustrations. In the middle of the page was a graphic design of a person, with shorn hair. There were intricate diagrams of the body, brain, and tools used. It looked archaic, barbaric, and terrifying. Edward stopped and handed the book to Rosalie. Emmett moved closer to read the information on the page, and he looked over at Edward and blinked twice before saying, cryptically, "The beds." Edward reached for my hand across the space in the couch, and wove his hard, cool fingers through mine. The room was silent other than the beating of my human heart, and I waited to hear exactly what was going on. Beds. Madness. I was 3 steps behind the mental speed of the vampires in the room. Brushing his thumb across my hand, Edward looked at Emmett and Rosalie and announced, "We have to call Carlyle." I glanced down at our hands, fingers entwined and resting on her thigh. My other hand was on the steering wheel, pointing the Volvo west, as we headed to Forks. We were headed towards my family and home. Bella squeezed our hands and caught my eye, giving me a sympathetic smile. I didn't want her sympathy. I didn't want the sadness that hinted in the lines near her eyes. I wanted happiness and all the feelings of first love I'd seen in movies and read in books. Instead, she picked me and the baggage that came from a century of existence. "You really think Alice was in a mental hospital?" she asked, her soft voice filling the space in the car. I nodded. "Yes, it makes sense. I told you how in life we may have certain attributes. Like, I always had a good read on people, very intuitive of their thoughts and ideas. When I changed, this trait manifested into mind reading. Same with Jasper and his ability to manipulate people's emotions. And Alice, you think she had visions before?" she reasoned. I watched her twist in her seat, turning towards me in interest. Bella never as much as flinched during these conversations. She acted as though mind reading and psychic abilities were common. This is what I spoke to Carlyle about. He seems to think that it is very likely that pre-transformation, Alice experienced visions or even hallucinations. If this is true, then depending on her family's status economically, she very well may have been institutionalized for treatment. I tightened my grip on her hand and continued, there were few options back then for people suffering. Medications were limited and people tended to hide their problems. Wow, I guess it does kind of fit. I can't imagine her level of energy or focus on a normal human. She replied, and pulled her phone out of her pocket, checking messages. I looked at my Bella sitting next to me in the car, absorbing all this information. She weathered it well, but I could only imagine how hard it would be to swallow this information. I moved my hand from hers and smoothed it over her hair. I knew she was tired. I could see the faint purplish tint under her eyes, and she occasionally stifled a yawn. We have about an hour before we get to the house, why don't you take a nap? I suggested lightly. She smiled lazily in my direction, a light pink tint covering her face. I think I will. Once we get to the house I have some work to do, she said. Her eyes were deep and brown, liquid pools I wanted to dive into head first. Bella settled into her seat, taking my jacket out of the back and folding it into a pillow to rest her head on. Gracing me with one more smile, she closed her eyes and leaned into the window, leaving me with the familiar beat of her heart and her slow steady breaths. These were the sounds of her humanity. Her life. Sounds she was willing to give away in an instant for me. The idea frightened me, but it also filled me with euphoria. There was no way she was ready to make a decision about something like this. Something in me felt compelled to keep her safe. I wasn't sure I could ever be responsible for her death, transformation or not. But then again, I wanted her with me, forever, and even though I didn't care if it was in human form or not, the events that led us to this moment were forcing me to realize once again how unsafe it was for her to be around me and my family. Bella mumbled in her sleep, the words, crazy, whispering off her lips. Her nose crinkled at the word and she pushed her face farther into the jacket. I grimaced towards the dark road ahead and reaffirmed to myself that I wouldn't allow this decision to be made in haste or under pressure. Bella would be able to make the choice none of us were offered. I would get us through this storm. Alice would come home. Bella would remain unscathed, and I would work towards being content. All possible, I scoffed, my thoughts laced with reservation, when you lived the last 20 years as a superhero. I placed a hand on the knob between the seats and shifted. I heard the almost silent clink of the levers as the car switched gears and I pushed my foot against the gas, speeding away from Seattle towards the coast. Carlisle and I sat across from one another in his office as we had done many times before. Also, like before, we were at an impasse. And like those other times, Esme would have to sand down the floors from the impression my boots were making in the hardwoods due to my refusal to change my opinion. No, I said curtly, while internally berating myself for being an ass to Carlisle, who was trying to do what he thought was right. Edward, be reasonable, he thought. It's not acceptable. I'm not going to back off so you can stop trying. I told him, prepared to leave the house if he continued to push. I saw a similar spark of indignation flare in his eyes as he mentally prepared his argument. We need you out there, working with us. You are the one he has contacted and has a vendetta against. You've fought him and Victoria before. Plus you can read his thoughts. You're our best chance in finding her and you know it. He begged. I looked at the man across the desk, who was the closest thing I would ever have for a father, and tried to muster the nerve to go against his wishes. We'd argued in the past over many things. Politics, religion, history. Never had he begged me before to acquiesce to his wishes, even when I moved out. I pushed back in my seat and groaned, running my hands through my hair, feeling sick and out of control. Fine, but how will we protect her? I asked, meeting his eye. It was compassionate but resolved. This argument would have to be resolved before I took one step out of the house. Jasper can't do it and neither can Emmett or you, and if I'm gone also how do we keep her safe? He didn't speak but showed me an image that was neither appropriate nor possible. I jumped from my seat and slammed my hands on his desk, causing it to tremble underneath the force. Absolutely not, I declared, feeling foolish for even trusting anyone else with Bella's safety. Even Carlisle. Honestly, Edward, he is a better choice than even you are. He said calmly, his eyebrow lifted as his warm gold eyes flicked towards my hands, damaging the top of his desk. He was always calm and normally it was a gauge for me, a way to measure my own emotions, but not tonight. I was boiling and temperamental, close to irrational at this point about the entire subject, but this was not an option. The alpha. You want me to leave her here with the dog? I spat. He had lost his mind. Just hear me out. Jacob is very in control of his transformations. He communicates mentally with the pack, he will be able to monitor the whole group while here, guarding Bella. Plus, James and Victoria don't have a vendetta against him. If they happen to show, they won't be prepared to play games with him. He said all this slowly, as though I wouldn't understand the words if he spoke them faster. Plus, it's kind of his duty to protect humans from vampires. It's in his nature. making the point that even if I wanted it to be, the fact I hunted my own kind was positively against our nature, which seems to be exactly what brought us to James's attention in the first place. No. Go on your own, I argued, you don't need me, she does. This is about Alice and your family. She needs you. Jasper needs you. Carlyle's voice rang out, agitated like I hadn't heard before. Stop being self-absorbed. You've spent too much time working alone and this situation is not about you. In fact, you focused so much on how this was about you that you missed the clues he was giving you all along. James has assaulted our entire family, not just you. We're going to do this together and part of that is trusting the wolf pack and understanding Bella will be fine. I stared at his golden eyes, stubbornly honest and compassionate at all times. He'd just called me self-absorbed and in many ways it was true. I knew he was trying to do what was best. And I also knew he would never endanger Bella, but it was impossible for me to let her go. She was my mate, she owned a piece of my soul. I wasn't sure if I could do it. Sighing heavily, I eyed Carlyle's eternally optimistic face warily. I'll consider it when it's time to go, I said, refusing to concede completely. Edward. Still leaning over the desk, I shook my head furiously. You're asking too much, Carlyle. I opened my mouth to argue further but instead I confessed, she's all I have. She's not, but she is important and I assure you I would never jeopardize her in any way. Realizing my aggressive position, I removed my hands from his desk and took a step before sitting in my chair. I sighed and pinched the bridge of my nose with my fingers. Where are the dogs now? On their way. Jacob can stay here with one other and the rest can travel with us to canvass the area. When do we expect Jasper and Emmett back? I asked, distracting myself with the details of the moment. Soon. They've been gone since Emmett returned from your place, he replied. They were hunting, building strength for the night, and hopefully allowing Jasper an outlet for some of his anxiety. I pushed my hair back and leaned my elbows on the arms of the chair, trying to relax and push the thoughts of Bella being protected by the wolf out of my mind for the moment. How is he holding up? I asked, referring to Jasper. Not great. He's an emotional wreck, as you can imagine, and he is having a hard time understanding how James was targeting Alice all along. He confessed. I felt a stab of guilt at these words. We all do. But the concept that Alice was institutionalized is intriguing at the least. It explains her memory loss and lack of knowledge of her prior life. And the beds, lined up in a row, the dark room. He was there, he knew her. I thought of James's cryptic admissions, his leering smile. He knew Alice before and somehow had tracked her down after all these years. I knew he was defined by his ability to hunt and pursue his targets, but trailing someone for half a century or more was beyond insane. If we could find records for her treatment, then we could possibly find information on James and where he may have taken her. Carlyle nodded, and we discussed this further, thinking of ways to locate files and 60-year-old paperwork from an unknown hospital. Frustrated, Carlyle sighed and ran his hands over his face wearily and changed the subject. Tell me about the brooch. It's antique, early turn of the century, inscribed with A, B. We thought it was Bella's, but it's not. Obviously it holds enough meaning to James to use it as a clue, but we have no idea why. I explained. Esme and Rosalie are researching the mark etched in the back right now. Hopefully if we can find the jeweler it will help us find Alice. I rolled my eyes, knowing this was a long shot, but it was all we had at the moment. I stood up and walked behind my chair, resting my palms on the smooth leather and grimaced. Let me go find Bella and tell her about Jacob. She's working upstairs. He asked, again his expression sympathetic. Yes, keeping up the PNT facade. Her life is in danger yet she wants to make sure I look like I'm fulfilling my executive duties. I shook my head and thought about how ridiculous she was and how much I loved her. Carlyle stood also, but remained behind his desk. She's a gift, Edward. I truly hope everything works out. My fingers clenched around the back of the leather chair I'd just been sitting in, and I told him with absolute certainty, it has too. Thump, 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 went the soles of my feet, bounding up the stairs, skipping 3 steps at once. Thump, 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 went the sound of her heart, calling me from every room in the house, like a beacon, telling me the way home. Pushing the door open quietly, I found Bella upstairs, in my old room, hunched over the laptop, clicking the keys with her fingers. She was aided only by a small desk lamp on the top of the wide, sleek desk facing the huge window that overlooked the river behind the house. The room was angled oddly, since it was the former attic, but the tall windows and high ceilings made it feel bigger than one would expect. The laptop hummed with life, casting a bluish glow that tinted and haloed her hair, giving her an ethereal feeling. She was a goddess before me, a heart-thumping, blood-pumping, breathtaking goddess. Ket in the familiar smell of the room, faint traces of the past, books, and fabric, mingling now with my favorite scent, Bella. She smelled like soap and strawberries, warmth and blood. I darted my tongue in the air and tasted my own traces on her, some deeper than others, and I felt a compulsion to be with her urgently and completely. Time was slipping and I needed her before they tried to separate us, before the dog came and left his own stink on her, before things changed between us. I needed to make her mine. I closed the door with a click, causing her to tilt her head my way, glancing over her shoulder, and I moved across the room, in my own time, rushing my fingers under her hair, twisting it into a bunch and inhaled her, deep and delicious. Edward, she gasped, surprised by my touch, causing her to struggle for air while her heart threatened to burst out of her chest. I used my speed to my advantage, whirling her desk chair around with my foot and never letting my hands leave her face. I planted my lips on hers, pushing my own air into her mouth. I wanted to sustain her, as she sustained me. Animals marked their territory in a variety of ways. Dogs and cats sprayed urine, bears flaunted their size by scarring trees with their claws, deer and antelope rubbed their fur on trees and leaves, leaving their scent and odor for other animals to find. Vampires do the same. I wanted the dog to know she was mine. I wanted James to understand who he was challenging when he dared to threaten her. I wanted Bella's connection to me to be undeniable and known immediately to anyone who crossed her path. Dropping to my knees, I pulled her down off the chair and onto her own. "I need you," I muttered between keys, my hands groping her body. I was afraid for a moment she would run, overwhelmed by my aggression, but instead she came at me with vigor, pulling my shirt at the collar, straining the buttons as they pushed the boundary of the fabric. I reached for her wrists and yanked, pulling my shirt at the seams, causing the plastic circles to shower to the ground, and my shirt to rip with finality. Pulling her shirt over her head and tearing the straps of her beep off one string at a time, I nudged her to the floor, where her elbows met with the soft cotton loops of the carpet. Tugging her pants past her knees, I hovered as she striked them off with her feet, chafing my legs with her toes as she wiggled free. Her pale skin glowed in the dim light and I ran my hands over every single inch of her, diving into her arching body and lifted hips. She was making sounds like an animal, a small cat perhaps, purring under my touch, mewling as I teased. My inner beast came forward, hard and strained, wanting to be in her, on her, all over her. "Mine," I choked, the words splitting the air in two, deep and guttural, like a growl. Bella responded with her teeth and nails, clamping the former on my chest, moaning as she attempted to bury them hard and sharp into my flesh. Her nails scraped down my back, digging at my indestructible skin. I heard a nail snap as she tried to wring blood from a stone. Splayed on the floor below me, Bella tilted her hips in the air, bending her knees and spreading her thighs wide across the plush carpet. Her breaths were quick and fragrant, coating the air with a heady perfume that made me dizzy. Poison filled my mouth, and she reached for my buckle, tugging frantically with shaking hands. Taking her hands in mine, I licked her palms, covering her with my venom before thumbing my button and removing the barrier between us. "Now," she demanded, running her hands over my thighs, dipping them under my beep, and stroking the sensitive skin. Faster than she would notice, I tore into the beep package with my teeth, careful not to slice the latex, and prepared myself for her. My cock had a life of its own, looking for its territory, its home, and Bella reached for it, guiding me with confidence. With one solid push I was in, ice-covered in warmth, hard wrapped in soft, dead swallowed by life, and I paused, eyes closed, struggling for composure. The need to push my way through her body was overwhelming. I was strong, I could tear her in two with one thrust. My body wanted it, my dick, raging with venom, begged for it. The animal deep inside taunted and baited and dared me to make her mine. I cracked an eye and saw her under me, red-faced and intent, eyes wide and filled with love and trust, and before I could tell her to stop, to let me breath, control my urges, she tilted her hips, allowing me in further, daring me to meet the challenge, her body, her humanness. Bella lay beneath me, my lover, friend and mate. Focusing on her eyes, I realized my fingers were clenched in the threads of the carpet and I shook them loose, coils of thread dropping to the ground. I forced myself to relax, concentrating on the woman below me, her love and presence. I needed balance, a place between the monster and the man, and I placed my hands over her hips, my thumbs gently covering her prior bruises and met her thrust, forming the words, "I love you," as I began to pound into her rhythmically but with a sense of measured control. She nodded, her eyelids closing, her tiny nose scrunching with concentration. I leaned over to lick her puffy red lips and felt the slap of her breasts as they met my chest. As her warmth clenched around me, my body reacted with force to each thrust, followed by a grunt buried in the top of her head, until the venom jerked out of my body into hers, trying futilely against the thin barrier to truly claim her as my victim. I pulled away from Bella, who was breathing heavily, her body still pulsating beneath me. She astonished me by opening her eyes and giving me a lazy grin before she ran the back of her hand over her forehead, and breathed, "What was that?" I rolled to my side, reaching my hand out and resting my palm over her thundering heart. I didn't want to tell her about Jacob. I didn't want to leave her. I wanted us to hole up here or at my house or in the mountains or across the world in a tiny hut in the middle of the jungle. But I couldn't, and Carlisle was right. I had to help my family and I had to make hard choices. I ed her lips softly, making up for the harshness from before, and rubbed the side of her stomach with my finger. That was me desperate. And afraid. That was me wanting you so badly and not knowing the right way to show it. She tilted her head in confusion, her eyes narrowing, and propped up on her elbows. Why are you desperate, and afraid? And Edward, that was perfect. Just unexpected, that's all. She said, and ed me solidly on the lips, once again assuring me with nothing more than her words and her touch. Bella. I lay on my side, pushing my elbow into the soft carpet, and watched the angel next to me struggle with his demons. Resting my hand on the emptiness of my stomach, I missed him already, even though he was across from me. I'd never felt closer yet farther from someone before. Now that he'd been in me there was no comparison. Promise we'll do that again? I asked, tracing the contours of his chest. There was something about our lovemaking that was thrilling. It wasn't quite the display of love from our first time, yet it was more than just say. There was more of Edward this time, raw and instinctive, and I craved it. He glanced to the side and I watched as his mouth smiled but his eyes remained tight. I promise. I held onto his words like a contract, binding and unbreakable. We dressed quickly, Edward helping me with my clothing, his speedy fingers buttoning and tugging and zipping faster than mine. He smoothed my hair and rubbed my cheek and ed my lips every time he had the chance. I watched him disappear into the closet across the room and come back out smoothing his hands over a clean shirt. Just as I fastened the top button on his pants his phone rang and he quickly pulled it from his pocket. "Emmett," he answered, his fingers wandering over my shirt. I watched as his jaw clenched and tightened. I couldn't hear the words on the other end, but Emmett was speaking quickly and excitedly about something. I tugged on his belt, hoping he'd give me some kind of sign. "Stay there. We'll meet you as soon as we can get there," he said, and listened once more. His fingers rested on my collarbone and he began rubbing the smooth skin over the bone. "No, don't go after him. Once we reach you we can all fan out and follow his trail. I don't want to risk losing you also," Edward ordered, his voice full of authority. "Call Carlisle and tell him." He snapped the phone shut and put it away, wrapping his steel arms solidly around my shoulders. All the tension we'd worked to remove was back, taking over his body. "What happened?" I asked, almost afraid to know. "Emmett and Jasper were in the woods, hunting," he explained, his chin resting on the top of my head. Emmett was tracking a herd of antelope when Jasper took off, in the opposite direction. Emmett thought he had a line on other prey, but when he couldn't locate him he caught the trail himself and realized it wasn't food Jasper was after. I pulled my head back to see Edward's face, hoping seeing him would make his words clearer, but instead all I found was his beautiful face twisted in distress. What was it? What did he smell? I ran my fingers down his cheek. He uttered the one name I never would have guessed, Alice. "Alice?" I questioned, shocked by this news. "I don't know what it means. It could be her or just a trap. James has proven he loves to play games," he explained, his eyes flashing with anger. I watched as he turned from me and walked to the window, his hand running through his hair with agitation. He paused, and I could see his reflection in the black glass. His eyes were closed in thought. "I'm going to help look for him," he told me from across the room, his back facing me. "Oh," I said, fear automatically twisting in my stomach. He walked back over to me and I watched his jaw clench, making the definition sharper. "Carlisle and I talked about it earlier. They need me to use my mind reading to help track James and Victoria, or Alice as the case may be." The feeling in my stomach tightened, but I kept my face composed and said, "If he thinks it's best, I guess you should." It was a lie. The thought of Edward leaving my side completely freaked me out. Edward saw through my facade immediately, my traitorous voice having quivered enough to give me away. Edward ran his thumb up my arm and nestled it in the crease of my elbow, and rubbed, gently, before keying the same spot. "You won't be here alone." A look of unease slid across his face before he continued, "One of the LaPush boys will stay here." "A wolf?" I asked, intrigued by this situation, but noticed Edward stiffen at the word. From what Edward told me about them I knew I would be safe and the tangle of fear unwound a little. "Are you sure?" He didn't seem sure. "I think it has to be this way. But I promise you'll be safe. They're born to fight vampires, even more than I am. Plus, I doubt James and Victoria would come here anyway. It's probably the safest place you can be, and as much as I hate to say it, being away from me is probably better anyway." Edward sighed, stretching his fingers over mine, enclosing my small hands with his larger ones. I shook my head, and found his troubled eyes. "No, being away from you is never okay." I sighed and rested my head on his chest. I felt his long arms wrap around me and pull me into his body. I inhaled the soapy clean of his shirt. "But if you and Carlisle agree, then I'm okay with it." We held one another for a minute, our bodies tight with tension, neither wanting to let go. I wanted to weld my body to his, fuse our arms and legs, and hips and cheeks. I wanted the moments before back when was Edward on me, in me and all around me. I looked up to see him studying me intently and I was struck with realization. "You came up here because you knew you were leaving. That's where that came from," I accused, motioning to the floor, now understanding his desperation and fervor. He met my words with a look of defiant guilt. "I don't want to leave you," he mumbled, sheepishly. "I'm not sure when I'll be back." I crawled off his lap and reached for his arms, pretending to lug him off the floor. "You have too. But the sooner you go the faster you'll be back. I have faith in you all. You will find Alice and destroy James and you and I will live happily ever after," I said, forcing myself to push through the pain and the absurdity of it all. Edward needed to focus, for his family and for his safety. "I would never want your concern for me to outweigh your family commitment." Edward's hand grazed my arm, ghosting down until he settled his fingers over my wrist, over my pulse. His eyes held mine lovingly, but I saw his eyebrow twitch and his head shift slightly upward. "What?" I whispered, now able to read Edward's movements. He walked across the room, dragging me behind him. "It's Rose," he said, and he opened the door and came face to face with Rosalie. Without a glance in my direction she began talking, again so fast I had a hard time understanding her. "I found the jeweler. The letter H is for Hailey, a designer from Mississippi." "Mississippi?" Edward asked. "Where?" "Biloxi, apparently," she replied, thrusting some paperwork at Edward. "They're closed now but had quite a thriving business in the early 1900s, through the Depression." Edward's forehead creased. "Anything else?" "Since they are closed the paperwork is non-existent, but I found a description in an antique jeweler's guide. Apparently this type of brooch with an initial was popular for debutantes. It was common to use the initial from a girl's surname." "You mean girls in big white dresses and gloves?" I asked, envisioning movies I'd seen. They both nodded, deep in thought, communicating silently. Finally Edward spoke. "Rose, we have to go. Emmett called and needs our help." He turned towards me. "Do you think you could do some research on this while we're gone?" "Of course," I replied, feeling the tightening in my stomach return at the thought of him leaving. Edward packed up my laptop, and we traveled down to the main floor, where the others were waiting for us. Edward glanced towards the front door and scowled slightly, and I realized there were people on the porch. "Who's out there?" I asked. Edward ran his hands through his hair and shot Carlisle, who was walking towards the door, a look. "That's Jacob. The wolf." At that Carlyle opened the door and a huge man came in view. Enormous was a better word. He towered over Carlyle and Edward, dwarfing them in size, although the two vampires held their own with intimidation and confidence. He hesitantly stepped in the house, and as he moved I noticed a shorter but equally muscular guy behind him on the porch. "Bella," Carlyle called and motioned me towards him. I walked across the room and he continued, "This is Jacob Black and Seth Clearwater. They are going to stay with you while we meet Emmett." I nodded and greeted the two men. Jacob reached his hand for mine, and I almost flinched on contact. His hand was boiling with heat. He noticed my reaction and lifted an eyebrow. "Nice to meet you, Bella. Seth is going to patrol the house and grounds. I'll stay inside with you." "Fine. I'll be taking care of some work, so whatever you want to do is fine," I said, feeling Edward's eyes boring into the side of my head. Jacob shrugged and walked into the living room, plopping himself down on the couch, and reached for a magazine on the coffee table. Carlyle, Esme, and Rosalie came over and gave me a quick hug and trooped out the door, leaving me and Edward alone. "Good luck," I called after them, wishing I could do more to help. "Sometimes it's ked being a human." Edward circled his arms around my waist and pulled me to his body. "Look, I'll be back as soon as I can. Keep your phone on and call me if you need anything. Please don't hesitate." He glanced over my shoulder towards Jacob and leaned into my ear. "Down the main hall, third door from the left, under the stairs is a door that goes to the basement. At the bottom of the stairs there is a hidden door to the right, behind the camping gear. If anything happens you go directly there and wait for me. There are rations and supplies in there." "Edward, I don't think," I started, and he pressed his fingers to my lips. "Promise me," was all he said, looking at me with concerned eyes. I nodded and at his fingertips. "I promise." He rested his forehead on mine and hugged me tightly before dotting me softly on the lips and whispering, "I love you." "I love you too," I returned, looping my fingers around his back. He ed me again under my ear and he was gone. The only sound I heard was the soft click of the front door. "So Bella," Jacob began from across the room, "how did you end up with a king creature of the night?" I was on the couch, legs crossed, letting the computer burn a hole in my thigh as I searched for Southern debutantes from the beginning of the century, with a focus on the Biloxi area. I'd just found an archive by the Daughters of the Revolutionary War, a civic group that had been collecting photos and information and recording it on their website. Currently I was looking for any participants who had the letter B as a first or last name. I rolled my eyes at the dark-skinned man who had been attempting to lure me into conversation for over an hour. He had already told me how bad it smelled in the house, how the Cullens were evil, and how my relationship with Edward was a sin against nature. I'd ignored him for the most part, treating him like the 4-year-old he was acting, and continued with my work. Unfortunately, like a 4-year-old, he wanted constant attention. Without looking up I said, "He's hot. And rich. And he's a little like Batman, what's not to like?" "Ha, ha, Bella Swan. Even I can tell there's more to you than a gold-digging skank, but tell me, why would you want that?" I could hear the hatred in his voice. I tried not to be offended. They were natural enemies, like a zebra to a lion, but still he needed to shut his mouth. I kept my fingers on the keys, trying to control the rage boiling under my skin. I found a photo from 1916, and pulled it up, dragging the mouse to enlarge it. Sighing, I looked up from the computer and looked at Jacob. "I don't have to explain myself to you. Shut up. I'm trying to work over here." Focusing back on the screen I heard him get up off the couch and shuffle his gigantic feet towards me. With horror I felt his weight hit the couch, bouncing me and the computer off the cushion as he landed heavily. Suddenly I missed the grace and quiet of the vampires. "I'm bored. Show me what you're looking for," he said and tilted the screen so he could see it, invading my personal space. My temper flared and I knocked his hand off, shifting the monitor back in my direction. I wondered momentarily if his mother had taught him any manners at all. I lifted my body up and scooted over, creating space between us. He was hot, his whole body was burning up, and I was beginning to sweat. "Are you always so hot?" I asked, fanning my face dramatically. "Yep," he replied, and I immediately grimaced at the smug look on his face, clearly inferring something different from my comment than I intended. He had stupid dark, smiling eyes. I missed the gold, brooding ones I woke up to in the morning. Jerk. This guy was making me miss Edward in ways I wouldn't have considered when I agreed to this arrangement. Dude, look at that dress. Some of these girls are smokin', he declared and pulled the laptop off my legs, and placed it on his own tree-like appendages that took up the whole couch and half the floor. I listened as Jacob mocked the girls and boys in the photograph, laughing at their hair and outfits. He began reading the information out loud in a phony, sophisticated voice. The Daughters of the Revolutionary War are honored to announce the following young women and their escorts who will be debuting this season in Biloxi. I grabbed the computer back, placing it on my lap but leaving it so he could continue to see it. I ran my finger over it, matching the names with the faces, looking for any names to add to my list. Lucia Atkinson, he announced as my finger touched over a owned woman with curly, shoulder-length hair. I shifted my finger to the next girl on the row, Mary Alice Brandon. I paused and looked at the photo closer. It was grainy and faded, but I could make out a small girl with long dark hair. She barely looked 15. I felt my stomach tighten at the image. Jacob, wait here, I said, and pushed the computer in his lap. I ran around the corner into the kitchen to the small room off the laundry room where Esme kept her office. I'd been in here earlier when she showed me the designs she was working on for the garden out back. There were family photos lining the walls over the desk. I snatched one off and ran back to the living room where Jacob was patiently waiting. I held the frame out to him. Does this girl look familiar? I found my voice was too loud and my hand was shaking. He took the photo in his massive hand and studied the photo. I watched as his eyes narrowed in concentration. No. I exhaled loudly. Look again and compare her. I pointed to Alice's photograph, and then moved my finger to the computer screen, to her. His focus shifted from the frame to the computer on his lap. Is that the same person? He asked incredulously. I think so. I whispered, giddy over finding such an important clue. So the Alice your vampire is looking for is this girl, Mary Alice Brandon from Biloxi, Mississippi. He confirmed. Yeah, I think it is. Is there some reason you guys didn't know this already? He asked, nudging me lightly with his shoulder. I explained Alice's history, or lack thereof, and the brooch, and what we were looking for. Edward thinks that if we could locate the owner of the brooch and separately, where Alice came from, we could find out why James wanted her and possibly where he was keeping her. And you just found out both, right? The jewelry is Alice's and you now know she is from Biloxi. But what does that mean to the vampire? It means James knew Alice when she was human and in Mississippi. He seems to take treasures from his victims and keeps them as mementos, like Bree's cross. I said, reasoning out the information we had. Jacob jumped in. Does this mean Alice was his victim before? Did he turn her into a vampire? I have no idea, I said, excited and frustrated all at once. Let me enter her name into the search engine and see what I can find. Jacob announced he was going to find Seth outside, and that he would need to transform to his wolfy self in order to communicate with the tribe. I happily let him go, not wanting to see his transformation. I began entering in Alice's name when I heard my email chime. I'd still been keeping up with Edward's schedule and mail, so I hurriedly clicked over to see if it was important. 3 messages had come in, 2 from managers at the office that included budget attachments. I saved these for Edward to review later and then pulled up the next one. My eye twitched as I read who it was from Cullen. Edward. Why would Edward send me an email while tracking Jasper? Figuring he may have sent it from his phone, I opened it and was surprised to see it was a video of some kind. I hovered the cursor over the play button and clicked. The image was fuzzy, but immediately I heard voices incoherently mumbling as the person holding the camera tried to focus it. Suddenly, the frame became clearer and to my shock I saw Alice sitting on the floor, glaring at the camera. A deep voice rattled behind the scenes. Say hello to your family, Mary Alice. Alice scowled from her spot on the ground. Her eyes were dark, having clearly not fed, but other than looking a little disheveled, her appearance was the same. My family is looking for me right now, James, they won't see this video. James turned the camera on himself and pouted. Mary Alice isn't feeling like her perky self today. I guess I will have to explain what is going on instead. He panned the camera over the room as he turned it back on Alice, who remained aloof and disengaged, refusing to acknowledge him. As the lens traveled, I desperately tried to figure out where they were holding her. The only thing I could make out was a pattern of squares on the wall behind her and that the room seemed small and dark. Turning the camera back on his haggard, ugly face, he began talking directly in the lens. His red eyes shocked me. "Here is the situation, Edward. I found Mary Alice first, when she was frail and weak and riddled with dark visions. I loved her for what she was, not who she is now. I'd kept an eye on her as she withered away in the hospital, alone and afraid. And I had it all planned. I was going to change her and use her potential gift. Together, my tracking abilities and her psychic ones, we could dominate the vampire world." He smiled at the thought, showing his crooked and jagged teeth. I knew the old one worked there. He seemed to keep her safe, which pleased me, but at the same time I could feel his ownership over her becoming clearer. He loved her as a human. Which is not acceptable, he hissed, anger marring his face. Vampires do not protect humans or help them. They are food or companions. Nothing more. You, Edward Cullen, like the old one in the institution, have broken this cardinal rule of our kind and now must suffer the consequences. In the background there was a loud noise as Alice must have moved. I watched in horror as James's head lurched out of view and the camera dropped to the ground and I could hear the sound of the two of them in a scuffle. "Shut the F.K. up." I heard Alice scream, rage filling her normally tiny voice. "Leave my family out of this." I heard a loud bang as though someone or something hit the wall. "Restrain her," James shouted, and there were more footsteps and the camera was picked up from the floor and focused again on his face. "This is your fault," he muttered angrily, "always remember that." The computer on my lap began trembling as my body shook in fear. James panned once more around the room to Alice, now being held by three men with bloody red eyes. "She was mine to begin with, and was taken away. Then, he emphasized with fury. "For her to end up with the likes of you, a human-loving, vampire-killing, egotistical vigilante, it's too much. Someone has to pay, and it can be you, or Mary Alice, or your precious human pet." He spat the words with such hatred I could feel it in my bones. "I already know which one you'll choose. I'm ready to stop playing games." James pushed the camera so far into Alice's face she hissed in reaction, freeing a hand and swiping at the camera again, and as it fell to the floor with a clank the image turned black. I sat on the couch, my hands shaking furiously, as I tried to move the cursor back, to replay the video but was unable to make my fingers comply. As I jabbed at the keys a warm hand engulfed mine and pulled the computer away from me. "What happened? What did you find?" Jacob asked, concerned. I began sobbing, overwhelmed by the images of Alice at the mercy of that monster. I was completely disturbed at his hatred for Edward and his threats on my life. I stuttered, choking on my tears, and Jacob surprisingly ran a hand over my back to calm me. He turned his attention to the computer and pressed the play button on the video. I covered my eyes and listened. When it completed, Jacob growled in his chest, low and menacing. "What a prick," he muttered. "Okay, what we're going to do is watch that video again and try to figure out where they are. Can you do that?" I nodded and wiped the tears from my cheeks. I could do it. I had to for Alice and Edward. They were my family now and I had to do what I could. I moved closer to Jacob and told him to start the video. We watched it, pausing so could I take notes every time I noticed something. "Do you see those small squares on the wall?" I asked Jacob the third time through. "Yeah, I noticed those too. I should know what they are." He commented and I agreed, they looked familiar. "They have markings, something written on each one," I said, pointing to a small blemish on the top of each box. "Are they plaques or panels?" He mused. "I don't think so," I answered, unable to put my finger on it. We continued the film, commenting on the lack of sunlight, the smallness of the room. The final time James panned the space something caught my eye. "I think that's a door," I said and I gestured to a solid, windowless, block of metal. Jacob studied the image and considered the door. "Well, they would have to be keeping her someone secure and locked. But she's strong, very strong and could get out of almost any type of restraint. The newborns can overpower her now, as their strength is superior. But in general they would have to literally have her imprisoned." "It doesn't look like a jail cell," I replied, and he nodded in agreement. Jacob pushed his long body back into the cushions, and stretched his legs out. I noticed for the first time his feet were bare and his shirt had a large tear in it. What did he do when he went outside? Hey, play that video again, back to where you can see the wall. He directed and I found he spot he wanted. He ran his thick finger over the screen again, muttering something under his breath. What? I asked, feeling oddly nervous at his behavior. Jacob turned to me and gave me an ultra-white smile tinged with self-assuredness. Call your blood S. Kerr. I think I figured out where they're keeping his sister. I quickly surpassed my family as I traveled through the woods to the location Emmett had given me over the phone. Our destination was deep in eastern Washington, away from most civilization, and something about it felt off. We'd met up with Emmett quickly, then spreading out into a wide line, covering as much space as possible. My brother knew Alice's scent of course, but I was afraid James may be luring him in the wrong direction, intentionally away from my sister, furthering the distance between us. I inhaled deeply and was able to follow Jasper's more recent scent as well as the fainter trail of Alice that coated the leaves and branches throughout the forest. Once I left the house, I was able to push Bella from my mind. I hated doing it, but it was a distraction I couldn't have at the moment. I loved her and she loved me in return, that was all I could hope for, and when this was all over, we could figure out the future. Right now was about my family, and I owed them my utmost concentration. I considered the fact I'd lived so long but never had experienced war firsthand. I was too young to enlist in the First World War. I'd watched it unfold around me as a teenager, friends and family leaving, fighting, and if they came home at all, they were never the same. After my transformation, I was able to see the images of war etched in people's brains. They were different. Living with Jasper, a survivor of a devastatingly bloody war while living in an even more horrific situation once he turned, was painful. No matter how much he separated himself from the battles and fights, he was covered with scars physically as well as mentally. I quickly raced around a thick grove of trees, my feet pounding on the leaf-covered forest floor. The only sound was my body as it made contact with nature, realizing with surprising clarity that this was my war. In my mind James had threatened my family and loved ones. He trespassed against my property and terrorized my community. He made our kind vulnerable to the outside world by having no regard for life and society. I knew in my mind we were entering into the final battle between us. One or both of us wouldn't survive this encounter, and the stakes were so high. 3 months ago I would have willingly sacrificed myself for Alice or Jasper, but today things were different. I'd given myself over to another, a mate, and every fiber of my being told me to protect that if possible. I shifted my focus to my speed and reveled in the sport of pushing my body to the extreme when Rosalie's voice entered my thoughts. "Edward, wait up," Rosalie called from behind. She was actually the second fastest in the family. Her legs were long, and she had a natural athletic ability she must have carried over from her human life. Frustrated, I slowed my pace slightly and let her catch up. "What do you want to do when we find him, or them?" "I'm not sure, Rose, we have to see what the situation is," I snapped, leaping over a tree trunk that had fallen across our path, and landing on a thick branch that disintegrated under the weight of my body. We pushed through the thick underbrush, the others having fanned out a bit, making sure we covered the entire area. I was happy for the distance as all our thoughts were on Jasper and Alice and the unknown circumstances ahead of us. Rosalie and I climbed a steep cliff that led to a small canyon over a stream. "Edward," Rosalie thought, and I smelled it. Vampires. They were close. Their scent was muddied in the night air. I catalogued several at the least, and I craned my neck in an attempt to hear their thoughts. The night air was heavy with the sound of crickets and the gurgling of the water running below us. I focused and realized I could hear the swish of fabric in the distance and muffled ramblings, presumably from newborns. "Keep going," I told her quietly, "let's try to lead them away from the others." We reached the top of the hill, and I encouraged her to go first, keeping my eyes peeled for predators. The canyon was wide enough that Rose needed a running start and traveled back down the hill to gain momentum before she jumped over the water. I moved back to gain my own speed, and just as I reached the crest of the hill, I heard a loud grunt and saw Rosalie fly through the air and land with a splash in the water. A small man was grasping at her ankles, thrashing and trying futilely to gain the upper hand. "Rose," I shouted, as I leapt through the air, trying to reach the shore of the stream on the other side. I heard a loud growl tear through the cool night air, and I reached my arms out trying to make contact with the muddy ground, but before I was able to, I was hit from the side with extreme force, falling into the shallow water below. I fell with a loud splash, water filling my ears and mouth, my body pressed into the sandy bottom of the stream. My palms found a jagged rock, and I pushed myself out of the water, flinging the newborn backwards. "Get off!" I heard Rose scream as I emerged out of the water. Shaking heavy droplets from my hair so I could look for my attacker, who had righted himself, I watched as his legs sliced through the knee-deep water. Grunting beside me, I heard Rosalie continue to fight off her own assailant, and was impressed as she struck him squarely in the chest, propelling him into a large rock near the tree line. Realizing she had a handle on the situation, I wasn't surprised to find not only one, but two newborns approaching me. My clothes were heavy and wet, and as I assessed the situation, I pulled my thick button-down off and threw it on the ground. The vampires in front of me were both young, average in height and weight. Their minds were purely focused on fighting me. They were thirsty and spoiling for a fight. The one that had attacked me in the water was the smaller of the two, and he was processing the information they had been given earlier by none other than Victoria, her red hair and eyes scorched into their memories. Victoria had given him instructions on how to kill us. "Bite, tear, strike, burn," he chanted in his mind. From the corner of my eye I watched Rosalie repeatedly strike her attacker on the ground before beginning to tear his body to shreds. Her long own hair was flying around her face as she exaggerated each blow to the vampire at her mercy. She was thoroughly pissed. "She's going to be finished in a minute, boys, and you'll be next," I told the two newborns in front of me, in an attempt to buy time. "While we wait, why don't you tell me where Victoria is?" They both hissed as I said her name, confusion settling in their thoughts. They were starving, and their loyalty wasn't as strong as it should have been. "We're here for you and the others," one of them said without enthusiasm. His thoughts were literally consumed by thirst. "That's not going to happen," I explained slowly, making eye contact with both of them. I ignored their snarling and continued, "What will happen is you are going to tell me where Victoria is so I can find my brother and sister. Then you are going to die for real this time." I saw a flame strike up on the side of the beach, and Rose's vampire burst into fire as she hovered over it with a branch she had lit, patiently allowing the flames to consume the body entirely. The newborns in front of me watched with interest, neither seeming to understand what was going on. These two had little instruction from their makers, and the lack of training would certainly be in my favor. Rosalie dropped the branch into the water to extinguish it. I heard it sizzle on contact and saw a light wisp of smoke twisting through the air. Rubbing her cheek with a soot-covered hand, she rolled her eyes and muttered, "Thanks for helping." I smirked, knowing she would have been furious if I had stepped in, and turned my attention back on the vampires. "That one," I said and pointed to one of the newborns, "has the information I need. The other is expendable." She raised an eyebrow, and with that I lunged at the vampire I planned to destroy, catching him off guard and pushing his back into the cliff. The sand was soft under my feet and my shoes slipped from the water. The vampire struggled under my weight, but continued to fight erratically, striking and lunging at my arms with his razor-sharp teeth. I slipped, giving him an opportunity, and I felt his jaw connect with my arm. Moving quickly, he sunk his teeth into my flesh, and I flinched from the stinging as the venom flowed into the wound. "F.K." I groaned and wrenched my arm out of his mouth and striked him off my body. Bending my knees slightly, I pounced while he was still regaining his balance, and I proceeded to tear his body, limb to limb, tossing the parts over my shoulder onto the burning embers near the shore. The other newborn under Rose's guard growled fiercely behind my back instinctively, and thoughts of anger waved through his mind. Annoyed with the situation, Rosalie reached back and swung, striking him hard across the face with her fist and telling him to shut up. Finishing up, I walked over to Rose, who was now standing behind the newborn, holding his arms to his back while he attempted to get loose. I brushed my hands off and looked down at the rapidly healing wound on my bicep, still red and oozing in the center. Moving closer, I looked the boy in the eye. He was young, and clearly once well-groomed, his clothing expensive and his hair thick and curled. "Where's Victoria?" I asked calmly, acknowledging that he wasn't worth the rage I felt building under my skin. He shook his head but glanced at the burning pile of flesh near the water. "She'll kill me," he grumbled, clearly confused about who had the upper hand in this situation. But before I could respond, His weak mind flashed to an image of her, wild and demanding, in a small clearing, his photographic memory revealing the path he traveled on to find us. "Does she have my sister?" I asked, worried that he couldn't seem to conjure her in his mind. He didn't answer, and I watched as Rosalie leaned into his ear and whispered silently. His eyes flicked towards the bodies of his comrades, burning effortlessly to ash. "I haven't seen her. The redhead is insane." And again an image of wild crimson hair and pale skin flitted through his mind. I nodded at Rose, and without hesitation, she twisted his neck with a loud tear while I quickly grabbed his writhing body and threw it in the pile of now smoldering bodies. As Rosalie striked sand over the remains, I searched for my phone to notify Carlyle of our whereabouts and where we should meet. "Damn it," I muttered, patting my pockets. I dropped my phone. I began searching the area. Rosalie flipped hers open, and I half listened as she proceeded to call Emmett and explained what happened. I caught a glimmer under the water and fished my phone out from the sandy bottom, realizing immediately it was ruined. I hurled it at the nearest tree and watched as it splintered into an explosion of small pieces and covered the forest floor. "Let's go," I directed after Rosalie flipped her phone shut and pushed it into her back pocket. I dug my fingers into the soft, clay walls and hoisted myself over the edge of the cliff and reached a hand to Rosalie as she followed. "Nice shirt," she said, laughing at my soaking wet undershirt, streaked with mud, but stopped to inspect the bite mark on my upper arm. "You okay?" I nodded. "Yes. It hurts like hell. I now have a greater respect for what Jasper has been through. The venom stings." Gesturing in the direction we needed to go, we took off through the forest once again in pursuit of our family. It didn't take long, and we easily found them waiting for us next to an outcropping of boulders deep in the forest. It was pitch black, the moon hiding behind clouds, but as soon as we approached, Emmett made a beeline for Rosalie, searching her body for injury. "I'm fine," she murmured and gave him a quick key, on the lips that brought a wave of jealousy through my body. I wanted to feel the hot lips of my lover on my mouth and not the harsh branches that snapped against my body as I barreled through the underbrush. Edward took the brunt of the fight. I guiltily shook off my feelings of envy and gestured to Carlyle to come to me. "Victoria is in a clearing not far from here. We were ambushed by 3 of their newborns. I didn't see any others in. They're mines, but we need to be prepared," I explained. "Alice and Jasper?" he asked, reaching out to inspect my injury. I allowed him the distraction and stood still while he prodded the inflamed area. "I doubt she has Alice, but Jasper is sure to be there by now. I only hope Victoria is still alive, so I can question her." Carlyle nodded in agreement, both of us knowing the probability of finding Victoria torn to shreds likely. "Ready?" I asked the others, and with a quick nod of approval, we took off through the night, pushing past the leaves and branches, and climbing the rocks and hills that we soared over in an effort to get to Jasper quickly. As the brush thinned and the sky became lighter, I inhaled a strong waft of Victoria and Jasper's scents. I held my hand up, motioning for the others to stop at the edge of the clearing, just out of view. It would only be seconds before they would notice us, but in the meantime we took in the sight ahead of us. "Oh," Esme gasped, her mind focused on her son and the desperation unfolding in front of us. We watched, equally horrified, as Jasper had Victoria by the throat, kneed to the ground. He was emitting murderous waves of anger and pain followed by a curious shock of jealousy that almost knocked me off my feet. His emotions alone were so extreme that it was almost impossible to function. In an attempt to shut out his emotions and concentrate on his mind, I found he was chanting a mantra, trying to calm himself before he snapped her in half. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he was aware enough not to kill her outright. He knew she was our only opportunity, and he was waiting for us to show. I turned my interest to Victoria, who was lying beneath him, mumbling incoherently, as her mind flew to images of James and Alice. I called the others closer and I began giving instructions. "Emmett and Carlyle, I want you to remove Jasper from Victoria. Get him as far away as possible. He's holding on but only by a thread." They nodded in agreement, and I turned to Esme and Rose. "I need you to cover the perimeter. There could be more newborns, and we also need to be prepared in case one of those 2 attempts an escape. No one leaves this area until I say so." I pointed out the areas I was talking about and sighed heavily. I looked the 2 men in the eye. "After you remove Jasper from her, I will take Victoria. I need some information from her before she is destroyed. Without further conversation, we split apart and were running across the field. Emmett and Carlyle hit Jasper with such force that the three of them rushed across the field, finally landing with a thunderous crash over 20 feet away. Dirt and grass scattered around them, flying like hail across the field. Before they had even moved an inch from Victoria's body, I was on top of her, pressing her bony shoulders into the ground while my wet boots cut into her ankles. Once she realized our position, she began laughing hysterically, her voice bouncing across the field and echoing in the trees surrounding us. "Shut up," I told her, annoyed already by her ridiculous behavior. Jasper hissed with rage from across the field, struggling against Emmett's enormous hands. His anger was palpable, coating my mind, and I had to fight the urge to eliminate her immediately. Ignoring him the best I could, I looked down at Victoria, her mouth opened wide with amusement, but her eyes were dead and hollow. "Where are they?" I asked and searched her vacant, blocked mind. She hissed viciously, baring her teeth as I pushed harder into her granite flesh, grinding them into the grass and dirt underneath her. "I see you met up with some of my men," she taunted, eyeing the sore on my arm. "Took a piece of you with him. How many others are there?" I asked, wondering about the size of their remaining army. She sighed bitterly. "The ones you killed tonight were the last at my disposal." "How many are at James's disposal?" She narrowed her eyes in consideration, giving me an image of 4 others, these appearing less feral and stronger. "Enough," she stated simply. That image was enough though to cause a slip in her consciousness, and she unintentionally showed me a different view of James looking at Alice with wanton possession. She caught herself, and her mind went blank. Her only reaction was to slap another grinning, maniacal smile across her face. My temper flared at her callousness and I asked again, "Where are they?" Finally she responded by wiping the smirk off her face and whispering, "He finally found her." The words were eerie, hauntingly soft for the she-devil I knew her to be. Surprisingly, she continued in the same little girl voice, "It took him half a century, trips across the globe and countless failed attempts, but he found her." She mumbled, and I tried to access her mind to unscramble her words. She looked at me with vacant eyes and continued, "I followed him, hunted with him, loved him, every step of the way, but he only wanted her. She has everything that I don't." Out of the corner of my eye I saw Jasper attempt to break free at the mention of Alice, and watched as Carlyle pushed his whole body over his in an effort to restrain him. Stunned by her announcement, I finally formed the words I needed to ask, "She's his singer." Her eyes widened at my question, and she began to laugh again, succumbing to fits of giggles. "His singer? No, she is more than that. Alice is the key to his power, his domination over the others, people like you and even the Volturi." I cocked my head in confusion, and cringed when she laughed again. "Domination?" I asked, thoroughly confused by her ramblings. "Her powers, you fool. James wanted her abilities, not her blood. With her gift as a seer, he can manipulate everything and everyone he wants. The armies in the south, the government in Italy. It's all about control. Edward, I would think you would understand this." She scoffed, rolling her eyes at my apparent naivety. "He never wanted me, only her." Her words filled the night air. I knew everyone could hear her, and I pushed their speculations from my mind and looked at Victoria below me. Her pale face was truly beautiful, and her flaming red hair tangled in the weeds beneath her head. I focused on her eyes, wild and ruby red, void of any feelings, and her thoughts were stuck on jealousy and pain, and leaned into her ear and whispered softly, "Betray him as he betrayed you. The only way to hurt him is to take away Alice. Tell me how to find him." She stared at me for a moment, and I heard her mind as she considered my proposal. She opened her mouth to speak, but instead of words she once again giggled manically, sounding crazier with each passing moment, her thoughts erratic and bold. Finally she stilled under me and smiled lazily, giving me a perfect image of Alice and James in the room she had last seen them in. In seconds I counted the metal boxes on the walls, and read the letters on the small plaque near the door that was thick and glossy silver. "Which one?" I asked, pushing my hands against her hardened flesh. "Elm Street," she barked, her eyes widening at her admission. Her upper lip curved into the most evil smirk. "She's been in Forks all along." I released my grip slightly, glancing at Carlyle to determine what to do next. Before I could move, Victoria laughed once again and said, "James will have a field day when you show up reeking with your human scent all over your body." Betting a human, Edward, even I'm surprised at that. "You'd Better hope you get there before she does. In a flash my hands were tight against her throat, and she looked at me devilishly. Why would she get there before me? I asked, my head cocked in question as terror filled my veins. Victoria puffed her lips and blew her cool scent over my face. Apparently she was annoyed by my ignorance, and with exasperation she explained, he sent you a message, which I'm assuming you didn't receive or you wouldn't be here, but she possibly got it instead. She seems like the type to get into trouble, don't you think? I have no idea what you were referring to, I sneered, placing my faith in Jacob to keep Bella safe. What kind of message? He's ready for this to end. He wants you to know where he is and how to find him. He would make you work for it, of course, but that's of no consequence now, is it? She muttered the last part under her breath, aware there were no secrets left in this crazy game. I shifted infinitesimally, squelching the horror that consumed my mind, and dipped my chin at Emmett, who nodded in return. He released his grip on Jasper as I slowly removed my weight off of Victoria's body. Jasper flew from under Carlyle's grasp, and the only thing I felt was the breeze of his speed as he rushed past me, careening full force into Victoria's body. Her expression turned from insane amusement to understanding before shifting to acceptance quicker than I could have expected. I turned my back as my brother pounced on the passive, laughing demon behind me. I attempted to ignore the sounds as I walked away, the shouts to calm Jasper, the collection of wood, and the familiar noises of starting a fire. There was the distinct thump of still moving body parts landing on the soft grass-covered field. Jasper's pain was deafening, filling my soul with heartache and grief. The only sound that overshadowed it was the ripping of flesh and squealing laughter from the demented. Questions came from my family, cutting through the emotion-filled haze of my mind. They asked for Alice's location and what exactly did Victoria meant by her comments of domination. They worried about Bella, but most of all they watched me out of the corner of their eyes, my image reflected back through their minds. My face was constricted, hair standing on end, disheveled almost beyond recognition. My pale arms were exposed, having lost my shirt earlier, and I was now covered with dirt and scars from my previous fight. All of these things shocked me, including the way my fists balled by my side and the obvious tension in my shoulders. I looked as crazy as Victoria felt. Running a hand in my tangled hair, I found I couldn't respond to their questions verbally. I was too blinded by rage and fury, too distracted by the aching pain of loss, as I thought of Alice imprisoned by that monster, the same one who threatened my Bella, the keeper of my soul. Stopping at the edge of the forest, I said into the smoky night air, "She's in town, held in the Washington First National Bank." Without another thought, I slipped away from my family and into the absolute darkness of the forest. Positioning myself in the direction towards Forks, I began reviewing the information I had. Victoria was gone. I knew where Alice was being held. I had to trust that Bella was safe with the wolf. This situation was coming to an end, accumulating between James and I as it should have been all along. Picking up my pace, I thrust myself through the woods, determined to finish this once and for all. "He won't pick up," I said, throwing the phone onto the couch. It bounced off the cushion and hit Jacob on the leg. "Why doesn't he pick up?" Jacob sighed in annoyance, rubbing his hand through his cropped hair. "I don't know, Bella, because he's fighting vampires and maybe doesn't have time to take a call from his girlfriend." I shot him a dirty look and began pacing across the glossy hardwood floors that spanned the Cullen's foyer. I'd finally gotten myself together and stopped crying over the terrifying video, becoming almost numb after watching it countless times. Jacob explained that Alice was being held in an old bank in the center of town, in the vault. The safety deposit boxes on the wall and a small plaque by the door tipped him off to the location. Unfortunately, my frustration at not being able to reach Edward by phone was making me nervous again. I looked at Jacob, who appeared unfazed by the whole thing, and asked, "What should we do?" "You know how to find James. I can't reach Edward, and Alice needs our help." "I know one thing," he said, glancing up from the computer screen where he was watching the video James had sent again. "There is nothing you can do to help in this situation, so you may as well relax for a while." I plopped into the cushy armchair across from him and sighed. He was completely right. There was nothing I could do. Edward would kill me if I stuck one toe outside this door without him. Plus, I had no interest in coming face to face with James in real life after my earlier evil vampire encounters. Twice was enough. Plus, Victoria was scary, but the video had shown me that James was terrifying. Picking up one of the magazines from the end table, I began flipping through it, restlessly skimming the pages of kitchens, expanded attics, and period-style bathrooms. Not interested in this old house, I tossed it back, scattering the organized pile of similar magazines across the table. "You better put those back," Jacob warned, his deep voice bouncing off the vaulted ceiling. "Things in this house are very in place. I wouldn't want to be the one who messed it up." I scowled but began methodically arranging the magazines as they were before I knocked them askew. My heart almost broke when I realized they were in chronological order by month, and it reminded me of Edward and his ridiculous obsessive-compulsive tendencies. "Well, at least he's not the only one," I muttered under my breath. "Not the only one what?" Jacob asked from the couch. "Didn't he need to use the bathroom or something?" I raised an eyebrow in his direction as I moved across the room and began looking through the row of books lining the shelves near the fireplace to distract myself. "Great. You have super hearing too." Irritated suddenly at my apparent lack of superpowers, and feeling increasingly stressed at the fact my phone hadn't rung, I decided to change the subject. "What are your wolves doing now?" Jacob stretched his legs out in front of him and placed his hands behind his head. "They're out there running the woods. Your curs were following a specific trail. My pack is patrolling between Forks and the reservation, because our job is to keep our people safe," he explained, and then gave me a slow, gleaming smile. "We only expanded our territory to include you." Feeling ungrateful, I offered him an appreciative smile in return and quietly said, "Thanks. You would have heard from them if something." I never finished my sentence. Jacob sprang out of the seat, the couch itself slamming back against the wall with force. My hand flew to my mouth in surprise as I gasped in shock. In mere seconds Jacob was no longer Jacob, but had transformed mid-air into a hairy, reddish, massive animal, leaping across the room and crashing through the solid glass front door. My hands moved to my ears as the sound of cascading glass showered over the hard floors. After the glass settled, it was for a moment eerily quiet. The only sound in the room was heavy breathing and the gentle breeze in the trees that flittered through the now open doorway. I stood up slowly and edged around the sharp pieces of glass that littered the floor, walking towards the window. I occasionally felt the hard crunch under my shoes as the glass ground into Esme's pristine floors. When I reached the window, I tentatively lifted the curtain, pushing it to the side to gain a better view of the yard. There was nothing there but dark and silence. I dropped the gauzy white fabric and touched my pocket. "Shit," I whispered to myself, and tried to calm my shaking hands as I quickly walked back to the living room to gather my phone and call Edward once again. My stomach was twisted with unease. I only hoped Jacob reached his target fast. Just before I reached the couch, a haunting "Bella" echoed through the empty house. My feet froze mid-step. "Bella," I heard again, this time louder and closer. I looked around discreetly and saw nothing, so I lunged toward the couch for my phone. In a blink, someone was there, swiping the slim metal object out from under my hand. I began backing away before I even looked up, and when I did, I forced the bile that was rising in my throat back. I was staring down the devil himself. James stood before me, dirty and raw. His yellow-streaked hair was messily tied at his neck, his clothes the same tattered and worn ones from the video. I realized now that he only had one arm. The jacket he was wearing was tied at the top where it should have been. He was akin to my Edward. I could see it in his pale, smooth skin, and the lean, taut and strong muscles, but the similarities ended there. His eyes were blood red like Victoria's, and the smirk on this face was pure evil. What do you want?" I sputtered lamely, his intent clear on his face. He wanted me. He only sneered in response, and in that moment, I remembered Edward's final instructions to me about the hiding spot in the basement. I glanced in that direction, the hallway seeming miles away and the door at the end even further, but I had to try. I swallowed heavily, taking a step backwards, and began to speak. "What use am I to you? You have Alice, she's the one with the gift." He cocked his head slightly and smiled. "You underestimate yourself, dear Bella. You're precious to me and a very integral part of my game. I admit I began all those years ago looking for Mary Alice, and there were times when it seemed so futile. Then I stumbled upon the myth of your Edward. So noble, so brave. Helping the common man, sacrificing his own needs for that of humans." He stopped and sighed mockingly, resting a hand on his chest. It was so heartwarming. I found him and then he found you, and it was like all the pieces of my little game showed up on the board, waiting to be manipulated. He smiled wickedly, confident he would be the winner in his insane activities. I only listened partially to the ramblings of this maniac as I took another half-step backwards. How am I part of your game? I stalled. He shrugged, as though I was questioning the obvious. You're important to him, as is she. I want him to choose. Which one survives and which one doesn't? The human or the sister? Or does he play the martyr and sacrifice himself? It can be any of you three, or frankly none. I don't really care. I'm curious who he'll pick. I watched as he inhaled deeply and flared his nostrils, although from the smell of you, I now have a better knowledge of his possible choice. He has made his loyalties abundantly clear. I suppressed the urge to smell my skin, looking for the odor Jacob and James continuously spoke about. James shook his head in disgust before he turned and walked over to the window, disregarding the glass under his bare feet. I peeked over my shoulder at the hallway and took another step back when he turned his face towards me and frowned. I wouldn't do that, Bella, but the words halted in his throat and he was thrown across the room by a shaggy dog-like creature that had burst into the room. This one was gray, smaller than the animal Jacob had transformed into, and he pounced on James before he had the opportunity to regain his footing. The animal looked in my direction, with soulful, begging brown eyes, and I knew he was giving me the opportunity to run. I twisted my body, running around the arched wall separating the living room hallway while listening to the sound of James's rage and the wolf's howls. Crashes and bangs littered the air behind me as my feet slapped on the wood and I almost tripped as I came to a stop in front of the door. I heard a loud yelp and a groan of anger from the living room as I turned the knob, revealing a short stairway that led beneath the house. With a final glance behind me, I was shocked to see the wolf flying through the air, across the span of the hallway and crashing into unseen objects in the adjoining room. James rounded the corner and I bolted, taking one step after the other in the dark stairwell, frantically feeling along the wall for the camping gear Edward had described. With fumbling fingers, I felt the straps of a backpack and pulled it off the wall, my nails digging into the wood, searching for any kind of latch. I almost cried in relief when my finger connected with a cold metal knob, but instead it slipped, forced from the latch as I felt an iron-hard fist ram into my head, slamming into the wall beside me. I looked up and the last thing I remembered was James's red eyes as I drifted into darkness. My mind began working before my eyes opened. I heard the rushing sound of noise, voices and music and movements speeding through my ears. My body felt the cool, hard floor beneath me, and I remembered the moments before I blacked out. Clamping my eyes tightly, I inwardly begged for the comfort of unconsciousness to overtake me again. I sat this way for a while, listening to the absolute silence of the room, whose stillness caused me to flinch when I felt a hand cover my own. "Hey," a kind, musical voice whispered, and I cracked an eye in recognition. "Alice," I rasped. My voice was dry and cracked from lack of use. Alice was kneeling next to me. Her hair was in its typical spikes, but her eyes were worried and tense, all traces of her normal, happy self gone. She sighed with relief and said quickly, "Bella, thank goodness you're okay. I was so worried when they brought you in here." I felt her hand rub over my hair and I winced when she hit a tender spot. "You have a large bruise over your ear. Did he hit you?" she asked angrily. "No, well, I don't really know. I was trying to get to the basement safe room and he got to me first. I just remember hitting the wall before passing out," I explained, now touching the soft spot with my fingers. Alice brushed back my hair and put an arm around my shoulder, the two of us leaning against the hard wall. "I knew he was going for you. I saw that much before he left the building, but once he got to you things were unclear. I haven't been able to see you or your future at all for the last day or so." "Can you see Edward?" I asked, frantic for any news. Alice nodded and my heart soared. Quickly she told me what she knew. "There was a fight. I think Victoria is gone dead. Edward is coming for us. Right now, in fact. He was able to get our location from her before she was destroyed." "But Bella, this is where things get complicated." "What do you mean, complicated?" I asked with a mixture of happiness over Edward coming here and confusion over Alice's hesitation. Alice sighed and looked at me warily. "I mean, Edward is coming here and James is going to make him choose between the two of us," I said knowingly. "He told me, Bella, one of the three of us will not make it out of here," she said with certainty. Right now, it's unclear which one of us it will be. I sat, stunned by the information. Nothing made you see more clearly than being told you had anywhere from minutes to hours to live. The one thing that came to my mind was how much I loved Edward and never wanted to lose him. Alice. It has to be me. I declared. She shook her head slowly. I know it's one option, but Edward won't let this happen. There is no way he will let you sacrifice yourself for him. And frankly, neither will I. Bella, we've lived our lives and then some. This is your chance. I looked in her deep, amber eyes, rimmed now with a dark black from hunger. Make me like you. I whispered, pleading for her to understand, for him. I want to be with him forever. She stared at me in return before her eyes glazed a bit, taking her to a different place. Her eyes snapped back quickly, wide and renewed as though she had seen something. But before I could ask, the heavy metal door flung open, banging loudly into the wall behind it. I tensed on impact, but Alice was calm and collected, never removing her arm from around me. James strode in the room, flanked by two red-eyed vampires. He stood over us and eyed the two of us. Isn't this cute? You're protective of the human too. He rolled his eyes and locked his with Alice's. What's going on? What have you seen? She hissed in return, tightening her grip on my arm to the point it was almost painful. James stood over us glaring, now at Alice, and finally she said, I already told you. You end up dead time and time again. I don't know why you keep pushing this. I listened to her lie, obviously trying to convince James to let us go for his own benefit. It was a good idea, but I could tell by the look on his face that he didn't believe it. I know what you keep telling me. He scoffed, turning his back to us and running the fingers of his one remaining hand across the long wall of safety deposit boxes, his nail catching on the line separating the two and making a clinking sound. But you're lying, so I will keep asking until you tell me the truth. And now that I have Bella here, I may have to use her as motivation. James turned and smiled at us, a fake grin wide across his face, revealing his perfect teeth. He shifted his eyes towards Alice, but asked me in a saccharine, sweet voice, tell me Bella, what would you prefer I remove first? Your finger or toenails? I'll let you choose. I looked between the two of them, their eyes locked, engaged in a battle of swords. Alice's eyes moved first, but only because they rolled upwards, her eyelids fluttering lightly. After a moment she shook it off and spoke stonily, you want an update? Sure. Victoria's dead. My husband ripped her to shreds while the rest of my family burned her body. You seem to think you have picked this fight with the three of us, but you've forgotten the others. Jasper will hunt you down till the end of days in my honor. James wasn't fazed by the information, and he only glared at Alice a moment longer before leaving the room, waving a hand at his vampire goons that stood behind him the entire time to follow. Once he left the room I felt a huge gush of air leave my lungs. I hadn't realized I was holding it in so tightly. I looked at Edward's sister and asked, what do we do? We wait, she replied with a shrug. We aren't getting out of this alone. He's too strong and too desperate. I couldn't get away by myself, and I definitely couldn't do it while protecting you. Don't protect me, I begged, let me go, save yourself. I knew it was stupid and sounded dumb, but I felt responsible for this situation. I felt lucky to have had the time with Edward that I did. I wasn't sure if I could bear the thought of life without him if James won. Use me as a distraction. She gave me an unhappy smile and shook her head. I'm sorry Bella, but I can't. Edward would never forgive me and I would never forgive myself. My job now is to keep you safe, and the safest thing to do now is wait. We sat quietly for a while. I was tired and a little dizzy, the side of my head pounding from the blow. Alice had pulled my head in her lap and had begun stroking my hair. I would occasionally begin dozing and she would shake me lightly, reminding me not to fall asleep, that I had a head injury and needed to stay alert. In an effort to do so, I began telling her what I knew of her history, how we tracked her and her past. How the brooch was from before her transformation, and how I even found a photograph of her in the paper. Alice was quiet for once, only asking questions when necessary. Once I finished we slipped into an easy silence. I was terrified, but she had lulled me into a sense of calm, and after I had been quiet for a while, I felt her small, firm hands grip my shoulders and adjust me to a sitting position. She pulled my face close to hers and whispered, "Do you really want it?" Confused by her suddenness and question, I narrowed my eyes. She looked over my shoulder and back at me and said, "I need to know, do you want it? Forever." I understood this time, and nodded my head and whispered back, "Yes. I love him with all my heart, and if it's necessary, I do. I want it in him. Forever." She threw her arms around me tightly, pulling my head tightly into her shoulder. I thought we were hugging in celebration, but instead I heard a noise behind me shake the room like a cannon, causing the boxes on the wall to jar out of their slots, and tiles from the ceiling to fall around us like snow. Alice gripped me tightly, but I was able to twist my head towards the door. I gasped at the scene before me. The heavy metal door had been flung against the wall with such force that it almost ripped from its hinges, powering into the wall behind it. The wall was now horribly damaged. Spider web cracks traveled up and down the wall as a result. I looked up and saw Edward, disheveled and furious, standing in the mangled doorway. His hair was a tangled nest, his eyes wild and pained. My eyes widened at his appearance. He'd lost his shirt and was now only wearing an undershirt, sleeveless. The fabric and his skin coated in thick streaks of mud. His chest was jutting forward, tense, and his hands were firmly at his side, balled into tight fists. His eyes connected with mine, relief mixed with the pain, while they narrowed slightly as he assessed the damage on my head. I wondered why he wasn't moving, and why he wasn't coming to me, wrapping his arms around me, but instead was standing motionless in the door. I realized then he wasn't alone when I forced my eyes from his to see the disgusting, smirking face of James standing behind his back. "Edward." I stood in the doorway looking at Bella. She was too far away to touch, but close enough to smell, taste, or desire more than anything else. All I wanted was to go to her, but James was behind me and all of my remaining senses were focused on him and getting us out of this situation. I found the bank easily. It was old, not as old as I was, but enough so that the owners moved it to a more modern facility on the outskirts of town. When I reached the two-story brick building, I could hear James and two others. James knew Victoria was dead, and although he wasn't exactly mourning her, he was furious at the loss of his best soldier and companion. He also knew I would be coming, and was waiting for my arrival. Prepared to end this standoff now, I scaled the back wall, and slipped quietly in a smashed upper window clearly used by his group to enter and exit the building. It only took a moment to find him downstairs, sitting behind a large wooden desk, feet propped up and leaning back in a worn leather chair left behind in the move. His eyes narrowed before he saw me. The two soldiers that flanked his sides growled as I made myself visible. "We've been waiting for you," he greeted. His eyes roamed my body, and he quickly appraised the damage on my arm. Fully healed now, the only remaining sign was it reflecting in the light. A flare lit behind his red eyes. "I see one of my men took a piece with him. It was a parting gift. He would have been wiser to run," I said dryly. "Can we stop talking now and just get this over with? I'm sure Alice is ready to go home." James laughed at my impatience, and some sort of actual amusement crossed his mind. He was very adept at blocking me, only projecting what he wanted, when he wanted it, and the source of his entertainment was unrecognizable. He stopped laughing and sighed dramatically. "We could, but there's a problem. I have two more of my men in the vault waiting with Mary Alice, and if I don't return, they are under the instruction to destroy her." I paused for a moment and listened, trying to confirm their whereabouts, but I was unable to hear them or Alice. "Okay, then how do we do this? You want me to kill them now?" And I nodded towards the newborns over his shoulders, "and then you take me to her. It really doesn't matter if I kill you now or later." We stood across from one another in a form of impasse. For once, I could read his mind as he considered his options. He realized his newborns were no match for me, but he also wasn't interested in watching me fight them. He wanted this game to be between the two of us. Without taking his eyes off mine, he spoke, "Go to the entrances and keep a lookout for the others, I'm sure they'll be coming soon." His men left without argument, and he gestured to the left, behind the abandoned teller counters. "The vault is back there." I moved quickly, and found myself in front of a huge, old, solid metal door. There was a new electronic keypad attached to the front, and I turned and said, "Give me the code." Numbers floated to the top of his mind, and just as I pressed the last one in, he allowed one more to sift forward. Alice and Bella sitting on the floor behind the door I was about to open. Emotions erupted as I realized that Bella was behind that door and wasn't safely at home. I growled as I grasped the large handle on the door and pushed it forward with all my strength. The door crashed into the wall and I fisted my hands preparing for the guards I expected when I entered. Instead I saw Alice huddled over Bella, her tiny arms protecting her body and head from my entrance. My eyes glanced over Alice and shifted quickly to Bella, who also had looked up, and was looking at me with wide eyes. I was relieved to see her alive, unharmed other than the pulsating of blood from a wound. I searched her body for it and could hear the oozing blood coming from above her ear. She looked so small, even next to Alice, and her eyes were overwhelmed with fear. I wanted to run to her and soothe her distress, although it was not possible at the moment. Alice was screaming inside my head and James was a mere 2 feet behind me, but all I could see was my mate, injured on the floor before me. I'd found my girls, but this was far from over. Edward, he wants you to choose, me or Bella. Don't make a choice. He's a liar and in the end will take us all if he gets a chance. You'd think he was more upset about Victoria, but he doesn't appear so. This is all about the 3 of us. Edward, someone is going to die and not make it out of here. I've seen it over and over. Bella and I discussed it and I shut her out. She had given me enough to know where she was headed with this, and there was no way she could convince me to sacrifice any of us, especially Bella. I turned now and faced James, ignoring the gleeful look on his face. Was that a surprise? I figured downstairs you hadn't found out yet. He looked over my shoulder. Those wolves were spectacular. They took down the remainder of my men, but not before I got my hands on your pet. He dared to smile at her over his shoulder, and I heard Alice wrap her arms tighter around Bella's body in reaction. She's not my pet, I answered, fury gripping my body. I assessed the room. If Alice protected Bella, I would be able to take him. Not to mention he was lacking an arm, and that would give me some kind of advantage. So I smell, he said dryly, wrinkling his nose. Most vampires wouldn't want to announce their deviant behavior. I ignored his taunts and waited for him to make the first move, to give me a signal of what he was doing. I heard Alice shift up on her toes, prepared to pounce or defend as necessary. But he was aware of my methods and waited instead, forcing me to commit first. I took the bait and moved quickly to the side, in an attempt to lure him away from the girls. My hope was to get him out of the room. He didn't respond, other than to shift slightly, although he grinned eagerly at my decision to play. I lunged towards him and he deftly ducked, causing the opposite reaction. He was now closer to the 2. Realizing the change, Alice hopped up on her feet and pressed Bella, shaking with fear, behind her into the wall. James began to laugh quietly. For someone so adept in fighting, you tend to make the wrong choices, Edward, because you insist on protecting those around you instead of fighting for yourself. You leave holes and gaps in your defense. Again, I ignored his taunts, frantically trying to figure out a way to get him away from Bella. I glanced at Alice. Push him into the wall, I'll take Bella and run. Flicking my eyes back to James, the first did as she suggested, rushing forward and pinning him to the wall. His eyes widened as he saw Alice stand, pulling Bella with her towards the door. No, he screamed, and with renewed force he planted a foot into my stomach and pushed, sending me across the narrow room and into the metal-faced wall. I landed with a loud crash, falling to the ground in a heap, unable to regain my footing. I watched as James jumped high, over the girls' heads, landing on the other side. He reached into Bella's hair with his one hand, and he tugged her down on her knees. Bella yelped in pain as he jerked her head backwards while Alice sneered. He shook her loose and said slowly, "On your knees, Mary Alice, or I rip her head off right now." With a glance in my direction, Alice dropped to her knees obediently, where James braced her legs with his feet. Keeping his hand twisted in Bella's hair, he looked up at me with amusement. "It's your choice. Your sister or your mate. Take me," I declared, pulling myself back into play. James rolled his eyes in annoyance. "I've considered it, but frankly this way is more fun. Things are much more interesting when you are desperate. Now, pick." I looked at the 2 across the room. Alice's eyes were wild with anger while Bella's face was twisted in pain from James gripping her hair so tightly. She looked exhausted, the whites of her eyes red from tears, and her expression was defeated, having been dragged into this battle between vampires. I still couldn't read her mind, but I could see vestiges of love buried beneath the obvious fear in her dark brown eyes. Her eyes were the only human ones in the room. Realization took hold as I considered that Bella was human, and how all this began when I determined it was my duty to protect her. That had been my primary mission. I'd promised her all those months ago that I would keep her safe no matter what. Her life came first. Love came second. Alice must have seen the decision as I made it, and she nodded in agreement from the corner of my eye. Pick her. The others are coming, and even if they don't make it now, I can escape later. Tell Jasper I love him, tell him it was the only way, that we had no choice. Lie, Edward, if you have to. I nodded curtly, pretending to agree. There was no way we would let James get away, or that I would lie to Jasper. Bitterly I realized there was no way any of us would remain whole after this. If I saved Bella and James took Alice, it would be impossible for me to have my mate and for Jasper to have lost his. And Bella would never forgive me or herself for sacrificing Alice. I had to make this decision, and it was going to ruin each of our lives. James knew this, and I could see it written all over his smug face. Finally I spoke, gesturing to Alice. Take my sister. I want my mate. The words rung hollow in the room, dead and flat. James smiled in surprise, apparently pleased by my words. No. Bella gasped, jerking her head to look at me. She shook it furiously, and clasped a hand to Alice's. Alice looked me in the eye, ignoring Bella's hand. They're coming. Stall, any minute. It's me he wants. Let him think he's winning. You're letting Mary Alice go for the human. He repeated my decision, ignoring Bella's outburst. The words cut like a blade as I nodded in agreement, refusing to look either woman in the eye. Excellent choice. The one I would have made myself. He smiled in Alice's direction. My hands balled, forcing down my rage. His hand was still too tight in Bella's hair. Her nose flinched in pain every second or two, and I could see tears brimming in her eyes. Hand her over, I demanded, wanting his filthy hands off her, but controlling myself from moving too quickly. I didn't trust him, and the images in Alice's mind were murky and inconsistent. He nodded and released his grip, where she hovered in the air for a moment, her small hands reaching to soften her landing on the hard ground. I dove for her, trying to catch her before she hit the floor. My mind raced, moments ahead of my body, already feeling her soft, warm skin in my own, calculating how to get Alice out of this situation, but before her skin met mine I watched with horror as Alice screamed, "Edward, no!" Before either of us could react physically, James struck Alice from behind, thrusting her into my chest and hurling us both across the room, where we hit the wall with a resounding thud. Pieces of plaster fell from the impact, showering over our heads, coating our faces in a fine layer of dust. And then, he lunged for Bella, my perfect, fragile Bella, clamping his fingers around her frail neck. James's eyes danced deviously, a satisfied grin placed on his face, and with nothing more than a quick flick of his wrist, I heard the sickening crack of her spine echo through the room. In an instant the life slipped from her eyes, the fear and shock turning hollow and weak, while her head slumped limply to the side. Bella! Alice gasped from behind me. I was already up, lunging towards her, where I caught her this time, cradling her neck before she tumbled to the ground. Focused on the lifeless body in my arms, I was barely able to comprehend the sound of Alice battling with James or Jasper's voice as he and the others entered the room, swooping down on James in a violent rage. Instead I sat by Bella, resting her head gently on the floor. As I whispered her name furiously in her ear, chanting it like a prayer. Frantically, I ran my fingers down her neck, searching for her heartbeat, in a feeble attempt to comfort her and myself, but only found a soft, waning pulse under her skin. Fisting my hands in my hair, I stifled a wail, and I rested my head on her chest, so I could listen to the final beats of her heart instead of the skirmish around me. Take her, I heard in my ear. It was Alice. It was what she wanted. Take her. Make her your mate forever. I shook my head. I don't want to condemn her to this life. I promised to protect her and failed. Edward, Alice said, brushing the hair out of my face, which caused me to flinch because the action was too similar to Bella's touch. This life is worth having when you have someone to share it with. Take her before it's too late. If you think you failed once, don't do it again. I looked at the sincerity of Alice's face and the truth in her mind. She showed me her final conversation with Bella and how this was what she wanted. I shifted my gaze to Bella below me, unconscious and lifeless, peace on her face. She looked like Snow White. Dark hair and ivory skin, lying in wait. I listened again for her heartbeat. It was my compass, my humanity. It connected us. It was now ticking away so slowly, each one further away from the last. I smoothed the hair away from her face and neck and key, at her warm, soft lips one final time, and then inhaled the scent that lingered beneath her ear that was pure Bella. I wanted her. I needed her, and she'd shown me countless times that she wanted the same. She'd given me her body, mind, and soul unconditionally, only requiring that I give her the same. Rubbing my hands nervously on my thighs, I made the only decision I could. Carefully twisting her head in my direction and running my fingers across the warm flesh, I whispered, "I love you," in her ear. I felt the familiar rush of venom coat my teeth and throat, but didn't attempt to swallow it back as I had a million times before. Ignoring the euphoric sensation taking over my body, not allowing the pleasure to cover the pain, I placed my lips on the smooth skin lining her throat and plunged my teeth deep into her flesh. I sat by the bed and waited. There was honestly nothing else to do. Time was all I had. It was all I ever had, but currently it was excruciating. The minutes ticked by slowly, almost painfully, and eventually I did the only thing I had left to do before she woke. I mourned for Bella's human life during my vigil at her side, saying goodbye to the fragile, awkward, precious human I loved. The only person I'd ever fallen in love with. During this time my eyes never left her body. Not once since we came to this place. My body was still streaked in the mud from days before, my clothes dry and brittle. The sun would filter into the window from the east each morning and glimmer across the exposed skin of her feet. When it reached the patterned quilt draped over the end of the bed, it would become night where I sat in total darkness. My body formed an imprint into the soft leather of my chair, molding to my weight. I was frozen, lifeless until she came back to me. This is where I was now, transfixed in my chair while she laid before me, largely unmoving, across the bed. Her body was rigid, tense with transformation. I observed as her hair darkened, each strand thickening under my watchful eye. Her skin paled, the blood dissipating from her veins, leaving a purplish hue I was more than familiar with. It would seem impossible, but her cheekbones rose and her shoulders rounded, muscles replacing the soft tissue from before. Leaning forward in my chair, and brushing my fingers over her newly formed cheek, I remembered just days ago when I thought of her as Snow White, lying in my arms, peaceful, almost resting. This was no longer an appropriate description. Bella was beautiful, of course, more so than I ever could have imagined. But as she lay in transition over the last 2 days, the screams trembled from her paled lips, bouncing off the wooden beams over our heads. I winced when her sharpened nails dug into the mattress, slicing the fabric, clinging as she writhed in discomfort and distress. It pained me in return to do nothing but sit lamely at her side and wait. I'd seen this before. It was similar to the reactions the others had, when they were brought home by Carlisle. I remembered going through it myself and shuddered at the memory of the tremors rippling through my body. The violent quakes signaling my muscles tightening and my skin hardening into an impenetrable stone. It was a total metamorphosis from human to vampire. It was the moment my body froze in time, venom replacing fluids, the function of my organs useless and each of my senses heightened. I knew what she was going through and there was nothing I could do now to placate her, to ease her suffering. I wrapped my hand around hers now she had begun whimpering, the screams less frequent, as the pain began to subside. Bella was in there somewhere. Under the changes, beneath the long eyelashes, under the pallid yet perfect skin, and soon-to-be graceful movements, despite the eerie silence of her heart, the Bella I fell in love with still existed. I hoped. It wouldn't be long now, I considered, shifting for the first time in days in my chair, eager and expectant. 3 days had passed since I took what remained of her life. I reached my fingers out to touch her face, but instead I ran them through my hair, becoming restless as the time was coming closer to when she should awake. I saw the crescent-shaped scar from when I'd plunged my teeth into her soft flesh and pushed the idea of murder out of my brain. I knew I had to do it, I wanted to do it, but my reasoning was conflicted. I wanted to save her, to live with Bella for eternity. I wanted my mate and everything that could come from her death. But the second her blood touched my tongue, the instant it gushed down my throat, coating the sides with warm, slippery relief, the rush I felt was beyond euphoric. It was exhilarating and intoxicating, even erotic, which was everything I had expected. What was unexpected was the level to which I wanted to consume her. Literally. My mouth was suctioned to her neck in an attempt to gorge myself on her life. I moved my hands down to her arms, gripping tightly, and I abruptly stopped once I felt the faint strains of her pulse buried beneath her skin. It beckoned like always, and I remembered what I was doing, who I was drinking from. I wasn't feeding, I reminded myself. For her to survive I had to stop. I extracted my teeth and reluctantly wiped the blood from the wound on her neck before daring to lick the remaining evidence from my finger greedily as I took in the scene around me. James was gone, the images of his destruction clear in the minds of each member of my family. I felt the heat from the fire that had been started in the outer room, destroying the unexplainable evidence we couldn't risk leaving behind. I wasn't focused on revenge, I left that to Alice and Jasper. My only thoughts were on Bella and removing her as quickly as possible for her safety during the change. Carlisle wanted her in the family home where he could monitor her, but I shook my head uneasily. This wasn't a family affair. It was about me and Bella. We had to do this on our own. Esme ran to the house and returned with a car. I quickly carried Bella out under the protective eye of Emmett and Rosalie and folded us inside. I cradled her in the back seat while Esme drove us through the night, over several state lines to a secluded cabin. It was buried deep in the forest, and while I attempted to stifle the tremors that were building in her body, Esme parked at the end of the long winding driveway. I looked out the window at what would become our new home for the near future. As a family we owned many homes across the country, thousands of acres of property, and this was one that was safe and secure for our purposes. By safe I meant miles away from civilization. I'd carried Bella into the cabin, squinting from the prisms of light that bounced off my bare arms, and smiled slightly at the faint shimmers coming from hers. I held her bridal style, using her body to block the door and bid Esme goodnight. She wavered, wanting to stay, her motherly instinct striking in, but I gave her a hard look, which she returned unfazed. I then begged silently for her to allow me the opportunity to do this my way, and she conceded, her mind still unsure but her heart respecting my wishes. With a key on the cheek and a stroke of Bella's hair she left the way she came, and from that moment on it was me, Bella, a small cabin tucked in the woods, and the screams of pain as her body died a slow, tortuous death. That was how we got here, her transformation near complete. I hovered slightly, waiting for her to wake, desperate to see the woman I loved after her rebirth. I inhaled, silently, as her body shifted infinitesimally, not in pain, and my fingers wove through hers, squeezing in anticipation. Bella, I whispered. It was a question. I'd never known someone before and after a change. I had no idea who would be waiting for me on the other end. Again I murmured, Isabella. Her eyes opened wide, startled. Mine widened in return, my lips tugging at the corners, ignoring her blood-red pupils, reveling in the way her fingers dug into my flesh. She was awake. Bella's mouth opened slightly, and I watched her nostrils flare, taking in my scent. I waited again, letting her smell me, feel me before I acted, before I stroked her skin and pressed my lips to her own. She shifted her head, but instead of recognition, her now smooth skin creased by the edge of her eye, and she snarled, viciously. Before I could comprehend the situation, because she was now faster than I was, her hand grasped mine tighter, and in a moment her other one was on my arm and tossing me over her shoulder, across the room, and crashing into the desk. Mid-air I heard the bed topple over and I regained my footing, quickly moving to cover the door, blocking her escape. I noted Bella was crouching, her hair a tangle of knots at the back of her head and her hands balled into tight fists, nervously flexing and unflexing as she weighed her options. I could still hear the low, fearful growl building in her chest, and it dawned on me at this moment that my Bella was no longer with me. Not exactly. This Bella was wild and untamed. Short, gasping breaths quaked from her open mouth. She didn't need to breathe and her body was adjusting to this fact. She was primal and raw. Small and lean, I could see the muscles tense in her arms. I looked at her face, and realized she was almost feral and completely terrified. She was all of these things, and she was beautiful, but most of all she was mine. She shifted her body, moving backwards so her back was to the wall, and I focused on her eyes, blackish red, the rich brown completely gone. I could see the hunger in her eyes, but it wasn't what I searched for. I was seeking my mate, the woman I loved, under the bloody haze that clouded her vision. All I saw was fear, and I knew I had to draw her to me, to remind her of our love. I held my hands out innocently. Isabella, I said, and watched her eyes dart to the door and window, plotting her escape. I had no idea what to say, but I knew I needed to reason with her before she took off out of the house. Bella, I need you to look at me. Her eyes snapped towards mine, locking into my gaze while her lip curled and she revealed a glimpse of her now perfect teeth. I took a step forward and she flinched, because she was on edge, so afraid. "Bella," I repeated, "I need you to stay still." She wasn't listening. I watched her press her body into the wall, her eyes wandering to the side, still looking for an out. "Look at me," I demanded, harsher this time, but instead of complying she hissed loudly offensively, clapping her hands over her ears. I ran my fingers through my hair, horrified, as I realized I was scaring her. My voice was too loud, my actions too quick. I wondered fleetingly if I should call Carlisle. He could be here in hours if I needed him. I sighed and looked towards the window and narrowed my eyes in thought over my possible defeat. She was so angry and afraid, neither reactions I had seen before, but this was Bella, not Esme or Rose. She always processed things her own way. I glanced at her again, my heart breaking, seeing her cower now in the corner of the room, ears covered and crouched near the floor. She looked like a cat, timid and scared, who puffed its hair up to make it look larger. I had to remember who was in control here. Who had the power to make this better, to lure her from her state of shock. There was only me. Slowly I dropped to my knees from my position across the room. Her eyes cautiously followed my movements, but I only sat, completely still, letting us get used to the change. I could hear her deep inhalations and fought a bitter smile as I considered her situation. Glancing over at Bella, I began speaking in a measured voice, low as to not hurt her ears. I remember waking up all those years ago under Carlisle's watch. I was overwhelmed by the strong smells that assaulted me when I took my first breaths. I was struck by the odors coming from Carlisle himself, lifeless, decaying smells. No matter how much he tried, he couldn't rid himself of the taint of the epidemic. His clothing was covered in sweat and disease. Traces of blood, my blood possibly, had been wiped across his pants. The venom began pooling immediately and I was unaccustomed to it, gagging unnecessarily when it traveled down my throat. She was watching me intently and I could tell she was listening to every word that came from my mouth. I continued my murmured speech, and the sounds, it was like cannons in my ears. The birds, Carlisle's footsteps across the wooden floors. I thought back to that day, the intensity of it all. There was a board in the floor that creaked when he stepped on it. Over and over he passed it and I wondered if I would possibly go mad from the amplification alone. I was barely whispering now, and she had removed her hands from her ears and to my relief her muscles relaxed a bit. I took the opportunity to move forward on my knees slowly, closing the gap between us. Of course I had other distractions. The voices I heard were battling in my mind. I thought for a moment I already was insane. Bella's face turned empathetic under its stony resolve and I knew my girl was under there, not so far from the surface. "Are you hearing anything?" I asked, simply praying that she wasn't. She didn't respond at first, but I waited. We had time, again, nothing but time. As the minutes passed I reveled in her beauty once more, wanting to touch her so badly, to soothe her shaking hands. The silence of the house pressed down upon us, no breaths, no thoughts, utter, pure quiet. I realized for the first time how life with Bella would be more magnificent than I could ever have imagined. "No," she squeaked from across the room, causing me to cock my head in her direction. I forced my lips not to curve in happiness at the sound of her voice but gave her my full attention. She shook her head and repeated, "No. No voices." I'd slid off my knees and was now sitting cross-legged, and I used the shift to move forward a bit more. We were now only several feet away. The floor around us was littered with pieces of the broken bed, linens and splintered wood, but the air between us had calmed. Bella's eyes were softer under their crimson glaze. Before I could decide what to do next, she whispered so softly that I almost didn't hear. "Edward," she said, and her hand lifted and stroked her throat, signaling I knew the fire that raged from her thirst. "It hurts." My heart crumbled at that moment because she was so strong now but still so fragile, like before, and she needed me as much as I still needed her. Nodding to acknowledge her pain, I tentatively scooted towards her, my hand out in an offering of peace. Inches before her, I paused, allowing her to make the choice to take it or not. Euphoria surged through my body when she grasped it with her own, so tight it almost hurt. "I know," I assured, because I did. I knew what it felt like to have the flames of hunger lick the back of your throat. To make you almost mad with thirst. I stared my red-eyed mate in the eye. "I can make it better," I promised, and sealed it by pressing my lips into the cold, hard flesh of her hand for the first time in our new lifetime. Bella. Of October 14. I just broke the 22nd pencil out of a pack of 24. I hate pencils. I hate journals. I hate the fact I destroyed 3 MacBooks, 1 laptop, and 1 PC before Edward decided the police would think we were an underground gambling organization by the number of electronic devices we were bringing out here to the middle of nowhere. I'm hungry and hate gear. Yes, I said it. I hate damn, I muttered as pencil number 23 broke under my 2 strong fingers. I closed the soft, butter yellow leather journal sitting on the desk before me with a huff. To the right was a pile of pencils, each snapped in half, points demolished, and I tossed the new one into the pile, causing the others to scatter messily to the floor. I was alone. Well, as alone as Edward would leave me. I could hear him puttering around the other room, organizing the latest package we'd received from Alice. I think he was almost giddy to arrange everything all over again in this house. The day his beloved t-shirt collection arrived, you would have thought it was a truckload of humans for dinner. Twisting my neck slightly, I listened and could make out the gentle sound of fabric, followed by the scraping of metal, and sighed heavily. More clothes, I assumed, the metal being Edward hanging them in the closet meticulously, of course by color, type and material. I picked up the final pencil and gently gripped it in my fingers like a 5-year-old being taught at school. Being a vampire was almost like learning everything all over again. There was a myth about waking up graceful and poised. Or maybe it was just me. In the first month, I had almost destroyed the Cullen's cabin piece by piece. Edward spent most of his day, the hours he was not cataloging his socks, repairing the destruction that I left in my wake. Every touch was too hard or too fast or just wrong. Hinges snapped from the wall, chairs scraped gashes into the floor. Once I'd even miscalculated the distance from the bottom of the porch stairs to the top, and my toe caught on the second step, causing it to rip loudly from its spot. Each time this happened, I would shout and get angry, frustration boiling under my skin as Edward watched me with his annoyingly handsome but amused eyes. Days after my transformation, Edward brought me a deer and handed it to me like a gift. It smelled terrible, like nothing I'd ever want to eat, and I begged him on the spot to find me something good. We both knew what good meant, and he ignored my pleading, pushing the small reddish-brown deer towards me, instructing me with the faintest glint of delight in his eye how to bite and drain the animal in front of me. His pleasure in my discomfort caused me to have an epic tantrum where I flew across the yard, uprooting as many trees as possible before he tackled me to the ground, pinning me under his weight. It's more than likely the words, "Go find me AF, King Human," crossed my lips during the struggle, but my ever-disciplined and patient boyfriend disregarded my words until I agreed to calm down. Now, sitting at the desk, in front of the journal Edward gave me to document my life as he had done his, I glared at the little mound of pencils on the table, and now, the floor. I knew he was right, of course. I needed to gain control over my body and my senses. I didn't want to be like those newborns leering over James's shoulder at the bank. I wanted to be like Alice or Rose or Esme. Strong and controlled. This journal was the first step to getting there. I heard his footsteps before he reached the door, and I leapt to my feet, banging the chair over in reaction. Edward was at the chair before I even thought of picking it up. He was still faster than I was, even with my newborn abilities. He doted on me more than I ever could have imagined, even when I didn't want him to. "Are you ready? It's almost dusk," he asked, repositioning the chair after giving it a once-over to make sure I hadn't broken it. He looked down at the pencils and the journal, bending on his knee to collect and deposit it in the trash. "The obsessive-compulsive vampire returns. Successful?" he asked with an arched eyebrow. "Yes, a little. I only broke 23 pencils." I laughed bitterly. "Well," he smiled encouragingly, rubbing his forehead with the eraser end of a pencil, "that leaves 2 to work with, right?" I stuck my tongue out, but he didn't take the bait, he never did, and I instead found myself pulled forward in a tight hug. I tried to relax into his body. I loved him so much, but everything was so confusing. Touching him was like setting my entire body on fire. It was too much, too hot. I now realized why it had been so difficult for him to make these transitions in our relationship. It felt so good it was almost painful. The lines between love and lust blurred, and it freaked me out. Edward felt my tension and released me, and I pretended not to see the look of desire that filled his eyes. Always appropriate, He took my hand and simply grinned, "It's all progress." I smiled back hesitantly and allowed him to lead me toward the door out into another night of sunset. October 16th. I hate deer. October 23rd. I can't sleep. Not at all. I knew this going in. I knew Edward never slept, but I didn't really notice as I was asleep while he wasn't. Edward reads during the downtime. The house is filled with books and Esme sends in boxes almost weekly. Novels, history books, medical journals. He reads things in French and Portuguese. I sit next to him on the couch, watching the flames in the fireplace lick the stone walls while holding an opened book in my lap. I tried to read, but the words seemed too big, boggling my mind and making my eyes cross in reaction. Edward promised this would pass, and that everything seems overwhelming at first, but eventually I will grow accustomed to the changes. Now when he reads, he chooses a book I like and reads it for me aloud, his velvety voice bringing the characters to life. This pleases me and fills my time while I lean back on the soft, cushioned couch and watch spiders build webs while dust gathers on the window's ledge. November 1st. I want to go to town. That's all. Just to town. I want to walk down the street and see people. I want to look in the windows of the shops. I don't even have to go in the shops. I'd be happy with the drive-thru of the local Taco Bell, even if I can't eat it. I simply want to lean my head out the window and shout into the drive-thru box, "Bean burrito no onions," just to hear the scratchy voice on the other end. I'm tired everything being delivered by Alice or Jasper, or being left at the end of the long, winding driveway so I can't accidentally attack and eat a UPS guy. Today I nicely asked Edward if we could go somewhere. It's been weeks. Per usual, he said no. He gave me a condescending smile that didn't dampen his ridiculously good looks, as he glanced up from his stack of grant proposals from work. Yes, Edward still works, and talks on the phone, and occasionally leaves to make appearances, while Jasper and Emmett come in to stand guard over me in case I try something. I decided to play hardball. I went to the bedroom and changed out of the Queen t-shirt and jeans I had been wearing for a week straight. I don't change clothes often since I accidentally broke the knob off the washer, and one of the perks of being a vampire is not sweating or having any body oils. I dug through my drawer and found what I was looking for. Slipping on a black, lacy, too revealing tank top and some boy shorts Alice had delivered, I fluffed my hair once in the mirror. I did feel a little guilty as I walked out of the bedroom, shorts riding up my ass because Alice is convinced I'm a size 4 when I'm really a size 6. My guilt was over the fact I knew this was what was called a low blow, since I refused to let Edward see me beat D, touch me, or put his parts anywhere near my parts since I woke up. But I did it anyway. I did. I tried to seduce my vampire boyfriend so I could go out in public and possibly get a bag of nachos I could never eat. He pretended not to notice when I walked in, but he did. I see things like that now. The quick flick of his eye, the tightening of his jaw, even how he kept in a breath so he wouldn't have to smell me. I was onto him. He totally wanted me and I planned to use my new abilities against him. Pacing myself, I focused on putting one foot in front of the other without breaking something and positioned myself directly in front of him, jutting my chest out suggestively. I saw his fingers clench over the edge of the couch and his lower body shift discreetly, but he still managed to ignore me, so I removed the papers from his hands and calmly placed them on the end table before straddling his lap. He responded, of course. Some parts responded appropriately and precisely as I wanted him to. Other parts, like his mouth, didn't. This is exactly what he said. "Isabella, as much as I want you right now, seeing as how it has been 6 weeks since your change and we haven't had say at all, and I'm really looking forward to the day you're ready, there is no way in hell I am letting you do this to get your way. Forget it." That is what he said to me. Of course he also said it with his eyes glued to my chest, but I shimmed off his lap, lingering just enough to make him wince, and stormed off to my room. I slammed the door hard enough to tear the hinges from the wall and to crack the molding on one side. I spent the rest of the afternoon in the closet rearranging Edward's shoes, while he repaired the bedroom door. I took the laces out of each one and replaced it with a different, opposing one from another shoe. The perfect rows of shoes were mixed and matched, just enough to send his obsessive-compulsive tendencies in overdrive. The amazing thing about having no concept of time is that getting back at my cock-blocking boyfriend could go on as long as I felt like doing it. Tomorrow I plan to focus on his CD collection. December 20th. I saw the calendar today and realized what day it was. Christmas is only a few days away. I've never been away from my family for the holiday and the awareness hit me like a ton of bricks. When I saw the little number glaring at me from Edward's large, silver watch, I froze. He watched me carefully for a minute, wondering what was bothering me. Poor Edward, never knew or understood what made my moods flip. He was so used to reading minds, and the other day he confessed that he had begun to rely so much on my heartbeat and breathing to discern my emotions, and now he had nothing. He explained that more than ever he needed me to talk to him and to trust him with my thoughts. I love him so much. In fact, my love for him makes missing my family so much more bittersweet. I want to be here with Edward. I want to make this my home and for him to be my family along with the others. I hate the fact I've had to say goodbye and let them go. But I will. Right now, we are in the middle of a charade. I call my parents and speak to them about my wonderful job and the exciting travel I was getting to do. It hurts to lie to them, but it is better than telling them I was horribly murdered by a serial killer in Forks, Washington. Edward says we may be able to visit them once I gain control of my urges, but I suspect he is just humoring me. Eventually, I do tell Edward how I noticed the date and I miss my mom and my dad and Angela and my car and turkey and stuffing and eggnog, and he asks me to tell him about it all, everything, so I don't forget. After I finish crying on the couch, but not really crying because vampires have no f***ing tears, he encourages me to come here and write it all down. Which I plan to do. January 4th. I miss having say. I'd thought, being a vampire, the say part would come easily. The two of us, strong and passionate. No longer worried about venom or injury. Not to mention my boyfriend is pretty much the hottest vampire lover a girl vampire could get. You would think it would all just be a piece of cake. This is not the case. It's my fault, really. Edward definitely wants to have say with me. I can see it in his eyes. Smell it on his skin. I think he spends half his day stifling his perpetual arousal from me. Trust me, there is no hiding that thing when it's in a state of excitement. The problem is, I can't focus on anything for more than about 3 seconds at once. For example, the other day Edward took a shower after hunting. The bear he had been tracking tossed him into the stream, soaking him to the bone. I sat on the bed when he emerged from the bathroom, hair wild from being rubbed with a towel, clear droplets of water eased down his back. I noted for the millionth time that Edward had the perfect back. It was smooth and broad. His shoulders perfectly proportional to his waist. There were dips and valleys that outlined the muscles, and for the first time recently, I was struck by the desire to run my hands over the curves and let them wander aimlessly over his body. This was my plan, or where my mind was at least, when I became distracted by an intense buzzing sound in the room. I tried to push it away and focus on how the angled definition of Edward's hips were like an arrow pointing me towards his. But then that irritating sound came back, echoing through my ears, making it impossible to think. I looked around the room and spotted it. It was fly-trapped in the room. I was consumed with tracking and catching it. I forgot Edward. I forgot his hair and his back and the V over his hips. I forgot everything but the blasted insect that was taunting me, screaming at me from across the room. Long story short, I caught the fly in my bare hands and gleefully ran to show it to Edward, planning on shoving it in his face like an excited 2-year-old. I looked around the room and realized Edward was long gone. He was now dressed and sitting at his desk typing an email to his office. Sadly, he was no longer half beeped or wet. I realized as I opened the door and let the insect go, I had a serious problem. I want it noted for the record that, even though I am currently incapable of focusing longer than an excited puppy, I really do want to have say with my boyfriend. January 8th. I tracked and caught a mountain lion today. Edward's favorite. He spotted it first but let me have it. The chase was thrilling, the hunt engrossing, and it tasted better than I ever would have imagined. I'm never eating deer again. January 15th. Alice and Jasper came to visit. She looked through my clothes and noticed I'd never removed the tags off most of them. I explained carefully that if Edward ever lets me leave the house I will put on something new. Unless she can get him to back off on that rule, then we had little to discuss. I turned my back when she rummaged through my well-stocked lingerie drawer. Each one unworn and tagged. If I could blush, I would have, but she said nothing, keeping her thoughts to herself for once. Later, we all went hunting together and played tag and chase like a bunch of kids. Jasper and Edward challenged one another to see who could leap the farthest, throw snowballs the hardest, and track animals the fastest. We raced and I thought I may be winning, but Edward caught me just before the end, tossing my body over his shoulder and running us both over the finish line. We were way ahead of the others, and to my surprise, he pushed me against a tree and keyed me hard and fast, and if I had a beating heart, it would have exploded in my chest. His lips were perfect, no longer hard but equal to my own. Soft, supple and wonderful. It was the first key we had shared, real and passionate, since my change, and it was amazing. Alice and Jasper came running through the woods, interrupting us and causing Edward to groan in frustration, but he laughed when Alice expertly threw snow on his back. Edward and I clasped hands, and as a group we laughed and chased our way back home. Edward, if I thought Bella was going to kill me when she was human, I had no idea of what was coming once she transformed. Before, she was feisty and tough, independent and strong. I thought of her wearing my Rolling Stones shirt to clean the patio furniture, or her telling me off in the hallway of my townhouse, letting me know I wasn't going to treat her less than human. Presently, I was watching Bella from the top of a snow-dusted hill, as she struggled with a large elk. Her long hair was pulled back on top of her head messily, with strands flowing down her long, perfectly smooth neck that was simply begging to be touched. I wanted to touch her. Bella grimaced. She hated the taste of animal blood, as we all did, but time tempers our palates and she would get used to it eventually. Her expression made me laugh and I made no effort to hide it from her. "Stop watching me," she demanded from below, tossing the carcass aside and wiping her hands on her pants. I couldn't help the wide grin that tugged at the corners of my mouth. "Not a chance. I like to watch you when you eat," I declared truthfully, noticing how the sun glimmered off her face when she looked up at me. She shook her head in disapproval and scaled the hill quickly, her arms and legs finally working together with the speed and strength she'd inherited. "That's disgusting," she muttered under her breath. I reached for her hands as she got closer and yanked her towards me, forcefully depositing her in my lap. I loved the fact I could use my full strength with her. Not only that, she liked it. I could tell by the way she tugged on my pants when she wanted my attention or pushed me when we crossed in the hall. Bella eased her back into my chest, allowing me to wrap my arms around her comfortably. All of this was new for us. She had been so fearful at first, so completely overwhelmed. It had taken months for her to become relaxed with her body and the changes she had undergone. I once thought my years of practiced discipline had helped me with my control with Bella as a human, but I now realized it was truly beneficial in our current situation. She required patience and tolerance. I had to study her and focus on how to manage her moods. She threw temper tantrums like a child. She provoked and taunted me to no end. But every day she grew calmer and more aware of herself, and every day I fell in love with her more. I nuzzled my nose in her hair, inhaling deeply before placing my lips to her neck. Pleased that she didn't pull away or flinch, I took a hand and pushed her hair to the side so I could have access to more of her skin. When we keyed the other day, after racing with Alice and Jasper, I knew we were turning a corner. The situation was odd and a bit awkward. I'd seen this woman beat D. I'd penetrated her with my own flesh. I'd heard her whisper dirty words in my ear, begging me to mark her and make her my own. But it was as if we had to start over to discover one another fresh. It had to be on her time, in her own way. I'd waited decades for her to come into my life and I could wait as long as she needed. But at the same time I desired her so much. "Edward," she said, and I halted my mouth, letting it hover just over the skin. "Yes. I think I'm ready to go back to the house," she replied, twisting her neck enough for me to see her eye, narrowed and glinting. "You're ready?" I asked, implying more than what was said. She nodded slowly, twisting more so I could see her whole, beautiful, face this time. "Yes. I think I am." "Bella." "Pa, I knew you could run fast, Edward, but that had to be some kind of record," I teased as we made it back to the house. Edward dropped me off his back and onto the bed, causing it to bang into the wall. He shrugged innocently. "I've just never had the right motivation before." I pushed back on my elbows, striking my boots off and allowing them to drop noisily to the floor. I bent my knees before me and said, "Like what?" Edward crawled on his knees and placed his hands onto the top of mine and said emphatically, "You." I looked at him kneeling over me, gorgeous and happy. His wild hair bringing out urges that shouldn't exist. And his jaw. God, I loved his jaw. Angular perfection. I had fantasies about that jaw and the unmentionable things it made me want to do. Today, I'd felt whole for the first time in months. Like I woke up and ate an elk and everything clicked. I was happy. And in love. And immortal. And my mate was the most beautiful vampire in the world. And I could screw his brains out and no one would get hurt or scared or bitten or damaged in any way. But I was scared. My body wanted him too much. His touch alone made me shudder and squirm. It was strange and new and I didn't know how to control it. The conflict was overwhelming. Edward must have seen the struggle in my eyes because he cupped my face with his hand and said, "We only have to do what you're comfortable with." I sighed under his touch, wanting more, but feeling already like it was more than I could handle. That's the problem. I have no idea what I am comfortable with. My skin is so hard I feel almost nothing but everything at the same time. He then ran his fingers down my neck to the collar of my shirt. I fought the urge to flee from his contact. Edward never removed his eyes from mine. They were cautious but clear, focused intently on mine, asking permission with every move that he made. His movements were gentle and soft. My reaction was to shudder and flinch away. Confused, Edward furrowed his brow and said, "I'm sorry," before removing his hand from my neck. I felt horrible because Edward wanted to make love to me. I reached for his hand and clamped down tightly. Surprisingly, the pressure was almost comforting. Instantly, I realized I didn't need the fluttery key, as of before, the tender touches he bestowed on me when I was fragile. The soft touches make it harder. I whispered, ashamed for some reason. Edward looked thoughtful and then understanding flashed in his eyes. "I'm so stupid. I didn't think," he muttered under his breath. What are you talking about?" I asked. "Of course it's too much. Your skin is so sensitive. Mine is as well, but I'm older and well used to the sensations. Being near you, inside you, took so much focus. I didn't realize how it would be amplified for you. What can we do? I want you, Edward. My mind is ready even if my body won't comply," I confessed. He smiled conspiratorially and pressed his finger, harder this time, back down my neck. "I think we need to just take a different approach." The pressure from his touch felt better. It was harder and I wanted more. The desire spread like wildfire from the pit of my stomach, lower, igniting a fury that had been building for months. "I love you," I said, because it was true, and gripped his shoulders harshly, pulling him over me as I forced my nails into his rock-hard flesh. "Don't ask, Edward, take," I demanded. The smile I received was worth its weight in gold and his hands pushed my knees to the side as he crept up the center of my body. "God, I love you so much," he said in return before latching his lips to my own, parting them easily and allowing my tongue inside. Edward's lips on mine were like tasting the best candy in the world. Sweet and slippery. His breath was intoxicating, more so than before, and his hands, God, his hands, they worked quickly and feverishly. They would have been rough and harsh on my human skin, but now, in this body they were perfect. "Goo, I choked, trying to form words. "You've been holding out on me, haven't you?" I felt Edward's breath on my stomach as he laughed. "Maybe," he said, using his teeth to remove the button clean off my pants before king and clawing at my stomach. I lifted my hips, allowing him to push them down before using his feet to slide them off my body. I marveled at the speed of my own hands as I unfastened his buttons and tried not to get distracted by the way his buckle reflected the light off the lamp by the bed. It was shiny and silver with red in the middle. Edward must have noticed my eyes glaze over and he yanked the belt from my hands and tossed it over his shoulder. He gripped my neck and dipped his forehead to mine so my eyes were focused on his. "Right here, Bella. Stay with me, here," and his lips crushed mine again before he pushed me back, with a groan, towards the headboard, slamming it against the wall hard enough to make a picture clatter to the ground. "I'm here," I promised, nodding into his chest, and almost melted on the spot when I felt the iron hardness of his body pushing into me. It was uncovered, his venom already having done its damage. I felt his fingers lightly grasp my hips, his thumbs taking hold as they had before. I put my hands on his and pushed down, forcing his thumbs to dig deep in my skin. I couldn't bruise and I wouldn't break. More, I begged into his mouth, craving more of the pressure and weight. I wanted him to claim me in this life as he had in the past. Edward obliged, wasting no time, pushing himself in firmly, burying himself in my body. I reveled in my newfound strength, my heightened senses, feeling every tiny movement in my body, every single whisper from his mouth as it rumbled over my skin. More, Edward, I said again, unable to get enough of him after waiting so long. I saw his eyebrow quirk and a smirk appear on his lips, and before I could respond the bed was gone and he had me pinned against the wall, my legs wrapped around his waist. He used the leverage of the hard surface to grind into me with abandon, pushing and thrusting, my chest slapping into his, until my hypersensitive nerves began to explode around him furiously. My head lolled to the side, relishing the sensations coursing through my body, and I caught Edward's eye, darkened and lustful, his solid flesh still moving inside of my own. Stretching my neck, I ran my tongue down his jaw until I found his lips and greedily began tugging on them with my teeth harshly. Encouraged by my roughness, Edward hissed, pounding me forcefully into the wall, before he jerked violently, expelling every last drop of venom into my willing body. For the first time since my change, my body felt whole. Frozen in place, he held me up with the weight of his body and we stared at one another's faces, quite astonished at the frenzied pace of our lovemaking. I cried out bitterly when he removed himself, but he cradled me to the floor where we folded into a heaping mass of flesh and stone. My lips found his neck, the spot right under his ear that drove me wild, and I said, "That was dirty," he said with one of those glorious locks of hair dipping into his eyes. I laughed into the crook of his neck and nodded in agreement. I felt like an animal. Edward pushed my hair back over my shoulders and ghosted his hand over my even-tempered skin. "Well, yeah. I think that's about right." He ed my lips, king gently on the bottom one, and said, "Welcome to Vampire Say." I considered this, only getting lost in the reflective sparkles on his skin for a moment. "Is it always like that?" He grinned, "Only if you want it. But Bella, we have an eternity to do that any way you want to." We sat for a while, two pieces of marble nestled into one another, easing our bodies into familiarity. The sun passed over us from the window on its way to twilight while I rested peacefully for the first time in months. Prisms of light scattered across the room and I turned and ran my finger over the crescent-shaped mark on his bicep, sparkling furiously. "We both left that battle with scars," he said, and tipping my chin so my neck was in the sun, causing a rainbow of colors to splatter over his face. "It was worth it," I responded, meaning it. Every sacrifice, every scar was worth a lifetime with Edward. The sun inched down our chests, and I held my hand up, still mesmerized by the shimmering skin. I pushed my back into his chest and closed my eyes, resting my head on his shoulder. Edward's fingers grazed down the side of my body and settled low on my stomach. "Bella," Edward whispered, speaking quiet and soft in my ear. Was all I could bring myself to say in response. "Now that you're a vampire, I'm curious about something." His tone was innocent, but the way his hands spread out across my belly wasn't. I turned a little to the side so I could see him and wondered what I could tell him that he didn't already know. "What do you want to know?" I asked, lifting my hand up to brush the stray wisps of hair out of his face. He stared down at me for a moment, a hint of amusement in his eyes, and planted a deep, passionate kiss on my lips. His mouth was divine, better than before, and I found myself lost in his scent and taste and texture. We parted slowly and I stole one last lick of his lips, which caused him smirk cockily. "Did they?" I narrowed my brow in confusion. "Did they what?" "Sparkle, silly." And to my astonishment his hand ran up my sides, brushing the part of my body he was speaking about. I laughed at his boldness and jumped from the ground, pulling him with me. "I haven't checked, but I'll show you mine if you'll show me yours," I teased, yanking him effortlessly towards the door into the last rays of daylight. June 4th. It's been almost a year since I stumbled into the job as Edward's assistant. It's hard to imagine life before I met him. It's almost hard to imagine that life at all. Although I will forever remain the 22-year-old, college graduate in body, my mind has grown and expanded beyond my wildest dreams. Before my transformation I thought crossing over to this life would be easy. I would develop muscles and speed, beauty and grace. I could make love with abandon. I gained all of these things, but it was a struggle and took work and patience. During this time I truly became his mate. It took Edward and his unconditional love, guiding me through the broken mirrors and homesickness. It took his family and their ability to make me laugh, and say the right thing, and to remain my contact with the outside world during my time of seclusion. Edward thinks I'm ready to venture into public on a semi-regular basis. The redness of my eyes has almost faded, nothing that wouldn't be covered by a pair of dark glasses, and I no longer break the handle off the car door off when I try to open it. He's spent the last 6 months planning and plotting and thinking of the most exotic, out-of-the-way places for us to spend the next 2 years as I gain control over my urges. Yes, I still have urges. 2 months ago, after begging Edward relentlessly, Emmett, Jasper, and Carlisle stood by me while the UPS man came to the door and Edward received a package. I've never smelled something so delicious in my life. Not even Edward himself smelled so appealing. I stood quietly in the kitchen, resisting the wafting smell as he drove his truck down the drive, and walked up the front steps. Emmett smiled encouragingly, giving me 2 thumbs up. Jasper eyed me skeptically, while focused intently on my emotions, having promised not to interfere by altering our feelings. Carlisle patted my arm and spoke reassuringly to me, telling me it was hard for them all the first time, but that I would do fine. I agreed wholeheartedly until the front door opened and I received a burst of UPS man that was heavenly, the equivalent of a just-baked apple pie coming from the oven. Before my feet even left the ground, the 3 of them had me smashed to the floor, Emmett's hulking knee shoved into my back while Edward hurriedly escorted the poor man from the property, never having been the wiser to his possible death. I realized then, that maybe I should take this going into public thing a little slower. So we took baby steps. Edward patiently waited while I window shopped in the tiny town near our cabin, and humored me when I ordered humongous meals from the Taco Bell, only insisting that we drop the food off at the homeless shelter on the way home. He sat with me during countless films, distracting me from the overwhelming odor of humans by groping me inappropriately in the darkened room. It was silly and fun and sometimes scary, but I never failed, and now I am able to be in the presence of humans and not want to sink my teeth into their soft, lovely flesh and gorge myself on their blood. So today we are leaving the cabin, on to greater adventures. He wouldn't tell me where we were going, only to pack my bags for anything that was possible. Yesterday, I sat on the bed and watched as Edward rolled his socks into tiny little balls and formed neat little stacks of shirts and pants. I saw that he'd purchased a double frame, one side for the photograph of his parents and, in the other side, he'd slipped in one of my own parents from their wedding day. My eyes followed his graceful hands as he packed it inside his suitcase, wrapping it with care. I suppressed a grin when I saw the yellowed flash of cowhide as he tucked his treasured baseball safely inside his worn brown leather boots. He is my creature of habit, after all. We had passports with fake names and ages and addresses and piles of money. We had an environmentally responsible SUV waiting in the driveway for our luggage and our bodies. We said our goodbyes to the family for the time being, knowing we would see them sooner than later. We eagerly blessed the house one final time by making love, and now we stood on the worn slated porch, locking the door behind us as our new journey began. My fingers wound through a lock of erratic bronze hair that was pushed forward by a gentle summer breeze, and Edward gave me one of those gloriously wicked grins. I realized happily that I had the only thing that truly ever matters when living a life for eternity, having someone to live it with. We'd spent the last 2 years traveling around the world, stopping where we pleased, the more remote, of course, the better. I'd now been to every continent, with the most knowledgeable tour guide one could find. There was no need for maps and money was no object. He led me through castles and museums and jungles and temples. Every day was surreal and extraordinary. My eyes had lightened, but my cravings were still occasionally strong, forcing us to be ever vigilant. Once in South America I slipped away from Edward, following the most delicious aroma I'd ever encountered. If he had been a minute later, things would have turned out differently. But he didn't. He was my savior and protector. He never failed me. In our travels, there were stops along the way where we settled briefly in the many secluded homes owned by the Cullens. These always felt the most comforting, the smells and belongings of my extended family surrounding us. It made us both wistful and longing, and when it became too much we would pack up and leave for the next destination. 6 days ago, we called our family and had an impromptu wedding in a small village in the Italian Alps where they owned a chateau. Days before, while hunting in the snow-capped mountains, Edward stopped me harshly and dropped to his knees. In his fingers glinted his mother's ring, diamonds and gold, and before I even had the words out of my mouth, the ring was on my finger and his lips were covering mine. I smiled under his sweet breath. This man already possessed me. He'd marked me inside and out. On my flesh and in my soul. A ring was just icing on the cake. In front of a roaring fire, with the Cullens standing witness, Edward and I stood before one another. We spoke our vows with tearless eyes and sharp smiles, and bound ourselves to one another in the traditional way of man and wife. I'd never been happier and Edward never more at peace. Tradition suited us. We had decided that night, after the family left, climbing the woods to quench their thirst, to begin planning our future. We both were ready to go back, to place roots for as long as we could, settle into a sense of normalcy for a while. He wanted to work, and I wanted to build us a home. Our options were vast, but at the same time limited, and Edward surprised me by confessing his deepest desire that night, as my legs wrapped around his hips and we commenced this relationship to the truest meaning of the word. He leaned over me, gorgeous and perfect, his lips trailing over any piece of exposed flesh he could find. "Bella, this may be asking a lot," he said, pausing to s.k. the skin beneath my ear. He was hard and inside me, my hips tilted to receive as much of him as possible. I could never get enough. "How would you feel about moving to my family home in Chicago?" "Really?" I asked, only half concentrating due to the distraction of Edward's hands as they fisted the sheets around my head, wondering if they would survive this encounter. "I think I feel wonderful about that." As if to emphasize this point, my body reacted instinctively, arching and I groaned heavily in his ear before using my hands to pull him tighter into my body. "About my home or what we're doing right now?" he asked. His eyes were mischievous and he was grinning wickedly from under his ridiculously thick, untamed hair. "Both," I sighed, placing a hand in his hair and pulling his face towards mine, eagerly dotting him as our bodies claimed one another for the first time as man and wife. "I'll go anywhere you want." My climax was near, I could feel it building, my muscles tense, my nerves climbing over the flesh inside of me. I didn't need a breath but I panted anyway, king in as much of his mouthwatering scent as I could. Edward leaned towards my ear and whispered, "I want to take you home. I want to show you my city, my customs. I want to make love to you where I was human, before all of this. I want, after close to a century, to merge the past with the present." I shattered at his words physically and emotionally. My orgasm was fierce, rippling through my body and setting off his own. Edward lived in the past, with his collections and ideas. His memories and journals. He carried it every day with love and a slight wistfulness. The idea that he wanted to share it with me, to combine the two, made my lifeless heart falsely beat in happiness. He punctuated his desire by thrusting harshly into my body, emptying his venom into me, claiming my body and soul once more. Deliriously happy and satisfactorily post-coital, I wrapped my arms around him and agreed, "I want all of that too," and sealed my thought the only way I knew how, with a key. "Mr. Masson, did you need these files double-sided or single?" Amanda's voice broke into the room loudly, but her question fizzled and hung limply in the air. Edward and I were at a standoff of sorts. I could only imagine what we looked like from her point of view. My arms were crossed and my shoulders were back, while my hair swung defiantly towards my waist. My nostrils flared at the flush of her normally pale cheeks and her quickened heartbeat. I narrowed my eyes at Edward, who caught my minimal slip. "Single," Edward replied, never taking his eyes off of mine, and with a low whisper the young D.O.'n assistant excused herself and scurried from the room. It was probably the right move. I wouldn't suggest anyone getting between a married couple in the middle of a fight. Especially when said couple was immortal and the room held the snap and pop chemistry that Edward and I have with one another. He was leaning against his desk, arms mirroring mine with his long legs crossed at the ankles. He looked amazing, of course, and frankly I would have jumped him right there if I wasn't so angry with him. "I'm going," I said, restraining my foot from stomping immaturely on the ground. I'd come a long way in controlling my temper tantrums and refused to let him see me lose it. He didn't even offer me a verbal response, instead shaking his head slowly, his jaw set with conviction. "I am. And you can't stop me." This was rewarded with one of his eyebrows, perfectly arched and raised, clearly challenging my statement. After a long moment, he finally groaned and ran his fingers through his eternally messy hair, burying his face in his hands. Bella, no. It's too dangerous. Of course it's not, I argued. He worried too much. Especially about me. You know it is. You know more than anyone. Pain flickered across his face at this thought, remembering everything that had happened before. I sighed in annoyance. Stupid overprotective husband. No, what I know is that we agreed to do this together, I said, taking a step closer, feeling the current between us spark and flare. And this is included. Edward reached his hand out towards me, holding it in the air until I put my hand in his and allowed him to pull me forward into his chest, wrapping his arms around me. I felt his nose on the top of my head and heard him inhale deeply. He placed a gentle key against my temple and said, I know we agreed. And so far everything has worked out better than expected. The office and the house and being so close to family after all this time, I just think maybe I should keep this separate. My arms were woven around his back, running over the soft cotton of his dress shirt, counting the familiar muscles under the fabric. I lifted my head to see his eyes and asked, what would have happened to me if you weren't patrolling that night when Victoria lured me into the back alley? His eyes darkened at her name, and he twisted his face away in anguish. It's not the same thing. Placing my hand on his jaw, I captured his eyes again. To me it is. Helping you do this is something that's very important to me. He nodded this time in agreement, the argument over, hopefully for the final time. We were back in the city, working, and living amongst humans, and we needed to do what we could to keep everyone safe. Edward, what is that? I asked, eyeing the package Alice had just brought in the room. She placed it on my desk, and began unpacking it excitedly. I was immediately assaulted with the strong scent of cowhide and an image from Alice's mind. Absolutely not, I barked, not caring if everyone else in the house heard. I suspected everyone already knew what Alice was up to anyway, and it was just me, as usual, who was clueless. Come on, it's your first time together and these are totally awesome. No, this is the first time people in my office haven't speculated on my sexual orientation. What if I see someone from work? I argued. It was a silly argument, but it was the only one I could come up with. Bella chose that moment to flash into the room. There was no way she would agree with this, and she was the only one who could stand up to Alice. I loved my wife. Bella, please tell Alice we do not need her fashion assistance for tonight, I said. I held my arms out in an attempt to reach her body for support. Shockingly, she rolled her eyes at me and laughed. Alice, these are perfect just like I described. I watched in horror as she plucked the black leather pants out of the box and held them at her waist. My wife turned her eyes on me and declared, "You're wearing those." I opened my mouth to speak but wasn't sure what to even attempt to say. Finally I blurted out, "This was your idea." Bella laughed happily at my discomfort and playfully hit my arm. Of course. Well, I just wanted to have fun. You know, we're like the dynamic duo or something. This made Alice smile like a fool, and I stood helplessly as Bella gave me a quick key, and Alice pulled Bella out of the room towards the dressing room. I was left with a box of leather and a feeling of dread in my stomach. I picked them up, confused as to why this was even being discussed. They both, apparently, thought I should wear leather pants. I was considering the fact these women had lost their minds when I heard a knock on the door inside. "Come in, Jasper." The smirk on his face caused me to growl, and I flung the offending item at his face. He caught it and inhaled deeply. "Smells like home," he mused, in a full attempt to piss me off. It was working. He dropped into the chair across from my desk in his typical laid-back nature. In my typical fashion, I ignored his feet as he propped them on the edge of my desk. "So," he began, owned hair dipping in his eyes, "you let her in your house, brought her to your job, and now, you are taking her on patrol." He laughed long and loud, clearly enjoying himself. Whipped. I was not laughing. I wanted Bella in my house. I loved her in my house. I had made love to her over every inch of the house in the last 2 months. And I needed her at work. She balanced me. And she was smart, keeping me on track. Plus, I liked to look at her and be near her every second of the day. But the patrolling was a different matter. It was dirty and harsh. Humans and vampires alike. I didn't want Bella to encounter rapists or murderers. I didn't want her to come across spilled blood or crying women. She was physically strong enough to work by my side, but I wasn't convinced she was ready emotionally. "She's stronger than you think," he told me, knowing where I was dwelling. I walked to my own dressing room, selecting a t-shirt off the rack and pulled it on with some jeans. I carried my boots back in and sat on the couch behind Jasper and wondered aloud, is it so wrong to want to keep her innocent from this? Jasper turned in his seat, leaning over the back and said, no, of course not. But it's too late for that. He flashed me a memory of the bank and James and Victoria before swiveling around and picked up the pants. Can I have these? I rolled my eyes and grimaced. Yes, but never wear those in my presence, okay? He nodded in agreement and stood, bumping me on the shoulder as he walked towards the door. Call us if you need anything. I listened as he called for Alice and they left out the front door. I wandered the hall until I found her, my maiden wife, preening in front of the dressing mirror. I think you're more excited about this than our first date, I commented, noting how amazing she looked in the leather that was wrapped around her curves. She turned and ran her hands over my chest. I love you in this shirt, although I still can't believe that's Bono. His hair is so, just weird. Placing my hands on her hips I laughed. Leave Bono alone. You weren't even born when I bought this shirt. She eyed the rest of my outfit, her eyes leveling below my waist and asked bitterly, where are your pants? I gave her a quick key, and pulled on her ponytail. I gave them to Jasper. Her eyebrow quirked in question and I continued, I think it was some kind of cowboy thing. I wanted to see you in leather pants, you would have looked hot. She fake pouted, poking out her irresistible bottom lip. Possessively, she moved her hands on the waist of my jeans. I grimaced at the thought but then looked down and assessed her outfit dramatically. She looked really, really good in her own leather. I see your point. Now I'm going to spend half my time looking for bad guys and keeping frat boys from coming onto you. You can use me for bait, she suggested, and I recognized a glint of evil in her eye. I didn't even respond to that one talk about baiting. She clasped my hand in hers, tugging me down the stairs, and we walked towards the door. Bella beat me, snatching the keys off the hook. Can I drive? She asked, giggling again, too excited about the adventure in front of us. No, I said forcefully, using my height and weight as an advantage to get the keys back. Plus, I ed her senseless, knowing it made her weak in the knees and fingers. Please, she begged, batting her eyelashes and shifting her hips. Not going to happen, I replied again, picking her up and playfully throwing her over my shoulder and walking to the car where I deposited her on the passenger side. I walked to the other side and slid in behind the wheel, while Bella covered my hand with hers and smiled happily, excited about our night. Pulling her hand to my mouth, I ed the tips of her fingers. I hated to be a downer or a buzzkill or whatever it was called, but before I left the driveway, I turned and said, I'd tell you to buckle up, but you're invincible. But remember, out there, you have to be careful. I know you think I'm being stupid and overprotective, but you're the only one I have. The only one I will ever get, and I can't risk it. Bella's eyes dimmed a little but her smile stayed the same. She shook her head gently and said, I love you, Edward Cullen, and it would take more than an army of newborn vampires to take me away from you. The anger that boiled under my skin was familiar, although it had been some time since I had experienced it due to my absence in this side of my life. The idiot in front of me was swaying with intoxication and his eyes kept sliding out of focus. See that girl over there? I pointed to the small redhead on the ground, crying and dirt-streaked. Bella crouched next to her, speaking softly in her ear. The girl's mind was a jumble and her heart pumped with fear and adrenaline, but it was slowing from whatever it was my wife was telling her. You came this close, and made a gesture of size with my fingers, to ruining both your lives. Dude, I don't know who you are or what you think was happening, but that girl was totally into me, he said defensively, waving his arms around as though that helped his case. Bella and I had a quiet night. The bars weren't busy and the thieves must have been turned off by the threat of rain. That was until we heard a muffled squeak and I followed this moron's aggressive thoughts across the parking lot to a dark corner behind the cars. He'd had his hands tight around her upper arms and his tongue down her throat. Both reeked of alcohol, but she was whimpering under his assault and their thoughts were clear enough to me to signal the conflict in their minds. We broke up the activity and the girl's eyes grew wide and thankful before she burst into tears. I looked helplessly at her, trying to form the words to make her better, while refraining from ripping the neck off the guy who did this to her. This was the worst part of the night. Not dealing with the predators but the victims. Before I even had the chance to react, Bella swooped in and took control. I almost stopped her, worried she couldn't handle the proximity to the girl or the rapid pulsation of the blood under her skin. But she shot me a look of compassion and understanding, and I realized once again how Bella was truly my better half. I watched Bella, her small frame no longer awkward, but confident and assured, whispering words of comfort into the girl's ear. The girl's hands were no longer shaking, and I mused over the reality that Bella was strong and her skills were the opposite of my own. I never thought about that before. That the goals of a happy marriage and life together are to bring out the best in one another and to bring strength to cover the other's weakness. I walked the idiot next to me over to the street and waved down a cab, shoving him inside with a final threatening look. After the car turned the corner, the two women walked over and Bella deposited her in the next cab that traveled down the street. Once she was gone, my hands found Bella's hips and pulled her close. I keyed the top of her head and said, "Thanks for that." I had no idea what to say. She laughed lightly, pressing her weight into my chest, and agreed, "No, I'm sure you didn't." I wove my fingers through hers and noticed how late it was, or early, the darkness already fading from the sky. "I apologize for worrying so much. Of course you exceeded my expectations. You always do." Bella pulled my hand to her mouth and keyed at the top. "I know you can't help it. It's how you show you care. It's unnecessary, but it's also why I ignore you." She smiled devilishly and tugged me towards the car. The Plymouth was parked alone, down a side street, waiting under a street lamp. I stopped and leaned my back against the passenger side, spreading my legs so Bella could stand inside. She traced her fingers over the design on my shirt. "You know, that was kind of hot watching you get all Batman on that guy." I pushed one of her wayward hairs that never stayed in her ponytail over her ear and smiled at her reference because she was so incredibly silly and so thoroughly mine. Plus, I never realized the extra bonus of patrolling with a woman. It was very arousing, and I seriously needed to get her back home now. I eyed her a little and quirked an eyebrow. "So, if I'm Batman, does this make you Robin?" She reacted like a vampire, pushing my chest with her hands, making the metal behind me creak under the force. Bella placed her hands on her hips and huffed, "No. I'm not Robin. I'm not your sidestrike, Alfred," I asked, trying to get a rise out of her, but moving away from the car all the same. I couldn't have her destroying my baby. She was back out in the street with her arms crossed over her chest. "I'm totally Batgirl," she declared, her honeyed eyes flashing. Vampire Bella was still easier to taunt than human Bella, even after 3 years, and it made every day of my life better. Bella was irresistible when she was angry. In less than a heartbeat, I was on her, picking her up so I could key her mouth evenly, and gripping her by the back her soft leather pants. "Batgirl works for me," I said into her mouth, carrying her back to the car. Before I opened the door, she nuzzled into my neck and asked in a super soft, seductive voice, "Now that I'm officially part of the team, can I drive?" I groaned but laughed and said, "You never give up, do you?" Bella shook her head. "Never. That's how we got here today." I stared at this woman, my woman, perfect and pale in the yellow light of the street lamp. I considered everything we'd gone through in the last 3.5 years with amazement. I never knew life could be so full and rewarding. I never knew I could have peace and contentment. I definitely never realized that having a mate that fought back and drove me to the edge of my sanity every day would make me the most gloriously happy man in the world. I sighed and held up the keys, letting them sway in her face for a moment before she realized what I was doing and snatched them out of my hand. Bella scrambled to the driver's side and jumped in happily. Resigned, I slid in the passenger seat and leaned back, smiling when Bella squealed in delight over the roar of the engine, and braced myself as she shifted into gear. Tonight proved that together we were ready for anything. Family, work by day, vigilantism by night. It was all one more day, of one more beginning in my eternal life with Bella Swan. Exactly what did Carlyle tell you when you spoke to him last? Edward was driving through the narrow streets of Italy. In a sleek, shiny sports car. He was almost giddy as he wove around the curves and ancient stone-lined roads. "My husband loved nothing more than speed. Well, except me," he said. "The Volturi never invite you to their home for social reasons only. He thinks it's either related to our vigilante work or to my gift of mind reading." Edward gave me a long look, removing his eyes from the road but never veering off course. "Arrow, One of the leaders, apparently has an affinity for collecting vampires who have specialized gifts. Carlyle fears he wants me to work for him. Or perhaps he is upset about our work, we'll have to wait and see. I studied my husband as he shifted gears, and a city rose into view, lights dotting the dark night. Edward's hair was erratic as usual, wild and impossible. I used the back of my hand to push it back and smiled when he caught it in his own and placed a soft key on top. "You look stunning, you know," he said seductively, pulling my arm forward and placing another key on the inside of my elbow. "Blue is my favorite color on you, but tonight, red may have taken its place." I rolled my eyes, and if I had still been human I would have blushed. "Thank you, and as usual, you definitely know how to work a suit. I suspect I will have to keep the fangs of the other women out of you tonight." With a jerk, Edward pulled the car to the side of the road, into a narrow crevice between two buildings. He was out of his seat in an instant, around the car and pulling me into the cool night air. "Bella, I reek of your scent. It's in my clothing and on my hair, and on every inch of my skin. A woman, a vampire, would have to be a fool to come within 10 feet of me tonight." I narrowed an eye and tried to pretend I was a little upset. "Are you telling me the reason we did that before we came here was so you smelled like me, or are you saying we did that before we came here so I would smell like you?" With wide, overly innocent eyes but a hint of a smirk, he replied, "Both." I shoved him back, hard but playfully, and gripped my hand in his as we walked toward the imposing castle-like structure. Before we reached the heavily guarded door, my phone chirped and I laughed at the name on the screen. "Hello, Alice," I answered, ignoring the grimace on Edward's face. "Bella, I've been trying to call you for hours," she shouted. "I don't think you should go to the party." "Calm down, Alice, we're already here, it's too late," I argued and forced back a grin as I felt Edward's lips on my exposed neck. I heard a huff from the other side of the phone before she said, "Just be careful." I was concerned. Alice could be intrusive, but she rarely overdramatized serious situations. "Why? Are we in danger? Is it Edward? Did they want him? Or us?" "Tell her we're going regardless, Edward Said." "Bella," Alice shouted in my ear, having, of course, heard him. "But," I started, shooting daggers at Edward. If there was a threat, we had to consider her warning. "We're going," he repeated, threading his fingers in mine, "we have to. We were invited. It's an invitation you don't refuse." The implication behind his words were clear. The Volturi were royalty. Edward was right, you didn't deny the king. Or 3. Alice must have heard this as well because her tone changed. "Fine. But listen, do not separate, and no matter what, remember you love one another, do not make rash decisions." Edward and I glanced at one another. "What?" I began to say when I heard a definitive click on the other end. I groaned and rested my head on the back of my seat. Edward began rubbing his hand over his face. It was going to be a long night. We walked through the narrow passageways of the ancient building. I was overwhelmed by the beauty and architecture. I'd been to Europe before, but I was young, a newborn, and so much of it was a blur. I stole a glance at Edward, who I caught checking his reflection in the leaded glass windows surrounding the entryway. "It looks fine," I reassured him because I knew he was assessing his hair. This man had hair issues like no one could even imagine. "It just," he muttered, but stopped running his hands through it, in an attempt to make it lie flat. He moved closer to me and tightened his grip on my waist as we walked under the massive arched entryway, and I could tell even he was impressed by the grandeur of the building. "You've never been here before?" I asked, unsure for some reason. He'd told me all about it, so descriptive that I felt like he'd seen it all before. I inhaled and smelled incense and candle wax over the slight dampness that comes with age. "Only in Carlyle's mind," he replied, and swept me into a large open room filled with gorgeously dressed vampires. He gestured to a odd, imposing-looking man in the middle of the room who appeared to be entertaining those around him. "That's Arrow," he whispered, his eyes flicking expectantly to the man. Arrow, of course, was the enigmatic leader of the group. From everything I had been told, he was charming and forceful. He possessed an ability to read minds similar to Edward's, although it happened through touch, not from a distance. Again, I felt hard fingers pressing into the skin on the side of my hip. "We've been spotted." Smile, he directed, and led us in the direction of the freakishly pale man draped in elaborate robes. Arrow stopped mid-sentence and floated over in our direction. "Oh, it's the Cullens, Edward and his lovely bride Isabella." I wanted to shudder in his presence. Even Edward, always confident and secure, had lowered his head. I now understood what he meant by vampire royalty. He dove for my hand, and paused, letting it linger for a moment near his mouth before keying it properly. As his hard, almost translucent skin touched mine, he narrowed his eyes minimally. Edward stepped forward with his hand outstretched, offering himself to the quirky vampire. "Nice to meet you, Arrow. Carlyle sends his regards." The ancient vampire grasped his hand eagerly, and a wave of relief washed over his face. His head tilted and he grinned deviously. "Edward, I had heard of your gifts, impressive, but your wife, tell me. What is this? I get nothing." Edward chuckled graciously, as he was on his best behavior. The gruff, grumpy, obsessive-compulsive man I'd married was masked under this well-behaved party-goer. "Yes, it is a bit of a mystery. She blocks me, also quite frustrating as you can imagine." The men stood facing one another, being polite yet their stances firm. Some form of power play was being held and I didn't understand it. I cleared my throat and smiled at the two men and spoke dramatically. "Yes, it pains Edward not to read my every thought. He has to work at it like an average man, imagine that. It's a pleasure to meet you, Arrow. We've heard so many wonderful things about you over the years." I worked my arm through the crook of Edward's and smiled. "We've taken up enough of his time, let's go mingle." Arrow waved us off graciously, promising to catch up with us later and directing us to the side rooms for refreshments, and the ballroom behind us for dancing. It was all very strange. As we made our escape, I asked, what did he mean by refreshments? Edward made a face and said, "In those rooms to the side," he pointed to two large wooden doors pushed into the stone walls, "humans await for feeding." My jaw dropped. They're feeding on humans. I knew I felt them here, their heartbeats are noticeable, but feeding. Edward rubbed my back and brought me closer. "Yes, all the vampires here feed on humans. We are alone in our beliefs, I would assume. There are other humans here too though, not just for snacking." I looked at the other guests and noted how the vampires kept their voices low, trying to maintain some privacy in their conversations. I responded to his crude remark by making a face and continued to look around the room. I noticed, in the torch-lit space amongst the pale faces and lifeless bodies, women, dozens of women, all beautiful and alive, wandering through the crowd. "What are they doing here?" I asked, incredulous. They had to know something was off. Edward followed my gaze, his eyes settling on several human females fawning over a large vampire bigger even than Emmett. "From what I can gather, from listening in, they are here because they want to be, they hope one day to be like us," he explained, his distaste evident. "I need to go freshen up, Edward. I know I'm not human but I still have female needs, you know." He looked concerned and I knew Alice's warning was bothering him, so I offered, "It will only be for a moment, to the ladies' room over there, I will be right back." "Careful," he begged, and ran a hand down my cheek, to the side of my neck and over my bare shoulder. "Marking me once again. Always," I whispered against his lips, leaving my scent on him as well. "Edward." I watched her walk away from me and immediately felt the loss. It was sappy and melodramatic, but I never liked to be away from her. She possessed me constantly. Since the first day she stepped foot in my home I was doomed to do her bidding, and it was my job to make sure she knew this every day. Aimless without her, I wandered to the closest balcony and leaned over the railing to appreciate the view. Italy was beautiful. I'd been many times before, but Volterra was rich with a history even I couldn't deny. When we'd walked through the main hall I felt the eyes on us. Everyone was watching us enter, but their minds, they were on us as a couple. Scrutinizing our moves and interactions. I couldn't understand the fascination. When I read Arrow's thoughts, he was blocking me enough to see his true motives, but he was definitely intrigued by my marriage and our dual gifts. It concerned me to a degree. This was a powerful environment we were in, and Alice's warning was a bit disconcerting. I heard a stuttering heartbeat drawing near, but kept my eyes forward. Heartbeats held no interest to me any longer. Unfortunately, my balcony companion seemed to want something. "You are the vampire from America, right?" she asked, her accent thick. I gave her a polite nod, looking behind me, hoping for Bella to emerge from the other room. "I've heard of you, you are legendary around here." This piqued my interest, and I felt my eyebrow raise despite myself. "Really? Legendary?" She leaned in a bit closer, and her scent was overwhelming. Perfume and oils, hair products and lacquers, her actual human scent masked. I held my breath to survive. Absolutely. You are the vampire who works the streets, saving defenseless humans from one another and from creatures of the night. You are the one who fought the tracker, and finished him and his army, she whispered as she moved impossibly closer, her face too near to mine. Where was her fear? You, Mr. Cullen, are the one who found a human and changed her to be your mate. I shook my head and declared, no, I didn't change her to be my mate. She died at the hands of a madman. I only selfishly transformed her because I couldn't let her go. Anger was boiling beneath my skin. How dare she presume to understand my life and my actions? I was oddly surprised that this human knew all of this about me, but her mind gave parts of it away. Her name was Gianna, and she worked here in the castle, having full access to the lives of the Volturi. I pushed away, my fingers pressing off the stone railing that surrounded the balcony. I searched for Bella, who had to be done by now, and walked into the main room. When I reached the doorway, I found her but was shocked to see her pushed against the far wall by the same, large, intimidating man I'd seen earlier. The difference now was his gaggle of women had disappeared and he was alone with Bella. I began to step forward when I stopped, stunned and surprised to see him laugh loudly and her to respond with a welcoming smile tugging at her lips. I strained to hear his thoughts. What could this man say to make my wife smile so generously? Bella's voice lifted over the crowd, but she only offered pleasantries that gave me nothing to go on. That's your human? I heard Gianna ask from behind me. I almost jumped when her fingers grazed my shoulder. She's a vampire now, I replied, shrugging my shoulder to remove the contact. She needed to back off. She is, but you remember her as your human. Like me. You like the heartbeat, and the air in my lungs. You miss this about her. She smirked at her own weakness, even though in her mind I could tell she wanted nothing more than to be a vampire too. You are nothing like my wife then or now, I muttered, my temper flaring, forcing me to swallow deeply and say, excuse me. I attempted to move away from her and toward Bella, but I was frozen, watching her talk with this man, this vampire. Her eyes lit up when he spoke and she seemed to be truly enjoying herself. I ran a hand through my hair and groaned. I was being ridiculous. Immature. I was jealous. You're jealous, Gianna pointed out. You should be, she declared, which surprised me and made my jealousy flare. He is quite the warrior like yourself. Your mate has superior taste. Gianna was getting on my nerves. Talking about things she didn't understand. Bella could talk to other men, she always had, but in the end she was my mate. So when you changed her, she still wanted to be your mate? Gianna asked. I searched her mind for her own gifts. It was almost as though she could read my mind and was tapping into my insecurities. Yes, I replied softly, but it wasn't necessarily true. Her transition had been difficult. It took months for her to even allow me to touch her. I rationalized that it was the changes, the overwhelming feelings and sensations, but sometimes there was doubt in my mind, although I had never felt them as strongly as I did now. What was my issue? I'd no reason to distrust her and I didn't even know him, but I had this feeling something was amiss. I stared at the massive back and broad shoulders that were partially blocking her from my view and narrowed my eyes. Who is he? Gianna moved around me, placing herself between me and my target. That's Felix. He is part of the royal guard. He is very strong and passionate. Her mind told me more. Her thoughts showed me that they had a relationship, that they had touched and been friendly. They were more than people who worked for the same master. I focused on the vampire across the room and tried to pick up his thoughts again, but the room was too crowded and I didn't know his voice from any of the others. Instead I read his body language and was not pleased with what I saw. Why is he talking to her? I asked, the words slipping out before I could catch them. I shifted quickly. Do you love him? He's talking to her because she intrigues him. And wonders what woman would be such a prize for a vampire such as yourself, although he would never admit it. Sadness crept over her face. I love him, but he doesn't return it. He uses me and promises me eternity, but it never happens. I am not to him what your wife is to you. A dramatic peal of laughter echoed off the walls. I looked to the sound and found Arrow clasping a vampire's hand. What does your boss think? He has given us his blessing. He says Felix can change me if he wants. But he won't, she explained with aggravation, her eyes flashing in his direction. Gianna then reached out and ran her fingers across my shoulder, and her mind hummed with thought. I balked at her touch and my jaw dropped at her ideas. Absolutely not, I declared, looking around to see if anyone had heard me, if Bella had heard me. No one glanced our way, but Arrow's mouth was twisted in a strange smile. And Bella. She was too involved with Mr. Tall, broad and strong to be distracted. Her gold eyes were focused on his intent. She stood tall next to him, yet her stature was small, so she dwarfed in comparison. My eyes took in her strapless red dress and her exquisite legs that now carried her gracefully. I wanted my hands on her. I wanted his hands off her immediately. Edward, help me out. You know what it's like to be in love. To want someone you shouldn't. Help me make him want it. She was close to begging and I felt some compassion for her plight yet. Why me? I snapped, confused by this entire situation. I was being pursued by a human to make her vampire lover jealous and he was showering attention on my wife for no apparent reason. Gianna flashed me a knowing, stunning smile. Because the vampires here fear you. You hail from the largest coven outside Volturi. You're educated and peaceful, you have money and power. Yet you do everything outside of their system. You do know why you were invited here tonight, don't you? I have my theories, I replied simply, none of which I would be sharing with this ruthless woman. They wanted to assess you on their own ground. An offer will most likely be made but you will not be expected to answer anytime soon. But they will be watching you from here on out closer than before, she confided. But it's not just about you. They are just as intrigued by her. We both looked across the room at the two of them, still involved in some kind of deep conversation. I bristled at her comment. Why Bella? You don't understand. On your own Edward you are powerful. Bella on her own. Indestructible together. You are the strongest vampire couple in the world. They want to control you. My fingers pinched the bridge of my nose. I didn't want to hear any of this but none of it explained why the Neanderthal across the room was leaning into my wife and whispering into her neck. Why are you telling me this? Arrow will know. She gave me an image of Felix. Why do you want me to help you play these games? It doesn't seem as though this would help you any. Consorting with the enemy. I scoffed, trying to wrap my mind around her position. She rolled her eyes and flipped her long hair over the shoulder. Because as the Volturi's biggest threat, Felix will not accept you taking an interest in me. Quite simply. Competitiveness, he wouldn't allow you to win. No, Gianna, he has to want this. Trust me, I know. My eyes were still on him and I felt my fingers clench when I noticed him reach out to touch her hand. No, I expected her to be offended, to be upset, to want knock his hand off and leave in a huff. I was severely disappointed. The smile stayed on her face and I was shocked to see him lean closer to him and her whisper something into his ear. Like I asked before, you are sure she wanted to be your mate? Her tone was suspicious and it ruffled my nerves more than it should. Are you sure it wasn't out of lack of options? Yes, I replied too loudly. She was pushing me, wanting me to get upset to help her with her cause. Look, I'm not getting between you and him, but I will be going back to my wife, and leaving with her soon. I was confused and overwhelmed by the emotions swirling inside. Bella continued to laugh and banter with Felix, and Gianna just wouldn't leave me alone. I'd never really considered that Bella wanted anyone other myself. Our love had been destined, fated to an extent. Her transformation had been unintentional but Alice promised it was going to happen anyway and it was what Bella wanted. I'd known the first night we'd made love that she and I were bonded. There was no separation. I looked around the grand ballroom I'd entered. The tall ceilings, filled with glass and decorations. The marble stairways and benches throughout the room. The vampires, strong and talented, dozens of them together in one place. Bella loved me in our bubble, but did she love me the same here? Like Gianna asked, would she choose me if she had other options? For once I wasn't sure. Bella. POV. Was growing tired of the smile I had plastered on my face. This man, Vampire Felix was his name, was annoying the crap out of me. He'd cornered me the moment I'd emerged from the ladies' room and had been stuck like glue ever since. Where the hell was Edward? Next time we were planning a secret signal before we came to something like this. I needed a way out of here now, but Felix was having none of it. Have you considered moving here? To Italy? He asked. His body was inching closer to mine by the second. I laughed. An overly loud, party laugh. Oh no, we are very happy in America. Our family is there. Family? He questioned, tilting his head. Felix was handsome in his own way. He was large, maybe bigger than Emmett, but he was cold and calculating. He wanted something from me, although I couldn't figure out what. Yes, our family, the Cullens, I replied, although I wasn't sure how much I was allowed to discuss about them. Again, I discreetly searched for Edward and located him in the doorway to the ballroom with a beautiful human following close behind. He looked a bit panicked. Felix moved in closer, pushing his arm against the wall, cornering me between his body and the stones. We are like a family here. You can join ours. We are very powerful and you would make a wonderful addition. I mused, not committing. Your abilities are quite amazing. Arrow thinks so too. He wants you here also. With or without him. Felix said this too close to my face, his hand grazed the skin on my shoulder and I wanted to shudder in repulsion. Who is this man and what did he think he was doing? Everyone here knew I was married, that I was mated. Why did they think I would leave him so easily? I flicked my eyes toward Edward, who was now standing in the middle of the room, elegant in his suit and tie, hair askew and boring holes in the back of Felix's head. I saw the perfect lines of his jaw flex and tense, his Adam's apple bobbing deliciously as he swallowed his anger. My stomach twisted with desire. God, he was so beautiful. I reluctantly pulled my eyes away from him and focused back on Felix. Thank you for the offer, but really, no thanks. I offered a weak smile and turned to walk away, but felt his huge hand wrap around my wrist. Don't let this offer pass you by, Isabella. Yes, we mate for life, but we also have an overriding need for power. You could be so powerful. I narrowed my eyes and looked at his hand, snatching it out of his grasp. I moved to the side, but he was in front of me. You think he is the best, but you are mistaken. Others like myself are stronger and faster. We have political connections. You could have this too. No more animal blood or hiding your differences. His voice was enthusiastic and his red eyes danced with excitement. You could have everything you want if you leave him behind and join us. At that moment I realized the entire room had stopped buzzing. Edward was in the middle, watching, waiting. Arrow was on the other end, a look of intrigue and delight filling his expression as he studied our positions. This was what Alice had warned us about. We were being wooed by the Volturi, together or separate. I thought of her words, but listen, do not separate, and no matter what, remember you love one another. I stepped away from Felix and walked confidently toward Edward, who was waiting, seething but waiting for me with an open hand. I slid mine into his and tilted my head, offering myself to him. He leaned in and placed his lips on my skin, King dangerously igniting a fire, and together we walked through the stunned crowd and out of the castle. Please don't ever make me do that again, I whispered into Edward's mouth. We were in one of the long alleyways running through Volterra. The castle was hovering above us, stained glass windows lit and music echoing through the grounds. Edward had me pushed greedily against the edge of an ancient building while his hands and mouth roamed everywhere. Never, he agreed and ran his fingers up my legs, pushing the fabric of my red dress upward. I'd never leave you, I promised, surrendering to the key, as he placed on my shoulders and neck. I only want you. Things became frantic the moment we left the building. Edward had been concerned, jealous even, although he would never admit it. We'd barely made it outside the doors before he pounced on me. He freed himself and in moments was inside, hard and furious. I had no idea if human men were like this, but Edward, he wasn't human. He was part animal and his need to claim me was part of his nature. And part of mine. My fingers clenched his jaw, gripping it and pulling him to me. I love you, I assured, because for some reason Edward needed assurance and I was more than happy to give it to him. I chanted his name in ecstasy, shuddering against the wall, and over him and around him until I felt him as he emptied himself with a solid grunt. He keyed me solidly on the lips and went about his methods of straightening my clothing and hair and his shirt and pants. And as he wound his fingers into mine and ushered me back to his car, never saying a word, I asked, why did it take you so long to come over? I was desperate for you to save me. Edward gave me a quick glacé from the side and said, you know it's always about your choice. I always want you to have a choice. I nodded, understanding this was who my husband was and this is how he wanted us to be, and I replied, as I had so many times before, there never was any choice, Edward. There was only us. If you enjoyed this alternate journey, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the alternate path for more incredible what if stories.